what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever your time zone is. Welcome to the show. It feels early to me. I'm so used to sleeping in, I don't know. But I've gotten on a good sleep schedule. Still got a video done for you this week. Who's seen it? One in chat if you've seen the latest offering on my YouTube. Good afternoon. Yeah, for most people it's probably afternoon. I'm really time privileged in terms of getting to wake up so late. Wait, I want a different version of this. We listen to this song every day. And I thought I'd change it up a little bit. Wait, really? There's only one version of this? Okay. This is the one I like. Do you hear the difference? It's subtle. There's a difference in the beat, and there's a difference, I think there's some kind of effect over everything, right? It makes you feel like you're actually in an elevator, which, this is like the elevator, where it's like going to work or something, I don't know. This is like that part of the Flintstones where, like, Fred is riding the dinosaur, and he's, like, pulling its head up, and then the whistle blows, and it's time to... You hate Mars bars? Whoa, really? Wait, I don't know what a Mars bar tastes like. So people have seen it. Some people have seen the latest video. Yeah, it's a Sam Cedar getting ambushed by Lilo and Stitch. No, Adam and Stitch. Adam and Stitch. By... Sam gets ambushed by Organization 13, I'm pretty sure. Damix and Vixen. God, I don't remember all their names, do you? It's a little jazzier, yeah, the beat, though. The beat's what's got me. All my homies hate Vosh, yes. The elevator down to hell, where Vosh and, company are objectively right about everything wrong. Wait, who did? IHE. Internet... No. Wait, why do I not know who IHE is? Is this before my time on YouTube? Mars bars looks like a mix of Milky Ways without the milk and Snickers without the nuts. Okay. Okay, I'm imagining. Milky Way without the milk. Spark That Blood! Thank you for the resubscribe! Yeah, thank you for the resubscribe. And look, if we get enough sub points by the end of today, right? Our sub goal is to push it from 100 to 110. That will firm up Sunday's stream. Make sure that happens this week. Last week we missed it for the first time. I think people know now though that like the Sunday show is not to be missed, right? Am I really afflicted with VDS? Yes, it's very bad. Let me tell you about my VDS, right? That sounds like some... Oh, there we go. Yo, the only thing that I don't like about this version of the song is that it's not properly looped, yeah. But we'll deal with that. IHE is a disembodied head who reviews what does it stand for? IHE must stand for something, right? Like, literally. No, I want to ask you about this VDS thing, okay? Okay, so first of all, are you aware where Vosh got that idea? right? Where did it come from? What was the first DS? Derangement syndrome. It was Trump derangement syndrome, right? So that's Vosh taking memes from Trump, and not even like in a way to make fun of Trump or anything, just like, hey, good meme, let me use that, right? Let me use all of your social media strategies, Trump. Let me be as close as I can to a clone of Trump as a leftist content creator as possible, because he just loves irony that much. He's J-rag pilled. That's the deal with it. No, but I really want to know, what are you thinking coming in here being like, yo, she disagrees with Vaush? VDS! She disagrees with Vaush. How could you disagree with Vaush? You're in a cult. You're in a cult. I'm scared for you, right? Oh my god. Oh my god, really? Sorry, look, you're allowed to like Vosh. You're allowed to watch Vosh. I never like try to like, you know, gatekeep, you know, who's allowed in chat, who's allowed to say something, if somebody's allowed to disagree with me. They're allowed to disagree with me. It's really good content. I appreciate you disagreeing with me, but it's just like the way that you do it is like, really? I can't disagree with your dude without having VDS? It's almost like that doesn't mean anything. Like, it's almost like you're just kind of programmed with a response to be like, someone disagrees with Vosh, VDS. Oh wait, no. Tanky. Woke scold. There, we'll go with woke scold. She's a woke scold. Yeah, I mean, look at the glasses. Obviously, woke scold would be the proper response. You haven't gotten your conditioning quite right yet. But am I allowed to agree with Vosh? Right? Like, I don't know what you're expecting. Do you think I'm gonna make some personal attack on him or something like that and tell you how he's like the worst person in the world? Because I mean, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. This is business. This is the cost of doing business, right? And the cost of doing business is somebody once in a while disagreeing with your parasocial daddy or mommy. And like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you beyond that, right? Everyone in chat were saying hey, okay, it's the chat. Okay, so maybe you were talking to the chat. I don't know. As long as we're allowed to disagree, because if we're not allowed to disagree, it's just no fun, right? If we're just gonna be like, this is our dude, and everybody support him, or else you're against leftism. You're helping Nick Fuentes if you're not supporting this guy, right? We can't be like that. We really can't be like that, can we? Okay. Oh my god, chat, you're having fun. You're going hard. See, the chat goes, I don't have to go hard on Vosh because the chat goes hard for me. The chat goes hard for me. No, but I mean, this is like Vosh going after Innuendo Studios, right? And look, Vosh is allowed to disagree with Innuendo Studios. Yeah, fine. Like, if there's a problem with this video, point it out. Maybe I'll be convinced, right? But I've previewed this a little bit, and I gotta tell you, he misses so many points. Let's start off with the name, the title, right? Liberals are not the same as Republicans. Really? Are you? Oh my god. Oh my god. I just burped a little bit because you blew my mind so much, right? He blew my mind with that. I didn't realize that liberals are not the same as Republicans, FFS. Okay. So if you've watched the video, you'll know that the central, what do you want to call this? Image. Let's say it's the central image of the cost of doing business by Innuendo Studios, right? Is 4 little icons, right? You've got the anti-racist, the anti-fascist, if you will, right? You've got the liberal centrist, right? You've got the mainstream conservative, and then you got Milo, okay? So there's 4 figures, right? If liberals were considered the same as Republicans, then this figure, right, our mainstream leftist, Jesus Christ, that word really needs to get, that word is expanded way beyond where it's supposed to be. Our mainstream liberal here, right, and our mainstream conservative, our establishment conservative, if you will, right, they would be one and the same. There'd be 3 little dudes. Instead, there's 4 little dudes, right? And we got, you know, the liberals separated from the Republicans. So no, like literally, and this is the thing, right? I wonder how much of this, because like I know why this happened, okay? Look, I know why this happened. I know why he made this video, right? He actually liked a few of Ian Danskin's videos, right? He's mentioned it on stream before. Alt-right playbook. Most people like that stuff. I think it's really good analysis. It's hard to deny, right? But Ian Danskin doesn't like Vaush, and he doesn't make like a big deal about it. He hasn't done like a "this is why I hate Vosh" kind of video. Like Ian Danskin, Innuendo Studios does not do drama, right? He just does videos. He just does analysis, and he just does little dudes, little animated like dudes that tell a story, right? And the animated dudes telling the story, it kind of reminds me of something that Vosh does. Vosh likes to bring up MS Paint, and when he's trying to make a point that's like visual, and the guy's an artist. Like, that's the one thing that we kind of missed out on, right? Is Vosh the anime artist. Like, we never got that, because instead we got Vosh the political content creator, Vosh the reactionary and leftist clothes, right? I feel like we might be better served just, you know, if he spent more time on his art, but, you know, whatever. He gets it in his MS Paint streams, and, you know, sometimes he's able to show something visually that would be a lot harder for him to show verbally, right? So there's like a use for that. And Innuendo Studios kind of does the same thing. That's a lot of what, I mean, there's so much that goes into these videos, like I said, the analysis. But there's a lot that goes into these videos that makes them good, right? But one of the things that I really appreciate is the little dudes, right? They all kind of, it looks like a dream avatar, right? He takes the dream avatar and it's not really the dream. Did he have this before Dream? Maybe Innuendo Studios? Oh my God, I don't even know what's going on in chat, but I would listen. Like I said, if you like Vosh, if you watch Vosh, you're welcome here. I'm not gonna tell you, like, you know, not to come here. I'm not gonna ban you or, you know, anything like that, right? We're allowed to disagree, but yeah, just do not like antagonize the chat, or it might not end up well for you, because they're allowed to criticize you as well. So that's how it works. It works both ways. But like, yeah, like it's a little like, does anybody know? Was it Dream that came up with this first, or was it Innuendo Studios that came up with this first? Because they're kind of similar, right? It's not even a stick figure. It's like a head, a face, on a body, and it has the same mimetic tabula rosa quality as like a Pepe, which I appreciate, because I don't know, am I the only, okay, like I'm about to give a spicy take here, okay? I have never liked Pepe. No, I don't have Pepe derangement syndrome, okay? And yeah, I realize that you know, the Pepe being a symbol of the alt-right is really more of a, you know, it might have been true in 2015, 2016, but especially on Twitch nowadays, a lot of the people using Pepe's, like, it's not that at all, right? But I've just never, it's because it's so ubiquitous. It's one of those things, right? Pepe is everywhere, and feels bad, man. I don't know what to say. Feels bad, man. No, I mean, you can enjoy your Pepes. You can even post Pepes in chat. But and everybody's got their little versions. Like, if you've noticed the Surf's avatars, right? They're not Pepes, but they're like the same kind of eyes bulging, you know, the same expressions. Like, they serve the same purpose as Pepes, and in some way the Innuendo Studios little avatars do the same thing. The little dream looking things. You take the dream avatar, the dream symbol, and you put like Milo's hair on it, and some sunglasses, and a book called Dangerous F something. I can't tell what the rest of that book title is, but right. And then you got Milo Yiannopoulos, right? You put you put a bad toupee on it, color the face kind of orange, and you got Donald Trump. Like, it's really easy. You can make all kinds of different, you put a balaclava on it, and now you've got the, you're anti-racist, right? It's just a little symbol. It's just a little symbol. Small Pepes are called Peepos. Peepos, yeah, I feel like I'm the Twitch emote lore master. Well, yeah, the Peepos are kind of cute, and I don't really hate Pepe, okay? I don't really hate Pepe. It's one of those things that's like a song it's like Imagine Dragons, right? Imagine Dragons is a perfect example. I don't think they're a bad band. I don't hate Imagine Dragons, but if I have to hear Radioactive one more time, you know, bad things might happen, right? So that's how I view Pepe. But anyway, yeah, this is kind of similar to Vaush's little, you know, the way that these are going to get used, these little avatars in this video. It's really kind of similar to the way that Vaush uses his MS Paint thing to try to graphically, visually demonstrate something that might be harder to demonstrate verbally, right? So, you know, and we're on YouTube here. This is a visual medium. Sometimes I forget it because I'm always streaming and I feel like I'm doing a podcast 24/7, but it is a visual medium. And so, yeah, it's frustrating that the clarity that I feel like was provided by Innuendo Studios is not appreciated by somebody that uses a very similar technique in his stream. It's definitely not a cult, that's for sure, that's for sure. All right, so yeah, we got Vosh. I am gonna go into detail about what's going on with Jesse Singal. Jesse Singal, right? So if you don't know who he is definitely not transphobic. In the same way that Vaush's community is definitely not a cult. Which is to say, this is level 1 boomer irony for you J-Reg fans out there, okay? What I'm saying is the opposite of what I mean. Wow, mind's blown, right? With some pretty sophisticated sarcasm there, no comment check. I know, thank you. So yeah, this is Jesse Singal basically has made a career out of sea lioning, bad faithing, straw manning trans people. It's very personal with Jesse Singal towards trans people, but he wants you to know that he loves trans people in his heart of hearts. He just wants what's best for us, which apparently is more medical gatekeeping, right? Because he's always talking about detransitioners. He's always, you know, giving this cautionary tale. Like, that's what he likes to do. Find a detransitioner, tell a cautionary tale. I was pushed into being trans by my doctor and the blah blah blah, and I was put on a conveyor belt, and you know, like, now my life is ruined, right? And never minding that, like, the vast majority of trans people never detransition. The vast majority of detransitioners detransition for reasons other than the ones that Jesse wants to sell you on. It's not because they're not trans, it's because they live in Idaho, they live in Missouri, they live in Tennessee, they live in Florida, right? Their parents are impossible to deal with, and maybe they're living with their parents when they realize that they're trans. And so at some point they realized it would be so much easier if I wasn't trans. Let's just go with that. And they try that, and it doesn't work, right? So, but Jesse Singal wants you to, you know, wants you to have some pity for Ollie London. And so, you know, the net result of what he wants is basically medical gatekeeping to be more strict, to make it harder for trans people to get any sort of, you know, medical care, medical intervention, any kind of gender-affirming care. But don't worry, he's really not transphobic. So anyway, he started up. The other thing about him is he's got thin skin. Like, I've never seen any skin thinner than Jesse Singal's. Any sort of criticism, any sort of disagreement, especially from trans people, is going to provoke threats of lawsuits, abusive emails, calling people's work. And this is a guy that rails about cancel culture. His podcast is called, what is it? Banned and Reported. Yeah, BARP, BARP. What the hell? Who names their podcast BARP? You know, I got a really good name for my podcast. BARP. I'm just gonna call it BARP. Time to watch Vosh tap dance through a minefield. So yeah, so this happened with the Majority Report, and I mean, they've dealt with him. I found a tweet thread going back and forth back from 2022. So they've dealt with him before, right? This time it was just a caller. A caller called in, started talking about their problems with not just Jesse Singal, but people who cast themselves as liberals or as progressives and are like staunchly against trans people at every single turn, right? And Jesse Singal was an example given of that, right? I think that's incredibly good faith, because I don't think that Jesse Singal is a progressive. I think there's more going on with his ideology than that. I think calling him a liberal is making a mistake, right? He's very IDW oriented, right? So, but anyway, this caller's being way too good faith with Jesse Singal, saying I'm sick of liberals like Jesse Singal, and an example was given that somebody wasn't allowed to transition because of their OCD, right? And the caller attributed this to Jesse Singal. It turns out, wrong transphobe, right? You got the wrong transphobe. It was actually Barry Weiss. It was Barry Weiss who wrote the Substack about OCD, but it was on Substack, and it was from somebody really similar, right? Barry Weiss, was a journalist, worked for the New York Times, has like the credentials, the optics, the appearance of maybe being on the left, right? Obviously, still not. But this sent Jesse Singal into a fit of rage. And, he literally Karen'd Emma. He literally wrote into Emma's boss, right? And he's got a history of this. He always does this. And it's so hard to take a dude that's gonna bitch about cancel culture all day and all night, and then he goes and calls somebody's boss. But I mean, like, obviously he wasn't gonna get Emma fired by talking to Sam. And Sam, not only does Sam stand behind Emma, but as you're gonna see, Sam, independently of Emma, comes up with the same opinion, the same analysis, the same take on Jesse Singal as Emma does, right? So anyway, there was a correction made. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't you, it was Barry Weiss. We're very sorry. We're very sorry that the caller on an open phone line, right? Anybody remember that number? They have a number that I should have it committed to memory by now, but right, you literally call them on the phone and you're like, hi, Majority Report, I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener, blah, 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 blah. So the caller got something wrong, and Jesse Singal just felt incensed. And he's been going off ever since. He's been invited to call in and talk to, I think, Sam on Tuesday. And independently of that, I think Emma Vigeland, it looks like now, is going to go on BARP. So we're going to look at that. We're going to see if we can try. There's so many tweets, though. There's so many tweets, right? And I'm telling you, this guy is the ultimate crybaby. Like, I have never seen anything like it. Somebody that is both vicious towards the marginalized group that he's attacking constantly, and whenever he gets called on it, oh, why are you grabbing me? Why are you grabbing me? What are you doing? What? No, why are you grabbing me? Oh my God. What's that whole thing? The whittle, there's a meme for this, right? Are we still talking about Vosh in the chat? Okay, that's fine. You talk about whatever you want. Talk amongst yourself, chat. Talk amongst yourself. I'm just gonna drink some coffee. Wait. But it's not just any coffee, chat. I only drink the very best coffee. Coffee that comes from the dark pit within my soul. That's right, chat. It's time for... Void Coffee. Yo, I should get sponsored. Like, does somebody want to make a brand of coffee called Void Coffee, and then you can sponsor me? Because I'm already doing advertising. I'm already building your brand. Everybody's gonna want to know what is Void Coffee and where can I get it? Coffee that comes? I mean, that's one way to get some creamer, I guess. Coffee is valid. Oh, coffee is so valid. Void Coffee sound effect. Yeah, Majority Report doesn't vet calls at all. That's true. Yeah, they're just, well, I mean, they got hit by, Adam and Sitch for this too, right? In terms of, getting yelled at for what a caller said. Hey everybody that just came back from the ad break, I'm supposed to let you know, ahead of the ad break, that's right, ahead of the ad break, I can actually find that, sound effect if I'm going to use it, otherwise it won't be recognizable. Ahead of the ad break, I'm supposed to let you know that if you don't want to see those ads anymore, you can get rid of them by buying a sub from Twitch, by using an Amazon Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free sub and you can use it. If you use it on me, you will no longer see ads. You could also possibly get out of it if you are lucky enough to be gifted a sub, but that's more likely to happen if you're active in chat. Yeah, and I'll try to get on that and let you know next time before the ad break that that's coming up. So yeah, we got Jesse Singal. We gotta do some. There's like a lot of little minutia, like not minutia, but like little bitty stories, little bitty clips that we gotta watch too. Don't let me forget that. Tucker interviewed Viktor Orban, right? He did a dictator the week before, right? And so, or wannabe dictator, right? And so now he thought he'd do he'd do Orban, and he's gonna get Putin if he can. He's gonna be having a little conversation with Vladimir Putin. He was surprised though that the last time that he talked to the Putin regime, to Putin and Putin's people, that he got contacted by the NSA, and he was like, "Oh, are they getting into my signal?" And it's like, Tucker, they're not. You talk to the Kremlin, right? That's how they knew. But yeah, he wants to talk to Vladimir Putin, have a nice little cozy conversation, sit down and have a nice cup of void coffee with Vladimir, and Vladimir, not to be confused with Volodymyr. In Ukraine, we got Vladimir and we got Volodymyr, and ne'er the twain shall meet, I guess, until maybe we have some negotiations and put the Ukraine conflict in the past. But I don't know. I can't tell you when or if that will actually happen. But yeah, Tucker's been on a tear, basically. Tucker's also talking about Obama's gay lover. Like this is a totally real story about Obama's gay lover who we know is his gay lover because he says that he is. And there's a lot of clips of Tucker. There's a clip of Tim Pool talking about how maybe women don't need the right to vote, right? We've had Vivek Ramaswamy say that if you're a Zoomer, maybe you shouldn't be voting. Now Tucker's gonna say, I don't know, what about the femoids? Not Tucker, Tim Pool, let me get my chud straight. And then there's something with Crowder, right? Masks? Something about masks. Oh, Brett Cooper, I forgot. Yeah, Brett Cooper. Yo, you see how I do the ad read, right? That was a rough segment, but not as rough as the top of the hour ad break, which is coming. I'm serving to you every top of the hour. If you no longer want to be served with those ads, you can get out of the ads with blah 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 gift sub, blah blah blah, buying a sub yourself, or blah 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 Amazon Twitch Prime, right? So Brett Cooper has a sponsor, and it's pretty telling, right? So do we know about Brett Cooper, right? Brett Cooper is a Daily Wire host whose shtick is that she's not streaming to you from a studio. She's actually streaming to you from a studio that's made to look like a bedroom. But it's not. There's like cuts. Look at the camera, right? It's a studio. You've got a full studio, right? It's not her bedroom. She doesn't invite the camera crew into her bedroom. It's a studio, right? And the idea is that the younger generation, they're not gonna like the Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Jeremy Boring sort of presentation of the Daily Wire, but they will like a streamer, and we can fake a streamer. And there's Brett Cooper. But yeah, Brett Cooper did a really funny ad read, did a really funny pivot from talking about one thing to selling beef, selling massive amounts of beef. And it doesn't seem like it's really targeted. Like it doesn't seem like they've got the Zoomer demographic that they were going for, right? Because they're selling beef, they're selling like prepper stuff. You know, it's kind of a sign. Wait, what tankies? I never know. Like half the time somebody says the tankies are doing this or the tankies are doing that, and I look at who it is, and it's like Haas, and I'm like, oh my god, do you not know? Do we have to spell it out? That this guy's not a tanky? You can't blame everything on tankies, right? Yeah, like Haas or Caleb or some other person that they like incorrectly identify as a tanky, when you know you're talking about a reactionary. You're not talking about a communist. You're talking about a grifter. You're talking about a third positionist. You're talking about a Duganite when we're talking about Haas. But yeah. Missed the point again. We should get in. We should dive in. Jump in. Are you ready? You're waiting for valid criticism? Well, that is because Xvidea, I've been edging you for long enough. Let's see what Vosh has to say about our friend of the VOD, Ian Danskin of Innuendo Studios.
Over conservatives did take I do not think leftism can survive in this world if it is defended.
Okay, Vosh, if you end up watching this, right? And yes, Vosh is aware of me, unfortunately. If you end up watching this, okay, suggestion, your little loading screen here, this is more to Vosh's editor, right? You could make this like a Mob Psycho 100 thing, right? Where your mob, I know you like anime. I figure you would like Mob Psycho 100. You know, reach that 100 level. Get up to 100 and use your psychic powers.
Predominantly by its loudest advocates right now. Because its loudest...
I don't know, it's less annoying than Chud Logic's intro.
Advocates in America are psychotic idiot children. So yeah, I do find myself agreeing with liberals on a lot of stuff. Not, mind you, because I don't have...
This is important. Sorry.
I do not think leftism can survive in this world if it is defended predominantly by its loudest advocates right now.
By leftists, yeah. Yeah, I feel like leftism would do better if it had, like, liberal caretakers instead.
Because its loudest advocates in America are psychotic idiot children. So yeah, I do find myself agreeing with liberals on a lot of stuff. Not, mind you, because...
That's super surprising, too.
Because I don't have better ideas than them. I do, and I've argued for them. But because the other ideas that are being thrown their way are so bad that I can't risk the left being pulled down with them. I want you guys to have a better understanding of liberals so you can better critique them.
Yo, that's kind of how I feel about Vosh. Like, let's roll that back. Oh my god, I can't, because it's too long of a video, and I can't find the... Wait, what do I do this, like, up thing? And then search with more specificity, maybe? Oh my god, I messed it up.
Make arguments like, how are Democrats better than Republicans on trans issues when Florida is passing anti-trans?
I haven't heard that one. Right? I don't know where that comes from. I mean, if there was, like, people in the legislature voting for the Republican bill or something, but I literally, you know, I'm a little bit more plugged into the left. The actual left, not the reactionary left, the intersectional left, than Vosh is, and I haven't heard this take, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
Bills. That is a real take that I have seen tens of thousands of people like, and hundreds of thousands of people see and have burned...
Yo, it would be great if you'd bring up the tweet that you're talking... It sounds like you're talking about a tweet.
...into their minds.
If anybody can find that tweet for me, I would be much appreciative. So, yeah, wait, no, I still missed it. God damn it.
They are so bad that I can't risk the left being pulled down with them.
Right, okay, so that's what he said. Some of their other takes are so bad that I can't risk the left being pulled down with them, right? That's how I feel about this guy, right? Does he say trans rights? Yeah, he says trans rights, and good on you, Vosh. I'm glad that you say trans rights. You know, I'm glad that you're on the right side of a lot of issues, but the thing is, the issues that you're wrong about, I can't afford to have the rest of the left pulled down with you. So, touche.
I want you guys to have a better understanding of liberals so you can better critique them. I don't want you to be complacent like the liberal. I want you to know what you're up against. Because otherwise you run the risk of being one of those internet lefties who will unironically make arguments like, how...
Okay, so, look, I don't know what he's talking about with the, you know, how are the Democrats different than Republicans on trans rights? The Democrats aren't universally good, and when you see TYT attacking trans people or throwing trans people under the bus on certain issues like you know, sports, right? That does actually represent, you know, not just part of the Democratic base, but Democratic politicians as well. But yeah, generally they're better. Like I can say it with my chest. Like, yeah, generally Democrats or liberals are going to be better for you on trans rights than Republicans. That's a pretty easy thing to say. So liberals are not the same as Republicans, though. Here's the deal, though. Okay. Liberals are not the same as Republicans. I think that Innuendo Studios agrees with that. In fact, last time I checked, Innuendo Studios, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but does not call himself a leftist, right? And the obvious conclusion, Dat Katie, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. You've activated my stand, as you can see, right? So it's on now. We were just talking about the title of this Vosh video. Liberals are not the same as Republicans. Okay, so true. Yeah, liberals are not the same as Republicans. That's true. But they are conservatives. Okay? I hope I don't have to go over this too many times, but it's pretty simple. Liberalism is a strain of conservatism. What is conservatism? Something that conserves. And what does it conserve? Hierarchy, privilege, stuff like that, right? And liberalism is another technique for the capitalist class to conserve their hierarchy, to conserve their dominance, to conserve their preferred mode of production, right? And it's a different strategy than conservatism in that generally liberalism seeks to make the material conditions better for the working class to a point, right? And what's that point? Where they start to lose leverage, right? So you know, making it easier to eat, you know, some social programs, things like that, liberalism will embrace. But anything that actually changes the ratio, the power differential between, you know, the capitalist class and the workers generally is disfavored by liberalism. So understand that liberalism, being a type of conservatism, is not a philosophy for you and me, unless there's any Oilers out there in chat, unless there's any you know, super rich people in it, in which case, why are you not giving gift subs, right? You know, make it rain. But it's you know, it's a philosophy for the capitalist class, right? So that's, you know, first and foremost. So yeah, are liberals the same as Republicans? No. And I don't think Innuendo Studios think so either. As far as I know, Innuendo Studios is a liberal, right? So it wouldn't make any sense for Innuendo Studios to be like, yeah, I'm a Republican. I'm a Republican over here. I saw this by Vosh. Honestly, does this guy even use leftist analysis anymore? Maybe.
Are Democrats better than...
How is liberalism? Did I just blow your mind, Xvidea? How is it the same as conservatism? I just told you. It conserves hierarchy, it conserves power, it conserves, like, right? So the difference, right, is that a philosophy or a political ideology can make your life a little bit easier than another political ideology, like hardcore conservatism, like, or reactionary ideology, right? It can throw you some crumbs, but seek to do that in a way to make sure to assuage you, to make sure that you're like, oh yeah, you know, everything's okay as your house is, you know, burning around you, but everything kind of seems okay because you've got enough food, you've got enough of this, you've got enough of that, like things are marginally okay. You're less likely to want to overthrow that system because that's messy and that's dangerous and that's uncertain, right? So yeah, that's what we're talking about here, right? I know you don't learn this stuff in Vosh's chat. You're gonna learn it here today, though.
Republicans on trans
See, I got the
issues
teacher glasses.
when Florida is passing anti-trans bills. That is a real take that I have seen tens of thousands of people like and hundreds of thousands of people see and have burned into their minds.
Say, for the sake of argument, there's this.
So I love this video. By the way, if you haven't watched my version of this yet, make sure to do that after the stream. Not right now. Okay, don't click away, but
Call him a provocateur? A conservative who
there's our dude.
makes his living off being a public figure, saying scandalously evil things in public.
Now, I will point out one thing, right? This is a video that is an Innuendo Studios video, but it came after a lot of the main content of Innuendo Studios. By the way, everybody, if you haven't given Dat Katie's channel a look, you might want to go over there and do that. Can we get a shout out, mods, for Dat Katie? Thank you for the raid, by the way, and good to have you and your community with us this morning. Wait, what was that? I just got distracted, didn't I?
Because controversy equals.
Oh yeah, go watch my video. I did a react to this video, and it's one of my favorite videos. And unlike a lot of other of my favorite videos, like it tends to be that the videos that I really like, that I think are really good, don't do well in the algorithm because they're too much vegetables and not enough Velveeta. But this one actually, people appreciated it. So, and I appreciate you for checking it out after the stream.
Attention, and attention equals brand recognition.
This is Milo Yiannopoulos. He doesn't directly name people. That's Milo.
He gets his writing gigs and interviews and guest spots, sometimes because people agree with the awful things he says. More often it's because he gets views. His economy runs on engagement, and hate clicks are still clicks. One revenue stream is speaking engagements.
Okay, so can you see, like, here's, okay, so my thought on why Vosh is doing this, right, is that, your canal, yeah, that's right. My thought on why Vosh is doing this is because he's just, like, on some level, he can't take people not liking him. He can't take people not appreciating him, right? And Innuendo Studios has made it clear that, you know, not a fan of Vosh, right? Hasn't done a lot to call out Vosh or anything like that, but a lot of people will apply these videos. They'll look in the alt-right playbook and they'll be like, that seems familiar. Where did I see that? Oh yeah, Vosh does that. Vosh does that. Vosh does that. I don't think this would be controversial with Vosh. Like, I think if I had a conversation with him, he'd probably say something like, yeah, it's incumbent upon us to utilize, yes, he speaks in, you know, that kind of language. He wants to let you know that he's got a vocabulary, a calendar, that he's learning his word of the day, right? It's incumbent upon us to utilize the tools and tactics of the right against the right. And like, look, I'm not completely against that. But generally when you do, you want to transform it, you want to turn it around, right? If you're just using the same thing, if you're just like, yeah, Ben Shapiro calls people woke skulls, seems to work pretty well, I'll call them woke skulls. Yeah, Trumpies call people that don't like Trump, say that they have Trump derangement syndrome, I'll say that there's Vosh derangement syndrome. Like, there's no change, there's no transformation, and that's the part of the equation that Vosh is missing.
College campus circuit. Fans at, let's say,
too wordy today.
UC Emeryville invite him as a guest lecturer. But UCE is broadly a progressive campus, which means his presence there would likely provoke.
But yeah, what I was trying to get to is that it feels like a leftover. It feels like a project that maybe Innuendo Studios was working on back in 2016 that just never got finished. And then after the pandemic, or not after, because we're still dealing with it. Have you got your N95s chat? I don't know. It's supposedly getting worse now. I get the rates are climbing again. But anyway, prior to 2016, it seems like a video that maybe he worked on, and then in 2022, I think it was, finished up and put it out. So yeah, it's
a lot of outrage. Maybe
it does feel like it's speaking to like a long time ago.
You guys remember this? The era of the culture war being centered around people battling over guest speaking spots at universities was by far my least favorite. I despised this entire process.
Protest.
So Vosh is letting you know that he's completely on the side of just like, let them do their thing, right? Don't protest, don't deplatform, none of that stuff, because that's just giving them attention. And actually, Innuendo Studios is somewhat on the same page, but there's a little bit more nuance. with what Innuendo Studios is saying.
And a protest.
Like it's a dialectic, right? It's got there's two parts of it, right? You know, protesting, right-wing provocateurs can grant them more, you know, more prominence in the media, but right, and then we're gonna have the second half of that.
Would be pretty flippin' sweet. Protest means local news coverage, maybe more than local. Hell, the conservative media machine loves taking stories like this and blowing them up to national importance.
Okay, so that part is acknowledged.
If he plays his cards right, he could get his words in front of millions of people instead of just the student body of UC Emeryville. Of course, he's gonna take that gig.
This is the reason why, for the most part during that era, I was opposed to people showing up to protest. And I still get emails from time to time, people saying like, hey, like, this hateful speaker is going to be at our campus. Should we protest them? And my answer generally is, I really don't think so, because they're almost always going to benefit from it. I think that ignoring it is better in almost all cases, because they're doing it for attention. But well, this video goes into it. Hold on.
But the progressive students at UCE are wise to his tricks. They've seen him pull this stunt at other UCs, Stockton, Bakersfield, Vacaville. So they make the decision.
Okay, so you get the idea that he's not talking about the original reaction of student bodies and of anti-fascist organizers, etc., etc. He's not talking about the initial reaction was just like, you know, we're going to protest, we're going to deplatform. You know, they've got this idea of like, yeah, you know, we've got speakers on the campus. Bring in your speaker. Then the Campus Republican Club, which should be called the Campus Alt-Right Club, says, hey, how about we bring in Milo Yiannopoulos? How about we bring in Gavin McInnes? Or like, you know, I don't know if they brought in Gavin, but like, you know, some figure that's just like beyond the pale, right? And you know, we got the paradox of tolerance, right? Are you going to tolerate somebody whose take is that you should not be tolerated in society? Are you going to tolerate that? Is that like how far does your tolerance stretch, right?
We're not gonna.
And I mean, that's part of the difference between a liberal and a leftist, right? Is a liberal will value the principle of free speech above the practicalities of what that free speech can do. Let me do that Irene thing that I always do. Oh no. There's so much that we need to watch today, chat. Okay, we'll take this one. We'll hijack this tab. No, but we cannot listen to that music. No. Copyrighted music, possibly. So what we're looking for is don't be a sucker, right? And like Vosh, if you're looking for something to react to, why don't you react to this? Maybe you have already. Wow, C-SPAN put this up on their channel.
I happen to know the facts. Now, friends, I'm just an average American. But I'm an American, and some of the things I see in this country of ours make my blood boil.
Okay, so this is just a gentleman exercising his right to free speech, standing up on a soapbox, telling you about what grinds his gears. Go on.
I see people with foreign money. I see Negroes.
Okay, and he's gonna say a bunch of slurs, which we're gonna skip right through. Right, because that's not the point to listen to his slurs, but...
The truth about the Catholic Church.
Do you believe in that kind of talk? That all makes pretty good sense to me.
He's with it. He's with it, right? So far, all the groups that this guy's talked about, right? And he, you know, talks about black people, he talks about Jewish people, etc., right? But so, you know, the Catholic Church, okay, not Catholic, you know, cool with that too. Yeah.
And I tell you, friends, we'll never be able to call this country our own until it's a country without.
Okay, now he's gonna say the slurs again. Yeah.
Without Negroes.
Oh my God! I told you.
Alien force.
I just want to see the part that gets this dude to change his mind. The guy, so there's two people, the, you know, guy on the right and the guy on the left.
Without Catholics, without Freemasons.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, can we get a zoom in on that? Oh my god, we can't because I don't have the right. See, it's a little bit different of a look from this guy now that he said Freemasons.
What's wrong with the Masons? I'm a Mason. Hey, that fella's talking about me.
And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
These are your enemies. These are the people who are trying to take over our country. Now you know them. You know what they stand for. And it's up to you and me to fight them. Fight them and destroy them before they destroy us. Thank you.
Before he said Masons, you were ready to agree with him.
Well, yes, but he was talking about... What about those other people?
But in this country, we have no other people. We are American people also.
What about you? You aren't American, are you?
I was born in Hungary, but now I am an American citizen. And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin.
What were you doing there?
I was a professor at the university. I heard the same words we have heard today.
Yo, at the university! I didn't realize how on point this was.
But I was a fool then. I thought Nazis were crazy people, stupid fanatics. But unfortunately...
Yeah, just ignore them and they'll go away. The battlefield of ideas, right?
It was not so.
Just don't give them the attention.
Before, but I never...
Oh my god.
The truth about our own alien foreigners. People who are trying to... Thank you.
What about those other people?
And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. University. I heard the same words we have heard today. But I was a fool then. I thought Nazis were crazy people, stupid fanatics. But unfortunately...
Okay, so this is a shortened version, but luckily it's a version without symbols that would get me in trouble with YouTube. But yeah, like that's the paradox of tolerance, right? And it's not an easy question to answer. It's not a simple question to answer, but it is something that we have to take into consideration and think about seriously rather than just, you know, knee-jerk reacting on like, yes, like free speech is more important, or I mean, and this in particular, this question is huge. So yeah, Innuendo Studios is trying to give us like a nuanced look at this, right? Vosh seems to be trying to collapse that nuance behind a reductive take on this issue.
Protest. We're just gonna let him speak. Let the boy stamp his feet, and in a month, no one will even remember he was here.
So yeah, first idea, deplatform, denounce, protest, shut it down, right? And in some cases that works. In some cases that actually gives the provocateur more attention, gives them exactly what they want, makes them a hero to the right, and you know, feeds into a narrative which I am convinced was created in a think tank, right? I am convinced that this narrative of there's no freedom on college campus, you know, they say that they like diversity of opinion and freedom and free speech, but you know, they'll shut you down if you go against the liberal orthodoxy, etc., right?
As the date approaches and the provocateur sees he's not getting the response he wants, he starts hinting things on social media, trying to bait a reaction.
Did it again.
Psst. Psst. Hey, I'm gonna make jokes about the Holocaust. I'm gonna say Americans treated their slaves well. Nothing. So he ups the ante, makes it personal. I'm gonna put up pre-transition photos of your trans students. I'm gonna out the queer students I've seen on Grindr. I'm gonna name which of your students I think are illegal immigrants.
The one thing I wonder about this video by Innuendo Studios is like how do you find the stock, even if I'm assuming these aren't like pictures of real people that got like outed, that got, you know, attacked, right? So like, are they stock images? And if so, yeah, like I don't know.
Body's like, bro, do your worst. Nobody's falling for it, until one student's like,
right off the bat, this characterization is inaccurate. White college liberals are incapable of not taking the bait. I have never...
Vosh, you're talking about a giant group of students, right? You're a giant group of people, right? And including some people that have given a lot more thought to these issues than obviously you have.
Never in my life seen a time where a provocateur would do stuff like this and the college liberals would go, yeah, we're not falling for it. That's what I
Okay, you were going to university for what? Cop sociology? I don't know. I don't know, Vosh. Maybe that's your problem.
I say they should do, but they never did it, which always
maybe a smaller school as well. I don't know.
pissed me off. They would take.
But no, these conversations did happen, right? You did have, you know, a variety of reactions, a variety of tactics, and in general, when we talk about how the left, the actual left, not, you know, not liberals and K-hivers and you know, Hillbots and people, but the actual left, there is generally accepted a generally accepted idea called diversity of tactics.
Debate every single time.
Hold up. He's gonna dox immigrants.
Also, I don't know.
In front of his
I haven't seen it, so it's not real.
Audience of white nationalist gun nuts.
Oh, crap,
and we're just gonna let him?
Up, are you?
You know some of his fans were in Charlottesville, right? What we're seeing here is a game of chicken between one group of white conservative reactionaries and one group of, let's be honest, mostly white liberals, for whom the stakes are who gets paid attention.
Okay, mostly white liberals.
To.
No, so all right, like the IQ of this is plummeting rapidly, but we'll get to there are so many things wrong right off the bat, but we'll get to it.
The provocateur doesn't have the ammunition nor the optics to attack privileged liberals directly, so he pokes and prods at various social minorities whom privileged liberals are supposed to care about until he gets a reaction. Going after people of color is a pure Xanatos gambit for his fans. Either they get a protest and a national audience hears their reactionary rhetoric, or there's no protest and they get to f with some immigrants. And because white liberals are largely ignorant to the threat posed to those immigrants, white liberals are not great at
I mean, there is some necessary reduction that goes on in this, because, right, the people that are planning the response, I mean, to the provocateurs, you know, attempted, you know, and what these represent, if you've ever been around one of these, it's not just Milo comes to your campus and gives a speech and the campus Republicans show up and you know, it's not that, right? It is Milo shows up, the Proud Boys show up, it's a mess, right? And you know, with these threats of doxing, right? With these threats of attacking students on the campus, right? This is
assessing the full scope of the danger. Often enough, this remains to them an argument about ideas and principles.
No. Oh my God, there are so many things wrong with this right off the bat. So, first of all, loudly protesting and showing up to a provocateur's college appearance empirically increases the danger to everyone involved. Obviously. If it was just Milo Yiannopoulos at a college speaking to an audience...
Okay, so you can see what's happened, right, is that there's this tactic used by the right, and there's been a variety of counter tactics employed by leftists, by anti-fascists, and by maybe liberal student groups as well, in terms of how to deal with it. Vosh has got his brain stuck in the initial response, which was, you know, universally protest, deplatform, right? You know, Innuendo Studios has already introduced the idea that this is the second iteration, right? They've seen this happen before. They know how this works, and so in their minds, they're like, we're gonna not give this any attention, right? We're gonna not give this any attention, right? So that's their tactic, right? That gets rid of any sort of social media or news splash of attention that might have been given to Milo, that might raise the profile of some of these provocateurs if they're not as well known, right? They've seen that happen, and so second iteration, all right, let's try ignoring it. See how that goes, right?
Of his own fans without much engagement from others. The danger, the likelihood of people following through on what he said are remarkably low. Whereas the enormous amount of tension and fear baiting that he would get from broader social media and conservative media, if they do show up in protest, would increase the danger to immigrants and to Jewish people.
Also, I talked about diversity of tactics earlier, and I talked about it as a strategically useful principle, right? To basically not get in other people's way. People are going to have different tactics, different strategies, different ideas about how to deal with this, right? And you know, the big thing is that you don't have people that are like uncomfortable maybe with certain tactics, like snitching out the people that are, right? This is, you know, diversity of tactics. But I'm gonna now talk about it as a pragmatic approach to reality. These are not individual people. These are groups of people. These are various groups of people, right? And you're never gonna have any sort of unified, singular, monolithic response. That's never going to happen because, like I said, it's a bunch of different people and they don't all agree. If you decide we're going to pack the hall, we're going to protest, we're going to deplatform this motherfucker, we're going to shut it down, we're going to make it so the college has to shut it down, right? We're you know, right? Then some people aren't going to agree with you and they're not going to, you know, show up for that, right? If you say we are going to ignore it, then there's going to be some people who don't agree with you there, right? So you got to stop thinking of this as like a singular, like you know, authoritarian response. There's no big leader that's deciding like this is everybody's tactic now, everybody get online, right? This is a whole bunch of different people, you know. And for a guy that calls himself a libertarian socialist, right, it's kind of weird that he doesn't get that. I find that strange, right? This is really basic to any sort of anarchist principles.
Like Milo Yiannopoulos showing up to a college campus and just saying, you know, I'm going to dock some immigrants on its own has, let's be real here, very little material threat to those
with no skin in the game. That's great. Unless you're on the doxing list, I guess it's fine, right? Yo, like it's a voice of privilege right here.
Immigrants, because it's not really something that can be followed through on without the overwhelming weight of you know, a conservative movement behind it, of a significant amount of attention. In fact,
no, all it takes is your name showing up on libs of TikTok. Right? Or like, I mean, a 1,000 different places.
Anything bad happened to an immigrant following Milo Yiannopoulos' threats without there having been a big provocative protest, that would actually be a pretty massive optical loss for the right, because it would basically mean that despite all of his provocation,
in a weird way, Vosh is he is demonstrating the truth of Innuendo Studios analysis here.
You guys realize the whole point of a provocateur is to provoke. If you're doing the provocateur bit and you fail to provoke somebody...
Okay, so Vosh, that is a nice second iteration viewpoint, right? To a very complicated issue, which has had many iterations. I'm glad you're at least on step 2, but still, you know, can you catch up with us?
Then you run up and punch them anyway. You've kind of lost the game.
Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know. It seemed like it. Look, I'm not. I would never encourage anybody to do violence. That would be a silly thing for me to do, right? But I'm gonna laugh every time I see Richard Spencer eat a eat a fist.
Haven't you? Whereas if you try to provoke somebody and you get them involved and then you fight or you punch them, well, you've succeeded. That's the point. So I don't like the...
Yo, it's almost like he's employed similar tactics in his conflicts with other leftists.
Assumption from Innuendo Studios that you're making queer communities or immigrant communities or Jewish communities safer by taking the bait. You're not protecting them. Showing up to a protest doesn't protect them. It's not as though violence against immigrants or queer people...
If the threat is, I'm going to come in front of an audience, I'm going to come in front of the campus Republicans, and I'm going to post pre-transition pictures of people that are on that campus, right? I'm going to dead name them, I'm going to misgender them, and like, right, or I'm going to, you know, dox students that I think are that I think don't have, you know, that I think their citizenship status is iffy, right? That's this is that's the damage right there, right? So yeah, you know, there can be a benefit to shutting it down, but again, I don't think it's like I don't think there's a universal answer for this. That's what Innuendo Studios is trying to, you know, get at here, right?
Jewish people was going to be done at that protest, right? Like, It's not as though the protest, it's not as though Milo Yiannopoulos speaking at a college campus, it was going to be like to a group of 500 death soldiers, and they're all going to spread out in a wave, and you have to be there to contain them, or they'll get a...
Can you not figure out that something that Milo says on a college campus is going to be filmed? That film is going to go on Libs of TikTok. That film is going to go on whatever, you know, Andy No. All these vectors that will reach the people that you're worried about doing something about that, right?
The immigrants.
I get what he's saying. Like, doxing by itself is not the harm, right? If somebody gets doxed and nobody pays attention and nobody does anything with that, I mean, you could say, I mean, it's scary, but it's not as threatening. But thinking that that's not going to be transmitted through multiple vectors to various like right-wing brown shirt thugs is ridiculous.
Doxed or anything like
almost
that.
As ridiculous as forgetting to tell you that at the top of the hour, in the middle of the hour, there's an ad break, and if you don't want to be part of that ad break, if you want to keep watching, the way to do that is to buy a sub, is to use your Amazon Prime to get a Twitch Prime sub, or possibly is to just be so active in chat that somebody gives you a gift sub. So
that stuff happens stochastically and in a broader context, and the likelihood of that stochastic terrorism taking place.
No, but like you don't get it, Vosh, right? So there's no far-right extremists on campus, according to this guy. He really does think in stereotypes. College student, far-right extremist, kind of doesn't seem like the same person. Yeah, I mean, like, not every college student is a far-right extremist, but I'm telling you, just look in that campus Republican club, right? You're gonna find them.
Is exacerbated by the attention, you know? The point that I'm getting at is that I don't like the idea that engagement with the provocateur protects people, because it doesn't. Secondly, I really don't like the idea that these white college students who are protesting against Milo Yiannopoulos are liberal, like, you know, like banal liberal, oh, it's about the idea types. No, it's not. The kinds of people...
No, they're not.
Talking about Berkeley right now. The kinds of people who are doing these counter-protest work at Berkeley are not liberals. At the most, at the very least, they are like very politically engaged liberals who have a higher understanding of these issues than your average. They're not like wine moms.
They're a diverse group. No, they're not wine moms. That's the wrong demographic, right? But yeah, there's leftists, there's liberals, there's there's all stripes of people in this group.
A lot of them are leftists,
and I won't even call them a group, because you're like really talking about multiple groups, multiple nodes of people that aren't necessarily super connected, right? The campus Democrats aren't necessarily going to talk to anti-fascists on campus, right?
So many leftists at Berkeley, white or otherwise. I also don't like the idea, and this is a complete straw man, that it's only white people who are making the argument to not take the bait. Like,
he said mostly white people. You know, he's talking about the reality that education is still gatekept. He's talking about the reality that this isn't that this isn't as much as like campuses and colleges do different things in order to achieve some level of diversity in their student bodies. The demographic of the student body isn't reflective of the demographics in the country, right? So yeah, mostly white is not wrong.
Like that, it's just this group.
Vosh is contradicting himself. He said liberals. He first said liberals weren't capable of not taking the bait. He then says liberals wouldn't be the ones at the protest.
Of white people talking over all the queer people, the Jewish people, the racial minorities, and like they're the ones who are putting forward their banal, oh, it's about ideas and principles.
And again, sorry, chat, that I'm not reading everybody's chat today. There's just a lot going on. If you've got something that I really need to pay attention to, or you really want me to address, put it in a super chat and I will make sure to get to it.
This isn't what happened at Berkeley, guys. Berkeley, the place where there were actual like black bloc protesters showing up to
actual black bloc protesters. That sounds pretty extreme.
These college speaking tours.
Vaush, there are actual black protesters probably in your chat. Like, don't act like it's like such
This was not a battle between white reactionaries and white liberals.
some kind of Jabberwocky or something.
With minorities being the ball that they play with.
But you can see, like, you can see what groups he's comfortable with and what groups he's not comfortable with. You can see, like, where his stereotypes are.
That's a radical oversimplification that allows Innuendo Studios to take the moral high ground over people who think not taking the bait is a safer strategy, which it is. Shouldn't we not accept the presented options?
I'm sure he was kidding about it, but this is a guy that, like, when he was reacting to, you know, a confrontation between black protesters and some Proud Boys, he said, "Why do they gotta wear black? Wearing black, it just makes you look like a gay ninja." Right? And first of all, a gay ninja is not intimidating to the right people, and it is intimidating to the wrong people. Why don't they just get some red, white, and blue block? Yeah, a little red, white, and blue. Yeah, just cut up some flags and make
options are protest or let immigrants die. That is a false dichotomy. The idea that protesting makes immigrants safer or that not protesting necessarily means sacrificing the immigrants is ridiculous. That is not the dichotomy. That's not a real dichotomy.
Ignoring it, right? Which is the second iteration. First iteration, you know, total mobilization, protest, shut it down. Second iteration, ignore it, right? That's what Innuendo Studios is talking about, like the, you know, tactics and then the problems with each of the tactics.
That's present here. It's more complicated than that.
To them, they are but words.
That's what he's trying to get to.
Until someone gets hit by a car or shot, and then it's who could have predicted? The provocateur's animating force is...
No? Wait, white liberal college students were arguing who could have predicted violence would have happened at Charlottesville? See, this is a complete straw man. They're painting the anti-engagement white college student, white college student as some kind of like ultra naive liberal who doesn't understand that the right can be violent.
I mean, do you not think, like, look, even a campus like leftist is likely to be somewhat naive. They're college students, right?
Which
not to shit on any college students, being that I was very recently in college myself, but like, right, it's you know, there's going to be some level of naivete, right?
Ridiculous. It's just anti-reality. It's not real.
Of people of color. It's hatred of white liberals, just as white liberals' animating force is less advocacy for people of color than moral victory over conservatives.
Massive straw man. Liberals, being less combative people, are generally less animated by moral victory over their opposition than they are by the feeling that they are being beneficiaries of the vulnerable.
Vosh, have you never seen The West Wing? Right? The fantasy that The West Wing presents, that if you could just get a conservative to say that thing that you always hear them saying, and you come back at them with a speech showing them point by point why they're wrong, right? That kind of smugness is a very liberal thing.
Liberals are way more motivated.
Oh my god, Joe Schmuck, thank you for the follow.
Morally, by the idea
every time you follow, you make these emotes go bubbly, bubbly, and it makes my brain go bubbly too.
That they're promoting their ideology of egalitarianism than they are by beating the right. That's the reason why owning the libs is a catchphrase from the right, but not owning the cons being a catchphrase for liberals. Yeah, I disagree. Most of this disagreement will stem from a mischaracterization of liberal behavior, which I find very frustrating. You have to understand how liberals act in order to better push them towards your desired behaviors. Liberals are really smug, though. Is that true? Conservatives are really smug. I don't remember the last time I actually saw that much smugness from liberals. No, chat. Think for a second. I'm not just talking about, like, the MSNBC wine mom smugness. Go on social media right now and look at behavior from liberals versus conservatives and tell me who looks more smug. Seriously. Haven't we spent the entire time that I've spent on this channel talking about how leftists want to be smug? How they want to be the smarmiest, smuggest person in the death camp?
Yeah, because you seem to kind of hate leftists more than you hate liberals.
They're not concerned with material...
Oh my god! Thank you for the gift sub to Yassiel. Yassiel got saved from the ad break, which is coming up in just a minute, thanks to Vamps.
change. They're concerned with analysis and being smarter than the liberals when they die. Liberal smugness is real, but it's absolutely not the defining characteristic of liberals. That would be complacency. The idea that liberals are ultra super duper smug is, let's be real, a conservative straw man that leftists promote because we want to distinguish ourselves from the liberals. Are there smug liberals? Absolutely. But
Vosh, distinguishing ourselves from the liberals is really only a concern if you're hard to tell apart from the liberals. It's not a problem that I ever have, and it's kind of telling that it is a problem that you deal with, right?
Do you really think that that's like their defining characteristic when compared to conservatives? When liberals are smug, they will say stuff like, well...
Do I believe in capitalism and the free market?
Of course there are bad policy.
I mean, it exists.
Outcomes in Texas. Maybe the people should have voted for someone who wouldn't take away women's rights. When conservatives are smug, Donald Trump threatens to withhold COVID aid from blue states. The level of smugness and partisanship and we're better than you on the conservative side has reached a point where politicians literally are QAnon supporters. They're not just smug anymore. They
look, I mean, if you want to say that right-wingers are just as smug or worse than liberals, I that's not something I disagree with.
Think they deserve to inherit the earth over you. And the liberal what? Patronizes with their wealth? The average conservative voter is wealthier than the average liberal voter. I don't like taking this bait. Oh, these smug coastal elites are being smug towards middle America. Guys, the coastal elites are conservatives. The wealthiest people in Seattle, San Francisco, New York City, Los Angeles, Philadelphia,
now
Chicago.
That's a complicated question.
The executives are
That's a complicated question, right? The coastal elite. So in other words, wealthy people, that live in big cities on the coast, right, are conservative. Like, I could see why you'd say that, and you're not entirely wrong. They tend to be conservative on issues of crime, on issues of zoning. They tend to be NIMBYs, right? They tend to not want like high density housing in where their house is at, because they don't want the poors moving into their neighborhood, right? They tend to want to maintain those barriers that keep the classes separate, and they tend to be pro inflating the real estate market to the point where housing becomes unaffordable, because to them real estate prices are an investment. That's a good thing for them. So yeah, that's conservative, right? But they also tend to be, I don't know, left wing on certain issues, right?
Conservatives.
I shouldn't say left wing. They tend to be progressive on certain issues. Elite is not just the most money.
People who live there, who live in the oppressively high rent prices, in the food deserts, with the policing, those are the...
If Anna was saying the same thing that Vosh is saying right now, Vosh would be roasting her.
Liberals or leftists. This is something that I had to shift on, because I used to believe more in the liberal smugness, and that's not to say it doesn't exist. It certainly does, and you should call it out when you see it. But I don't like the idea that it's the defining characteristic. Here, Innuendo Studios is arguing...
Then quit putting words in his mouth, right? That he literally didn't say that. Am I wrong? Did he literally say that's the defining characteristic of... Yeah, see, that's something that you're extrapolating because you don't like the guy, because the guy has been less than complimentary towards you in the past. Okay, let's keep it real.
Doing the defining characteristic.
And that's why if anybody in chat points out that some of these viewpoints that Innuendo Studios is espousing are similar to things that Vosh has said in the past, right? That's the missing link, right? Is that this isn't really about ideology as much as it is about owning the bread tuber.
The liberal is a desire to achieve moral victory over conservatives, but liberals are complacent and non-combative by definition. That's the whole end of civilization thing, I don't know. All of
my
this...
God, but what I do, Vosh may not know that, but what I do know is that we've got an ad break coming up in about 4 minutes. That's right. In 4 minutes if you don't have a sub by your name on Twitch, you will be served an ad, right? And that ad will last for up to 1.5 minutes, which sounds like not much time, but it's also time that you're going to be missing from the stream. If you do not want to miss this time from the stream, you can buy yourself a sub. It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile. You can use Amazon Prime if you have it to get a Twitch sub and get it for free. Take money out of Bezos's pocket, put it into my pocket, right? And also make that sub goal go higher, which will unlock more content for us. Or if you're lucky enough, you might be gifted a sub. Don't count on it. Don't be entitled about it, right? But if you're active in chat, there's some chance that somebody will see that you don't have a little face by your name, and will take pity on your soul and get you out of that.
Fits into a set of prescriptions that I just don't think map onto patterns of behavior as well as they used to anymore. Maybe, to be clear, by the way, 20 years ago, that would be correct. All of this would be correct 20 years ago. Because 20 years ago, the height of liberal activism was smugly correcting President Bush on his pronunciation of the word nuclear. And moral victory over conservatives did take priority over defense of minorities, predominantly because moral victory was being smarter than conservatives, which liberals are. But that's not the case anymore. Well, they still are smarter than conservatives, but that's not what moral victory means. Every liberal already knows they're smarter than Donald Trump. That's not, like, impressive anymore. They're not trying to prove it, really. They're mostly trying to point out how evil he is.
Bill Maher is the smug lord liberal. Yeah, I agree, Uni.
They usually do that by using minority groups as tokens, but that's a different thing. It's a low bar. I agree. Vosh, the easy...
More of an armchair centrist. Yeah, it's hard to call him... it gets mad at anything progressive. Yeah, it's hard to call him a liberal anymore.
The easiest way to see this is look at how conservatives talk about New York, shithole, racial slurs, etc. versus
he said nuclear. Yeah,
liberals talking about rural America.
Well, the thing about it is that, like, I don't know how much of Bush's like you hear a guy say, that's president of the United States, talk about nuclear, and you realize that this is not a super brain you got sitting up there in the White House, right? And it can make you a little bit uncomfortable, but at the same time, electorally, it endears him to people that naturally shouldn't have anything in common, shouldn't have any reason to vote for a Republican, like, right? People that legitimate, like, Bush went to Yale, okay? Like, I mean, he might have gotten C's in his courses for all I know. He might have gotten passed through because he was a legacy, and he might not be a huge brain, but he's not like, he's doing the same thing that Ronald Reagan did. If you don't know, Ronald Reagan, while he was president, bought a ranch, right? He was an actor, right? But when he became president, he bought a ranch in Texas so he could go down to the ranch during the weekends, and he could like cut up brush and burn it, do like brush fires. He could ride a horse like a cowboy, right? Because that was one of the roles that Ronald Reagan played in movies, and rather than playing the role of an actor, of an elite person, that has a job that a lot of people would be envious of, he'd rather play the role of the character that the actor plays, the cowboy. So to make himself a cowboy, Reagan literally bought a ranch, right, to promote, and the media just ate it up. They just went 100% along with it, and that's what helps them sort of take the edge off of the natural elitism of their policies by saying that we are people of the earth. We're just like you. The way that Trump wears his shitty hat, the way that Bush says nuclear, like, criticizing that. If you ran an ad against Bush with, like, this man cannot possibly be the leader of the free world when he can't pronounce nuclear, it's probably gonna make your side look more elite and give him the veneer of populism.
Should have voted for a politician who wouldn't cut their health.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, no, that's true. The most liberal smugness I see is when people are saying something correct,
there it goes,
but kind of like ignorant or presumptuous. Hey, maybe Texas should have voted blue. Yeah, I agree. Maybe they should have.
Actually, Texas probably will vote blue by 2028. My prediction.
So let's not, it's not quite that simple.
Texas's demographics are changing.
Cool. It's more complicated. Liberals get too much hate from leftists in general, IMO. Well, that's always been my argument, which is that leftists are more obsessed with distinguishing themselves from liberals than they are from
again, Vosh, that sounds like a skill issue.
Combating.
It sounds like a personal problem.
Fascism. Look at how Innuendo Studios has to pretend.
Look, here's the deal. Like, right, if you poo-poo, and he does, black bloc protesters, then yeah, you might need to distinguish yourself from the liberals. But if you support our troops, then it's not such an issue.
Your average Berkeley student protester is some kind of like Clintonite liberal who believes that this is a battle for ideas when trying to protest against Milo Yiannopoulos. What are you smoking? That isn't what happened. I remember what happened. That wasn't what was happening. I mean, you remember the video footage, right? There were black bloc protesters all...
You remember, like, Andy No videos, Vosh.
Over Berkeley. And we are largely talking about...
And also, please, like, don't act like you were there.
Berkeley here, by the way, because that was the epicenter of this particular phenomena of, like, conservative provocateur student, like
again you're talking about a media narrative, right? Yeah, that was the biggest, you know, event that the media concentrated on, right? But it's not the totality of what went on. This went on all across the country. Charlottesville actually applies in a way, in the sense that I don't know how many people remember this, but before the shit show of just, you know, violence and that ended up in the unaliving of Heather Heyer, there was a march with tiki torches that went to a college campus, right? And there were a few brave protesters, you know, showing up to oppose them, and there was violence against them. The media didn't care, right? When people were getting the shit kicked out of them in garages in Charlottesville, people didn't care. Like, I'm thinking in particular, you know, of a black dude that got, you know, but when Heather Heyer got hit by that car, that's when everything changed. There wasn't going to be any real consideration, any real buzz of Charlottesville. Charlottesville was going to be another one of these stories that was like, well, you got the street thugs out there, you got the Proud Boys, but you also got Antifa, and there's bad peoples on both sides, right? The only thing that made that different, and I hate to say it, is like a white girl, you know, tragedy, like, right? I'm not trying to take anything away from that, but you notice that it's like the status, the you know, who the victim was, her identity played a big part in the media finally caring about it, and the fact that, you know, it had such tragic consequences instead of just somebody getting, because people get fucked up like all the freaking time, right? If Portland, right, is a great example. How many people know about the you know, what happened at the brewery with somebody getting her spine broken by Proud Boys, right? A lot of this stuff just does not get media attention. Whereas, and if it does, it's like both sides.
Yeah, these are all like presumptuous white...
Oh my god, thank you for bringing that up. Heather Heyer was a white non-binary person. Thank you.
Liberals. The funny thing is that I would actually argue that the real problem we had with white overrepresentation in this particular scenario was with the leftists, not the liberals. Seriously, there's a reason why if you go to a lot of college campuses, or just like racially diverse groups in general, you'll notice that the idea of Antifa being a bunch of LARPy white boys is a way more common sentiment with Black and Latin liberals than it is with white liberals or any leftists. Innuendo Studios is a dipshit, but to be clear, I think that most of his videos are excellent. This is the one that irked me.
I think that, so yeah, I've heard him say that before, and the general thing is that, like, I appreciate their videos. I enjoy their videos. Why don't they appreciate me? Why don't they appreciate what I'm doing, right? And that could be like a good diversity of tactics argument if it wasn't coming from Vosh, if it wasn't coming from somebody who gets behind our lines and actively attacks us from the flank, right? That's essentially what Vosh is doing, right? So it's
Neither side acknowledges people of color as entities in this fight.
Absolutely delusional. The idea that student protesters don't recognize...
But the other thing about it is, I'm sure that Vosh has been hearing, because, like, I mean, and people have been asking me to make a video. If I ever get a chance to do this, I need to I need to make a video about how the alt-right playbook applies to Vosh. It's just like there's so many ideas in there. There's so many ideas that I have in terms of a video. You know, like I said before, Vosh employs a lot of Trumpian tactics in his social media strategy. Yeah, I mean that kind of folds right into it. It's like so much.
Minorities or marginalized groups, you just literally like anti-true.
Oh, thank you, Morgan the Fae. I'm doing okay now. I'm actually doing okay.
Go to college campuses.
I'm always happy when I make it to stream on time.
Like I promise you, okay? It's like that's so silly. That's so silly to say.
They're viewed as tools for getting white people what they want.
Like literally, trying to force an equivacy between Milo Yiannopoulos and liberal white college students. It's such a desperate reach to try to smear liberals for like no reason.
And their suffering is viewed as an acceptable byproduct.
Yep, that's true. Your average Berkeley student protester and Milo Yiannopoulos both have equal understandings of the acceptability of the suffering of minority groups. Notice here he is presuming...
But Vosh, you're the one that was just accepting that. You're the one that was accepting the suffering of marginalized people as the cost of doing business, right? Because we can't give him the reaction. We can't give him the attention. We have to ignore him, and that's the right tactic. And I'm sure that if we ignore him, there will never be any consequences to people getting doxxed, any consequences to people, you know, getting dead named and outed and, you know, everything else on their own campus, right? With the people, then who do you think is going to show up to the Milo talk, right? Or is it going to be people that are like, oh, okay, well, I now know the dead name and the identity and the fact that this student that I go to class with is trans, but no, I'm not going to do anything with that information. Of course they're going to do something with that information. You've already accepted the pain and suffering of the targets of people like Yiannopoulos as the cost of doing business. Vosh, this video is about you, and that's why you're reacting to it. I think on some level he knows.
That not taking the bait from Milo Yiannopoulos equals more suffering for minorities, when the opposite is demonstrably true.
You've maybe heard the phrase, in the game of patriarchy, women are not the opposing team, they are the ball. Well, in the game of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, minorities are not the opposing team. They are the cars, store windows, and newspaper kiosks that get wrecked when the home team loses. Or when the home team wins. It's the Eagles fan view of oppression.
Yep, it's all the same. Milo Yiannopoulos and neo-Nazis are the same as Berkeley student protesters in that they're just both fully accepting of damage to minority groups as long as they get to play ball in this imaginary world where Berkeley students ignored the protests. Is this guy essentially...
There were so many different responses. Yeah, they ignored the protest. Yeah, they showed up and shut it down, right? The Berkeley students are not monolithic. They're not monolithic ideologically, and they weren't monolithic in terms of their tactics. You had a lot, and also over time, right? Like I said before, there was like the first iteration response, and then there's the second iteration response. What Innuendo Studios is talking about in this video is the second iteration response, by which I mean the first time we tried shutting them down, but that actually got them more attention. Andy No showed up, you know, they used this, right? They used this to make a bigger name for themselves. They used this to blow up the situation. They used this to promote the narrative that there's no such thing as free speech on college campuses, right? That's the second iteration is, okay, we saw that had bad consequences to it, so this time we're gonna try not responding. We're just gonna ignore it, right? And the video is about what's wrong with that response. Like I said, it's not a simple problem, and there's not a simple answer. Oh my god, Zira, thank you for the gift sub to Joni. Joni, you just got out of the ad break.
Interest, I don't
Thanks
get it.
to
Yeah,
Zara.
you'd think so, but no, believe it or not, he's a leftist. Keep in mind, we're still operating in this, like, we're operating in this universe right now where students avoid taking...
Reminds me of when he so vigorously defended being a landlord. Was on some vegan philosophy. Oh yeah, perspective philosophy, right? That's who you're talking about. I forget the name. Yeah, would not conceive that there was any moral issue with renting residential property. You know, it's funny. Like I'm a vegan, but I'm so like, yeah, I don't usually talk about it either. I'm so alienated from a lot of a lot of vegans in the in the space. Like, right, I don't know about perspective philosophy. I feel like there was something that I disagreed with them about, but
In the bait from Milo Yiannopoulos.
And make no mistake, weaponizing or disregarding students of color is still racism. But it's racism of a kind most white people have trouble recognizing, or...
First of all, weaponizing a marginalized group in a shared struggle is absolutely not racism at all. Like, if you have a multiracial coalition and both groups are working together to use their respective social positions and arguments to advantage themselves in the pursuit of a shared agenda, that's not racism. That's strategy.
no, it's racism if you take them as the cost of doing business. It's racism if you treat them like a political football, right? That's the point that Innuendo Studios is trying to make here.
Also,
And again, chat, I'm gonna try to read as much of your chat as I can, but I'm also making a segment. This is gonna be a video, so I'm trying to keep it concise as well. If there's something you really want me to get to, make sure to put it in a super chat or highlight it.
again, like, none of this is real. Why does it feel like he's just talking for students of color? Because ironically, even though he accuses liberals of being primarily motivated by wanting the moral high ground, that's exactly
Talking for student, this is something that you're gonna see with Vosh all the time. Caring about, being concerned with, like, looking at things from the perspective of marginalized groups is seen as talking, as speaking for them, right? And there's a difference between, like, speaking over somebody, speaking for somebody, versus, like, advocating for somebody that's being forgotten. And the whole point of this video, the cost of doing business, is that in this whole second iteration response to the campus, whatever you want to call it, the attacks on campuses by right-wing provocateurs, is that the problem with this is that marginalized groups are being forgotten, are being ignored, are being kind of used, right? Like, that's just the cost of doing business, right? If this happens, it'll, like Vosh said before, if this happens, it'll be bad optics for the right. So then you're kind of cheering for people to get fucked up, right? That's not support. That's not
exactly what he's doing. He has to rewrite history to make it seem as though the era of conservative provocateurs in college campuses.
We're not rewriting history, Vosh. We're trying to look at history in its totality. If you want to, in a lot of ways, what he's trying to do is more of a rewrite by collapsing it all down into the first iteration response, when it's actually a bunch of different responses from a bunch of different people, and kind of a question looking back on this of, like, what can we learn from this? Where did we fall down on this? What mistakes did we make, right? It seems like, Vosh doesn't want to learn from this, or the only thing that he's learned is basically, to embrace the paradox of tolerance.
Was a phenomena of white liberals saying, yeah, don't take the bait, guys, while marginalized people in the community are like, whoa, wait, I think we should take the bait, actually. I think we should go and protest, which is just not...
You're oversimplifying it.
What happened.
To speak with a sharper edge, that white people often refuse to acknowledge? From the white provocateur who does not hate minorities directly, but is willing to utilize the hate.
Milo Yiannopoulos hates minorities directly, and to suggest otherwise is unironically racist. I know that in the desperate effort...
Vosh, the truth of the matter is it doesn't matter what's in Milo Yiannopoulos' dark little heart, okay? Whether he legitimately hates the groups that he attacks, or whether he just finds them convenient for his propaganda. It doesn't matter. The effect is the same. The way that fascism operates, it doesn't matter whether the person using fascist rhetoric truly hates the group that they're going after or not. Every group that they can pick apart, that they can isolate, that they can demonize, right, is another piece of the puzzle for them being able to divide up all the groups, right? They'll start off talking about, like, trans people. They'll start off talking about the most marginalized group. They'll start off talking about immigrants, right? A group for which there's already a lot of hatred, but their goal is to eliminate those people and then go for the next group, right? Classic Vaush move. Shh, minorities, I'm speaking for you. I can advocate. Oh yeah, that's a weird thing for him to, chide somebody else for speaking for marginalized groups when he does it all the time. Like literally, wants to supplant our voices in our own liberatory struggles.
To equate white liberals and Milo Yiannopoulos. We have to water him down and worsen the white liberal. But I promise you, he hates he hates liberals. Yeah, he hates minorities directly. He's a
What Innuendo Studios is saying is not that Milo Yiannopoulos is free from racism. What Innuendo Studios is saying is that the racism that Yiannopoulos is employing is a means to an end, rather than being an end in itself. Yeah, you're missing the point.
Nazi and pretending,
just like my thumbnail says,
otherwise is not woke.
Hatred of others to get what he wants from some white people who says,
one in chat if you've seen the thumbnail for today,
I will hurt them a lot just to hurt you a little, to the white liberal who does mental gymnastics to not come out and say, that is a black and brown sacrifice I'm willing to make.
This is completely made up. This is literally...
No, it's literally the second iteration response, right? And this is what's wrong with the second iteration response. The first iteration response was problematic too, right? And it has to be thought of. It has to be acknowledged. The fact that in the fact that in a knee-jerk response of just shut it all down, there's a danger of propping up these provocateurs, of giving them a bigger name for themselves, of making it a bigger story in the news. So yeah, this is...
Go to the college student.
We're trying to have a nuanced discussion here, and Vosh comes in here, and he's just the singularity of context. He just everything collapses around him, and conveniently, turns into his debased narrative of something that doesn't have an obvious and simple answer.
At that time, or go to now that they're out of college, and ask, hey, were you and all the other white students there saying, I'm willing to sacrifice black and brown people as long as it means that I get to ignore Milo Yiannopoulos? You will not find a single human...
These are the unconscious statements, not the conscious statements, right? No, it would be absurd for anybody. In fact, I'd be willing to say that if you say that is a black and brown sacrifice I am willing to make on a college campus, you're gonna lose some friends. That sounds horrible, but that is what the second iteration response of I am just gonna ignore it. I know this trick. He wants us to pay attention to him, and I'm gonna give him no attention whatsoever. And no matter what he says, no matter who he threatens, I'm just gonna stonewall it, right? That's the problem. You don't realize that you're saying that, but if that's what you're saying, Vosh, this is you saying that is a black and brown sacrifice I'm willing to make. And if the words feel uncomfortable in your mouth, then do something about it and develop a better take on this, right? Because that you've got the second iteration response, because you see the problems with the first one, you don't see the problems with the second one. That's it right there. When you say I will ignore Milo no matter what he does, you're saying that you're willing to make the sacrifice.
And being alive who will cop to that because it didn't happen.
At a point.
Oh no, he literally a Nazi STL.
Racism is not...
I have to remember it's is the screen on this side or is the screen on that side?
Always a passion, but it is tolerable, usable, easy to disregard. In a white supremacist world...
Mm-hmm. Liberal college student and MAGA hat guy together united in racism on the issue of Milo Yiannopoulos.
It is the cost of doing business.
On the issue of treating marginalized people like a football. Yeah.
Let me make it clear. Nothing about this is okay.
Sorry.
Now, the weaponizing of minority suffering is employed against many minoritized groups. I could be making this video about transphobia or homophobia, and while...
Stop calling fascists Nazis. Milo Yiannopoulos is a Nazi. The password to his computer was Night of Long Knives. Then the year that Jews were expelled from England. He worked with, open Nazis to promote media. He's a Nazi.
While many details would differ, I wouldn't even have to change my intro. Samuel R. Delaney...
Yeah, right, UC Love, create a wedge and then hammer it open.
Yeah, take a shot. Argues that misogyny is the oldest bigotry, and therefore the model on which all other bigotries are based. I'm focusing on institutional racism as my chief example, first because this is America and the cup runneth over. Second, because in the 2016 election, the greatest indicator a person was going to vote Republican, more strongly correlated than being registered as a Republican, was racist sentiments. And third, because racism is a fundamental building block of fascism and a primary means of sowing discord on the left. But we'll get to that. I am going to curb my reflex.
So all of this is correct. I have no issues, which is why I'm not saying anything.
To make every alt-right playbook some kind of definitive statement. I do not have the last word on American racism.
Soy, please stop. You should take it for granted.
Soy?
As a presumption that if you say something about a subject, you are not making a super ultra final argument that nobody else can.
Look, if there wasn't as many bad faith interlocutors like Vosh himself out there, then I would agree with you, right? You shouldn't have to say that, but a lot of times you do. Right, both in the sense of people who act like they do have the last word on American racism and don't even understand it from the point of people suffering under racism, and in the sense of people that will come after you and say, oh, so you're speaking for, like, I mean, that's what we just saw Vosh be like, oh, so you're gonna speak for these marginalized groups, you're gonna look a little savior complex there, yo, Garfield. That's you. That's you. I like soy. I mean, soy's pretty good. You can overdo it. I think when I make a broth that's like soy, that's like miso and tofu, maybe that's too much soy. But if miso or tofu, it's delicious. 100% here for soy. I swear, Vosh doesn't understand truth the same way normal people do. I have never seen him concede a point to anyone. Yeah, that's not in his social media strategy. We can separate the truth from our opinions, but Vosh seems to believe that if it's his opinion, it is self-evidently the truth. I mean, that's part of his social media strategy too. And again, here's where the similarity between Vosh and Trump comes through. Now, understand, I am not saying, okay, any Voshites in the audience, still in the audience, right? I think I've been pretty nice. I think I've been pretty fair to the guy, so you might still be in the audience, right? I'm not saying that Vosh has the same viewpoints as Trump or agrees with Trump or wants Trump to win or anything like that. I don't think that. But I am saying that he has some of the same social media strategies, the same exploitations of the attention economy, and even like to the point of like accusing people, his detractors, of having Vosh derangement syndrome, calling people that are to the left of him woke scolds, right? This is or tankies, essentially. Trump would say socialist communist, but it's the same idea. It's the same thing that he's utilizing, like anti-communism. He's kind of utilizing McCarthyism.
Amender, correct. Give your audience the grace and intelligence and good charity to assume they know that, and quit doing this performative holding up your hands. I, a white man, I'm not the only person you should like, come on. I don't, just say it. Just say your shit, okay?
If you want to hear about American racism from the
again, like, look, white guilt is a thing, and if you're white, you're going to deal with it at some point. There are healthy ways to deal with that don't center yourself in the struggles of POC, right? There are healthy ways to deal with it kind of by yourself, instead of like making yourself the center of attention and making everybody really uncomfortable. That is one form of white guilt that's cringe and annoying, right? Another form of white guilt that is actually more destructive than the cringe and annoying performative, like, let me, bow down to show that how not racist I am, which, that's, obvious what's wrong with that, is what Vosh is doing, which is more of like the denial of the privilege in the first place, right? And that's unhelpful to a greater degree, actually.
People who experience it. Here's a book.
Oh my god, yeah, dude. Yep. Oh, nice. Ibram X Kendi. Yeah, dude, you just slap your book. Prove that you have the books by slapping them down.
Books.
Yep. Yep. You're so woke, bro. Yeah. Don't just recommend specific sources or give any descriptions or give people any pointers, because nobody's actually going to read it, and you only did this to show that you own the books.
He's doing it because we have a problem on the left, myself included, right? With not having read some of the source material that would be valuable in these discussions, right? And you cannot do a successful, we're going to do a book club, right? We're going to read Frantz Fanon, and then I'm going to invite you, I'm going to bring a panel on to discuss it and invite you to you know, give your opinions in chat, right? You know, some of you in here would appreciate that, right? Some of you in chat would be here for it, but we're talking about an audience that is infinitesimally, wait, what is the word? Infinitesimally, is that right? That sounds wrong. Much smaller, right? So in terms of, you know, you're always having to make these compromises on YouTube, especially of, you know, giving people the vegetables versus giving people the Velveeta, and the right, you know, strategy seems to be Velveeta on the vegetables, a little bit of both. And I feel like this is, you know, Innuendo Studios trying to do just that.
You're such a good white ally, okay? You're so good. You're such a good white ally. That's so great. Like, nobody in his audience is going to see this one camera pan and go like, oh, wow, I will read that. Like, because
this is the only way. This is the only way that they might consider reading it. You're right that most people are not going to even, you know, remember the books that he showed, but
you're not recommending them in a constructive way. Like, hey, read this book to get this specific perspective. You're just showing you have them. And I bet you're showing that you have them because these books are worn. These are library copies. Oh shit, these are library copies.
Oh my god, he didn't buy the books? Holy shit, what a fake ally.
Is that better or worse? I don't know if that's better or worse.
Yo, you can't decide which side of the issue you're on, because you're literally oh my god. See, like, he just criticized him for, oh, you're gonna show the books that you read, show what a good ally you are, blah 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 blah. And then the obvious thing would be like, oh, well, if they're only checked out from the library, maybe you're not as much of a virtue signaler as I thought. Now he doesn't know where to go, right?
I don't know. You
painted yourself into a corner there. I do not feel sorry for you.
Check these out just for this shot? Okay.
But would you know which books to get? Would you know which books are applicable? Like, right? He's familiar with the text enough to, like, not be bringing stuff up that's, like, unrelated
to the table. Have at this point,
is that Vosh?
Several decades experience being white.
We need, like, an Exodia soy emote where if
Exodia soy,
the soys pile up enough, it merges into like a 5-line stack giga soy that's like vibrating.
And in trying to explicate
yeah, that's right, Zara. The books you read are immediately forgotten when you return them to the library. No, but he literally didn't know how to criticize him there, right? Because he set him up to be like, you're a virtue signaling piece of shit, aren't you? Oh wait, you checked them out from the library? Oh, no, I don't know where to go.
Supremacy, it is sometimes worthwhile to look at it from the inside.
It's always why would you... everyone has a right to have opinions on socially relevant topics. If you live...
And again with the soy meme, look, like, I'm not completely against the idea of reclaiming and repurposing and undermining right-wing memes, but you gotta change them. You can't just be like, oh yeah, you know how the right wingers call everybody that they don't like, everybody that they, you know, everything that they're against is soy, like, you know, caring about the people that we hate is soy. I'm gonna do that too. I'm loving how Innuendo Studios is responding to Vosh after the pause in his next frame. Yeah.
In America, then you have an experience with American white supremacy.
Again, chat, sorry I can't get to all your chats. I'm just trying to make this segment work. If you have something I really need to see, put it in a super chat or highlight it on Twitch.
From any side.
So my focus will be, what does whiteness mean to white people? American racial discourse has 4 principal white characters.
Okay,
on the far
now here's where Vosh is, like, completely wrong, right? Go back to this again. Like, right? Liberals are not the same as Republicans, okay? Now watch these 4 people and see if you think that Innuendo Studios is saying that liberals are the same as Republicans, or if there's a clear and visual disambiguation of those 2 strains of thoughts.
Right end, you've got the guy white people picture when they hear the word racist. Your Klansman, your neo-Nazi, your suit and tie ethno-nationalist. This guy knows he's a racist, and he's proud of it. Next to the white supremacist, you've got the white collaborator. The politician, public figure, or businessman who does not agree with the white supremacist on paper, but will seek out their votes, attention, or money.
So far, this is
That's the Republican.
completely correct.
That's the Republican, right? Ian clearly included that image because it's really funny. Calling him soy is just 100. Calling who soy?
To the collaborator, you've got the white moderate. People who ostensibly believe in racial justice as an end goal and are somewhat committed to
I see what you're saying, Astra the Dragon. Yeah, he's basically, he fell victim to the attention economy there. Oh my god, I didn't do the ad read.
But only with the cooperation of the white collaborator. It wouldn't be fair to do it without...
So there's your liberal. There's your, like, you're saying white moderate here, but you know, this is essentially a liberal.
Their consent, you see, and thus the white moderate spends a lot less time opposing collaborators than appealing to their better natures.
So yeah, the whole deal with this guy is that he wants to move forward, he wants to do the right thing by marginalized people, but he doesn't want to roll over the conservative collaborator because he believes that the conservative collaborator has like a good heart. And if he can just make the right Aaron Sorkin speech to him, he's going to convince him and progress will be had. He's so worried about alienating the person that's actually collaborating with the right-wing provocateur, with the Richard Spencer, with the Milo Yiannopoulos, with the Gavin McInnes, with whoever, right? That he's so sure that he can win this person with the right argument.
They tend to operate on behalf of people of color rather than with them.
We skipped a step. You guys notice that we skipped a step, guys? We went from open, overt, proud racist to racist collaborator, and now over here we have a liberal white moderate.
I mean, we're gonna skip steps when you're collapsing the totality of ideology in the United States down into 4 avatars, Vosh. Certainly, you, as somebody who collapses context on a daily basis, you should understand this.
Did we not skip the average conservative voter? The white collaborator agrees with the open race.
The average conservative voter. Oh my god, Vosh, really?
Internally and launders their behavior publicly.
Vosh, this is you. This white moderate is you. You are showing that this is you.
Are we suggesting then that the 100 million conservatives in this country are all private
collaborators with the extreme right wing? Yes, I not only am I suggesting that, Vosh, but I'm saying it with my chest.
In agreement with Richard Spencer.
I'm doubling down on it.
And that they're just engaging in differing levels of moderation to launder those perspectives. That's psychotic. No,
that's truth.
In reality, the vast majority...
Like, you could even make an argument that by being so tied to the establishment right-wing figure, the collaborator, as it was called, that the white moderate is in some ways, collaborating, albeit, through albeit not directly.
Of people who align with racist ends are themselves probably more or less believers in at least a version of equality, but they're very susceptible to narratives and fear-mongering that make them...
He thinks that the Republicans can be saved.
Easy targets for misinformation.
Look, there's probably people who vote Republican that could change, right? But these are people that either there's so low information that you can't really call them, anything, or they're independents, right? They're independents who maybe are so have such a visceral hatred for Hillary Clinton, or think that Biden is too old, or you know what I mean? Like there's some bridge that is too far for them to to vote for you know, the Democratic candidate, and so they end up voting for Trump for much the same reason as a lot of people vote for a Democrat, where they don't support the Democrats, but they fear Trump more, right? This is like, there's some people like in that voting bloc who could be, you know, who could maybe you know, their minds could be changed. But as far as people who identify as Republicans, yeah, they are all collaborators. They are all either tacitly or sometimes openly in league with the right-wing provocateurs.
Put it this way, guys. If there was no such group, why would conservatives spend all their time lying about race issues? To
make themselves feel better, to be able to integrate themselves socially with people who aren't as conservative. There's a million different reasons, and they're also trying to go for this white moderate. They're also trying to go for these people by convincing them that, you know, they're not so bad after all.
Only two groups of racists that they could appeal to politically were either open racists or...
Of course, he thinks Republicans can be saved. A large part of his fan base, by his own admission, are former Nazis.
Collaborators with racists. Why spend all their time trying to win over the votes of people who aren't by saying what they're doing isn't racist? There would be no need to launder anything. They could all be open. We're skipping a very important step here. Like, we're skipping the most important group to consider. But I do believe...
Look, you know, before anybody, you know, assumes that I have, like I hate Vosh and, or anything like that, I want to put this in perspective. He is just a dude with a perspective. It's a wrong perspective. It's a perspective that I don't agree with. But, you know, there's a lot of people like this out there, right? The difference is that he's got a platform and he's got an echo chamber. He's got a cult, right? And it's reinforcing all of his worst characteristics, right? That's the problem with Vosh. It's not just like, look, I know that the you know, white dudes are going to have bad opinions. This is, you know, almost not all, I'm sorry. Some white dudes are going to have bad opinions, right? And I'm okay with that. But you know, what changes here is the reach that this particular white dude having thoughts has, right? And that his just kind of muddled thinking is reified upon this platform.
That Innuendo Studios is one of those types of people who doesn't really think there's much value in trying to win over the right. So it's possible that he genuinely does believe... I don't know. I don't like this simplification because it implies that there's no point.
Plainly put, the cost of doing business maneuver is this group using...
Gaia, I know you think you're... Gaia. I know you think you're doing propaganda for Vosh here, but you're unironically like hurting his cause by saying the quiet part out loud. Let me read what you said. Is this the video where Vosh completely destroys the left in favor of liberals? I loved it. Vosh. Gagaya loves it.
This group to attack this group using people of color as...
I gotta know, seriously, like I said, you know, you're allowed to disagree with me, you're allowed to disagree with the majority of chat. That is fine. I'm not gonna tell you like who you can watch and who you can't watch, but I gotta know, Gagaya, are you mostly like a Vosh fan, or are you maybe like a little bit more towards the Destiny side? Because I feel like I'm picking up a different strain of...
their weapon of choice. It is white supremacy in the...
Not that different. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but...
form of three groups of white people fighting amongst themselves.
No, it's this group using this group to attack the minority.
You're pointing, aren't you? Okay, this group using this group to attack the minority. I don't know which ones he pointed to.
To appeal to the moderate conservative missing middle. They don't use these minority fear-mongering tactics in order to attack white liberals. They use them...
no connection to DGG.
...to convince people in the middle or people who are right-leaning to vote for them. That's the whole point of politics, is to get votes. Like, when white collaborationists and racists work together to fearmonger about immigrants, they're doing it in order to prey on the fears of moderate or conservative-leaning voters who don't think of themselves as explicitly racist.
So Vosh would... it sounds like Vosh would prefer for there to be... like, so we're seeing 3 of these, right? We're gonna see a fourth, but Vosh would be. I think Vosh would prefer for there to be like somebody in the middle here, or maybe even two people in the middle. I don't know. It's. I'm trying to.
Because if they did, they wouldn't need this narrative to convince them, would they? That immigration is scary, and therefore you need to vote for the candidate who will lock down the border wall.
So he would say you've got the collaborator and you've got the provocateur, and then you've got the regular Republican voter that's actually not racist, right? Not racist. No hate in their heart. They're not racist. They're not transphobic. They've just been deluded by this side in order to vote for them. And they're using their fear, their implicit bias against marginalized people in order to keep them on voting on the right.
We're missing the point here, because the narrative that Innuendo Studios wants to promote is the idea that all of this is just white people playing ball with minorities. And it's just not true. There are plenty of things that white moderates and white liberals do that are racist and hurt minority groups. We don't have to make up new ones, you know?
Finally, on the far opposite...
It's not that don't think of it as that they're doing this to hurt minority groups, right? What it is that there's no real thought that the person being discussed, the person that's circled above there, like the marginalized person, is a real person. They are taken as a football. They are taken as the cost of doing business, essentially. That's what this video is about. So here's the fourth person.
At end, you have the...
Now, Vosh does not like this person because this person is hiding smugness under the bandana.
Honest to goodness, anti-racist.
And here we have it. Here we have the epitomization of the leftist moral high ground holding.
Here we have the people that actually call Vosh out.
The idea that you are...
Here we have the people that are leftists, not in name only. Here we have the people that have read theory. Here we have the people that are taking marginalized groups seriously and not seeing them as a political football. Here we have Vosh's nightmare.
Either those groups or an Antifa black bloc anti-racist. And that's it. There's no way to be a progressive liberal. You can't be a good advocate on a wide majority. No,
the second guy from the left, I think, is supposed to be a good progressive liberal.
K Jr. wouldn't have been a part of this group, I suppose. Because
oh my God. See, that's supposed to be a Destiny thing. Like misconstruing MLK, that's supposed to be a Destiny thing. But as you can see, like I said, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
He didn't align with what then were considered radical tactics, like those of Malcolm X and the Black Panther Party. So I guess by this incredibly cut down definition, MLK Jr. would have been a liberal moderate for trying to work with and appeal to majorities on both sides. This is a ridiculously simplified, so the goal...
MLK was an activist, a community organizer, and the forward face of a movement, okay? One of the forward faces of the movement, right? MLK is the person that's being treated as the cost of doing business. That's pretty clear to me. I don't know how he's missing that.
Here is like that leftists are
he wrote a letter about white moderates,
kind
right?
of elite.
I mean, that's probably why that character is titled white moderate, right? And like, look, wait, actually, white liberals, right? I'd be more comfortable, calling the second character from the left a white liberal. Because they're not like a centrist. They're not like a no labels. Well, that's not even centrist, right? But they're, you know what I mean? They're not Bill Maher, right? This is
outsider political group. Okay, look, I'm just gonna say this: if you really believe that that anti-racists are represented by or composed of people who look like this, then we've already lost. Sir, if anti-racism,
it's not entirely, right? I've said in chat before that Vosh is Destiny with leftist aesthetics. Yeah, I could see that.
Is represented not by the common man, not by the Black Lives Matter protests, where white and black and Hispanic people linked arms to protest in the tens of millions.
Look, here's the deal, right? This is shorthand for protester. I mean, in this case, we're seeing a black bloc protester because those are the people most associated with the kind of anti-racist, anti-fascist action that you have to cover up your face in order to take part in, right? But yeah, they could be a protester without a mask too, right? He's trying to it's shorthand, right? That's what these are. These are avatars, right?
But rather by the hyper minority
Hey Shakespeare
of Antifa black bloc types. If this is what anti-racism looks like, then we've lost.
I mean, literally that's not black bloc, but whatever.
It's so LARPy. It's so LARPy. The point the video is making is that only white people have politics.
Well, you're getting also from Vosh that like there is no... Oh, UC Love, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Meow.
I actually do think you're kind of right. The idea that the minority group in question is just like a ball without agency to be tossed around by white groups, as though black people and Latin people and Asian people and whatever have not historically had a ton of influence on this. Think of queer rights, for example.
Look, like the influence of any marginalized group, right, is going to be limited by those who gatekeep that influence. And yes, I'm talking about Vosh. That is the biggest thing that he does. He jumps in there and says, trans people, you're mentally ill. You're hurting your own movement. You're going to end up in camps. Here, let me tell you how to conduct your own liberation, right? Because you obviously, you got no chance. You got no chance of liberating yourself. You need me. You need the big, edgy white boy to come in and tell you how to do it right, because I'm smarter than all of you combined.
Are queer people
I'm gonna try
just
to
a ball to be thrown
chat,
out?
understand, I'm moving through this as fast as I can, and I won't be able to read a lot of chat. I am reading chat, but I won't be able to read it aloud, right? If there's something you really want me to say or get to or address, make sure to put it in a super chat or put it in a highlighted chat on Twitch.
Around in the battle for their own rights? No? Stonewall was a riot. Gay people and trans people have been incredibly active participants.
But do our opinions get picked up in the mainstream, in parts of the movement where we're not represented, or do our opinions get squelched and silenced, and do we get told that we are incapable of acting in our own in pursuit of our own liberation by guys like Vosh, right? That's the question, right? Or do we get treated like the cost of business, where the analysis is made that it is so important to ignore Milo Yiannopoulos, to not give him those pictures, to not give Andy No those videos of black bloc protesters fighting with right-wing street thugs. Are we so concerned about that we're willing to give up the marginalized person that they're going after, right? That's what this video is about.
In their own
and again, he's completely missing the point.
They're not just quietly being tossed about by the majority power groups. They're really active. Of course, that doesn't mean that there aren't non-queer people who won't use them as like a token, but imagine this being applied to like queer politics or trans politics right now, right? Right now, trans rights are being stripped aggressively by the right. But if you can imagine this dynamic being applied to trans people specifically, are there no allies to trans people who authentically represent their interests?
No, look. No, right? Because the only way you can authentically represent trans people's interests is to listen to trans people, right? And this is the guy that said that trans people are too fragile, trans people are mentally ill, right? He's on record as saying these things, and he kind of just doubled down. We went over that last week, I think, on his Thought Slime stream, where he goes back over it again, and instead of maybe apologizing, admitting that he was wrong, changing his point of view, he absolutely doubles down on everything. And you look at the comments are like, yeah, Vosh, go get him, go put these trans people in their place, right?
Who aren't like radical trans supporting activists, who aren't like Antifa types. Because the majority of
listen, if you're not willing to get in the street and stand up for marginalized people, and yeah, a lot of times that does involve, you know, like disguising your identity, then like there's a limit to your allyship, right? And look, that's, I mean, that's kind of to be expected, right? If you don't have the kind of skin in the game, you know, that a person who is marginalized in the, you know, aspect of marginalization that we're talking about, then you're kind of, like there's no imperative for you to radically stand up for you know, this group and to put yourself on the line, right? People in Charlottesville who were dressed like this were getting in between the fascists and their targets, okay? And yeah, that's not most people. Most people are not willing to put their, you know, to put their money in where their mouth is that way.
Democrats vote in favor of trans rights. So where are they? Do you think the average liberal Democrat right now is only willing to pursue trans rights with the collaboration of Republican politicians? Think about that for a second, because that's the argument that's being made.
That's a liberal politician, okay? On the second to the left, right? And that's a conservative politician. I mean, I guess you could say that there's like a relationship between this person, you know, and their votership.
There are a lot of Democrats out there, folks, and they're only...
No, there are a lot of Democrats that are absolutely unwilling to do things like violate decorum, right? The Senate's a great example. The Senate has these rules of decorum. You know, there are certain things that there aren't hard and fast laws about, but that are generally practiced in the Senate. Generally, the Democrats will uphold that decorum, whereas the Republicans will stomp all over it whenever it's convenient, right? Yeah, no, this is...
willing to push for your rights as long as they can get it done with the collaboration of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
That's not the person. Okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene would be all the way on the right. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a mask-off bigot, okay? That's different than the establishment conservative. The establishment conservative is the one who needs to sell the narrative that he's not actually with this guy, even though in a lot of ways he has the same goals as the Richard Spencer, right? That this is you know, this is not MTG right here. So yeah, he's missing the point. His view of marginalization is so limited, he can't imagine anything more complex than good or bad. He thinks that everyone is on equal footing in white supremacist, heteronormative, patriarchal, ableist society. Yeah, this is hard to watch. This is hard to deal with, but that's why you're watching it with me. And if you appreciate watching it with me and you're on Twitch and you don't want to suffer from those ad breaks that are coming up in, I think, 7 minutes, right? In 7 minutes, I'm going to serve you the middle of the hour ad break. And there's a few ways you can get out of it. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get out of it for free. You can use that Amazon Prime account to get a Prime sub, and you know, it'll cost you no money to get out of the ad break. And means a lot to me because I know there's only one of those that you have to give to any streamer at all, right? You can also get out of it by paying $5 on desktop, by paying $6 on mobile for a sub for yourself, or you could possibly, maybe, if you're lucky, get out of it by being gifted a sub, and that's more likely to happen if you're active in chat. Oh my god, thank you, Shaxpa. Community sub to Devo Dabs. Devo Dabs, you just got out of the ad break, courtesy of Shaxpa. Thank you so much, Shaxpa. I appreciate that, and I'm sure Devo Dabs does as well.
Or Matt Gaetz. Or Ron DeSantis. Really? Is that true? Because that sounds psychotic. That's not true. Even a little bit.
You're missing the point. Title of the video.
But if your goal is to make it seem like all liberals are basically just...
Okay, so just for anybody playing along at home, that's not Ron DeSantis, okay? That's not Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is an example of a mask-off bigot that has moved from the space of right-wing provocateur to being a right-wing politician. But he's not the face-saving Republican that claims to be without bigotry. He's actively fomenting a campaign of hate against trans people, right? That's not Ron DeSantis second to the right, right? He is a politician, so I get your confusion in the fact that he's wearing a tie. He looks like a politician, right? But this is a different kind of Republican than Ron DeSantis, right?
The same as conservatives, and that they're callously
He has the same goals as Ron DeSantis, but he doesn't want to say the nasty things that Ron DeSantis is willing to say.
Racist or bigoted, and they treat the minority group as like a disposable political weapon and not as like a regular group of people. You know, if you make that up,
$8 Canadian on mobile? No way.
Then this would be how you'd promote that narrative. Does everyone understand where I'm coming at this from? This is like a nuanced criticism, so I need you guys to have your thinking caps on. The argument here is not...
And by thinking caps, we mean the tinfoil ones. No, just
that
kidding.
White liberals never make mistakes. That's all they make. And the argument is not that conservatives aren't a real threat. And what's more, the argument is not that leftism isn't great. It is. Which is why it's good that I'm the only...
You gotta have your Vosh cult hat on.
...real leftist. The argument is that this is a ridiculous, disingenuous oversimplification of how politics takes place with the goal...
It is an oversimplification, but Vosh, you are in no way able to criticize people for oversimplification. This guy makes his living off of oversimplification, all right? And there, look, there's two kinds of oversimplification, or there's two kinds of simplification, right? There's oversimplification, where you lose important context. You could even be, deceptive. By collapsing context, you can even make things seem different than they actually are, right? And then there's the kind of simplification which helps us see, like, the bigger picture. I think that what Innuendo Studios does in general, and is doing in this video, is the latter, right? Whereas what Vosh does every day on stream, and that's part of his social media strategy. That's actually very Trumpish, right? To collapse context in that way. It's easier to explain. It doesn't challenge anyone's thinking. It's basically swimming with the current, right? It's not what Innuendo Studios is doing, though.
Of equating liberals and conservatives, which is wrong. And yes, this is a self-defeating argument, because the implicit argument here is that the only way to advocate for the rights of minorities is to break from the system.
Hillary Clinton said that focusing on trans rights is a losing issue.
Entirely.
True.
But I gotta tell you guys, I know that might seem really tempting to be that kind of LARPer, but I promise you, trans people right now do not need you to break from the Democrat Party, the only powerful
That is not what Innuendo Studios is at. Has anybody ever heard Innuendo Studios say, we need to withhold our votes from the Democratic Party in order to teach them a lesson? Having Trump in the White House for 4 more years is far less dangerous than being complacent with a Democratic Party that is no, that's not Innuendo Studios. As far as I know, Innuendo Studios is a liberal. Now, a lot of baggage has shifted, right? Because a lot of things have gone on since 2016, and I could be wrong. Maybe Innuendo Studios, Ian Danskin considers himself a leftist now. Maybe I missed something, right? But everything I've ever seen shows that Ian Danskin is more along the lines of a progressive, but a progressive who is an intersectional leftist rather than a reactionary leftist like Vosh, right?
Institution advocating for their rights and defending it in states they control in order to go be some kind of lunatic moon political person, some sort of radical activist. What they need, what you need to do, is build a massive coalition, a political bloc, which includes as many people as possible, including the hundreds of millions of people left out.
We've got to make sure we get Shoe on Head on board too.
Here, I want to propose
right, because otherwise we wouldn't be we wouldn't be able to be accused of being groomers from within our own movement, right? If we didn't have Shoe on Head, we got to get Shoe.
Alternate model, the onion model. Core activist supporters disengaged hostile. Yeah, this is good right here. Here we have the missing middle. Hostile would describe the entire Republican Party. Disengaged would describe pretty significant.
I feel like Vosh's model is to bring a little bit of the hostile into the core, and when anybody questions them, say, "Don't gatekeep, don't gatekeep. We need a big tent. We need to appeal to the moderates, right? This is portion
of the American population, and also people who maybe vote Republican on incidental issues, but aren't ideologically committed to their goals. Then we have supporters, which represents most of the Democrat Party and everyone in my community currently. Activists, which represent a significant portion of the Democratic Party and a lot of people in my community, and the core would represent both the group itself and people who are like locked in with it, which I would consider myself to be a part of. I mean, depending on the issue, I am a part of the core.
You see, like, you being part of the core is the whole problem of it. You being taken seriously as a leftist leader. Like I said, if Vosh was just some, like, you know, white dude spouting off on his opinion, there wouldn't be a problem, right? There wouldn't be an issue at all.
Or I'm queer, but
the problem is that people, you know, and this, like, right, this, you can trace this all back to 2016. You can trace this back to the disingenuous, you know, usage of quasi-identity politics by people like Hillary Clinton in order to slander the Bernie's movement, right? In order to say, well, the problem with them is that they don't actually support women, they don't actually support black people. This is a bunch of frat dudes. And like, look, it's a big group, and there's all kinds of people in there, including like people that were just like voting for Bernie because they you know, hated Hillary's guts and then flipped over and voted for Trump, right? But the core of that movement was not like, you know, white males, right? The core of that movement was actually intersectional leftists, right? So as a result of being burned by somebody saying that, you know, things that sound like identity politics. And remember, this is Hillary Clinton who called black kids super predators. So there's nothing intersectional about you know, Hillary at all, right? That's a complete obfuscation. But some people bought it. Some people on the left bought it, and you have the emergence of the dirtbag left. That's what gave us this idea of, you know, that like maybe we could have leftism without the leftist social politics, and that's what gives you like the sort of entryism that Vosh represents in terms of bringing in a reactionary element into the core of the, you know, online left movement, the you know, kind of embers of the Bernie Sanders you know, ill-fated revolution.
I think that's a much better model. Innuendo literally used this in the radicalization video too. Well, ideological inconsistency is the norm for lefties with a bone to pick with liberals.
Far opposite end, you have the honest-to-goodness anti-racist, where the racist will support white supremacy, the collaborator uphold white supremacy, and the moderate seek to reform white supremacy. Only
we're really missing a lot of people here, man.
The anti-racist is trying to get rid of it.
How many avatars do you want? Like, right? Because you realize that there's two things that you're balancing, right? Understandability, comprehension of the people watching the video, and the thorough description of every single aspect and every single detail of the situation that we're looking at, right? It's a balancing act,
and even they are not free.
And again, like I said, I'm not a super fan of like calling the second person to the left the white moderate. I feel like white liberal more accurately describes you know, that person.
Free from racial bias.
But even if you belong to this group, remember, I'm aware of the fact that there are imperfections even with white leftists, remember.
And if you tell one of them, you are not free from racial bias, it's not guaranteed they will react well.
But
it's
see, Vosh, it's like, because he's not you, right? You want to throw out this implication that racism cannot come out of you. It clearly can. And it's really obvious to anyone who's an actual intersectionalist rather than somebody that just wants to, you know, use that name.
If you're trying to fight white supremacy, they're the white folks you have the best odds with. Now, this little chorus line is not how white people typically frame the situation. We usually think of racism as a binary.
Not how white people typically frame the situation. Hold on.
There are racists, and there are non-racists. In that framing, the provocateur is someone whose allegiance we get to debate. He willingly sacrifices people of color, but...
No? Wait, white liberals are
I mean, you could see, this is Jesse Singal too, right? You could make this dude Jesse Singal rather than Milo Yiannopoulos if you wanted to.
Debating whether Milo Yiannopoulos is a racist? Wait, what? When was that a discourse? I didn't realize that was something That was up in the air. I thought that was
the people who maintained like the importance of allowing Milo Yiannopoulos to speak and to take part in the discourse were essentially buying into this, that like because Milo wasn't quite as like mask off as like the KKK member or a skinhead, like then he's not recognized, right? He is a social, or he's like a a pundit, right? Like that's how he appears, that's how he comes to you, a pundit sitting across from Bill Maher, a pundit sitting across from Sean Hannity, a pundit taking place in the discourse. It's
pretty straightforward and not. And also, where is this nonsense if he does not personally hate minorities from? I'm serious. Innuendo Studios, if you see this video, where did you get the idea that Milo Yiannopoulos does not personally
understand that Milo's just the avatar, right?
Hate minorities from? He is a Nazi, and this was known by the time you made this video. This is like laundering him. Why are you doing this? Why are you acting like he's some kind of disengaged?
So here we have the straw man. Innuendo Studios doesn't think that Milo Yiannopoulos is racist. He's on the other side of the spectrum from the anti-racist, but because Innuendo Studios is pointing out that this kind of interlocutor isn't immediately acknowledged and recognized as a racist because of those, what I was, talking about earlier in terms of, not having the same, presentation as what we typically think of as a racist, right? That,
troll.
You end up having this, discourse, like, right? Sean Hannity, you could think of as an example of the, not of like the conservative collaborator, right? That if you ask Sean Hannity, do you hate black people? Nope. He says nope. Do you hate Jewish people? Nope. Don't hate Jewish people, right? I just want everybody to be equal, but right? So he's got to have these are the people that were like laundering Milo Yiannopoulos.
Insincere when he does his shit, but that doesn't mean he doesn't personally hate them.
And also remember that Innuendo Studios is covering the totality of the story. And even though right now we recognize Milo Yiannopoulos as being a lot of things, right? And the conservative movement won't have him. Like Sean Hannity would not bring on Milo Yiannopoulos for a number of reasons, including the going mask off on these things and making it real, clear that like making himself impossible to launder, and the stuff that he said about relationships between adults and minors, right?
How old is this video? 8 months.
Without personally hating them.
And again, I think that it's more like it's 8 months in terms of when it came out, but that you can see by what it's talking about, what it's speaking to, that it does seem to be a part of the world that Innuendo Studios talked about in the earlier videos, right? If you don't know about the Innuendo Studios timeline, there were a lot of videos put out in the mid 2010s and like later in the 2010s, right? And it kind of stopped, and Innuendo Studios was doing other stuff during the lockdown and everything. And then this was the first reemergence of the alt-right playbook, just because like the whole alt-right thing, it really does relate to the 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017 time period, right? And so like, it kind of, after Charlottesville, a lot of people thought the alt-right is no longer a political force in United States politics.
Does that count as hashtag racism? This debate lasts approximately the rest of your goddamn life, which should be evidence enough that the frame is wanting.
This was not a debate in leftist or even liberal communities, as far as I saw. Like, there was a brief period in like 2016 or 2017 where there were a couple of news items where they sort of tried to launder Milo and Richard Spencer, but pretty immediately the consensus was, yes, they're just full-on racists. This is that, like, this was a debate.
There was a debate about like alt-right versus alt-right, right? That the alt-right was supposed to be the people that are mask off about their racism. The alt-right are people who dog whistle.
That was had insincerely with conservatives.
And again, none of this is about what the deeply held beliefs, convictions in these people's hearts of hearts are, right? This is all about their rhetoric, right? Which is the only thing that we can see. We can't know, what a person actually feels. There's so much grifting on the right that you can't even make that assumption, right? So we got to go by what they say. We got to go by what they're presenting, and whether they're presenting is a dog whistle or what they're presenting is a mask off presentation. That's the difference.
Conservatives would argue he's just a troll, and the left and liberals would argue, no, he's a fascist or a racist or a Nazi or whatever. The argument was not within liberal communities.
In today's framing, there are several shades of racism, and there is anti-racism.
What about several shades of anti-racism? What about people who support, like, progressive, moderate reforms within an electoral...
But still want to attack black content creators if they stand up for self-determination. Yeah, isn't that somewhere along the spectrum of anti-racism? No, that's racist, Vosh. That's racist.
System, but aren't full on like lefty socialism pilled. Are they just part of racist? Is it really like that? Because if that's the case,
I mean, this isn't even about ideology. Look, this is Ian Danskin making the video. As far as I know, Ian Danskin is a progressive, but I've never heard him say down with capitalism, right? So if he, and you'd assume that he, since he's making this video, that he considers himself in this anti-racist group too. So there's not an ideological like acid test for this. There is the test is like whether you're treating marginalized groups as an end in their own, whether you're really there for them, and whether if need be, you're willing to get in the streets for them, or whether you're all talk and you just consider them the cost of doing business. That's the difference between the anti-racist and the rest of the people on this, and it's spectrum, I guess.
Martin Luther King Jr. would be in the racist category because Martin Luther King Jr. did advocate for progressive reform, even the more radical stuff that he pushed for, like reparations.
Martin Luther King, again, under this model, right, you're talking about, I mean, this is a discourse that's going on within whiteness, within the privilege that whiteness represents, right? And so Martin Luther King is not included in this. Martin Luther King being being a black man that is out on the streets, that is literally taking the slings and arrows of racism. Martin Luther King is the cost. Marginalized people in this conceit are the cost of doing business, right? Unless you're on board with anti-racism and you want to treat marginalized people like an end in their own, that they are, that you're actually taking them into consideration rather than just seeing like what's happening in Selma as a battle for optics, right? That's what's gross about white liberals, about white moderates, right? Is that oftentimes there's no real consideration for the well-being of the people that they're pretending to fight for.
Would have fit within a broader model of electoral, moderate, reformist political engagement. Whereas I'm just guessing by the fact that the person on the left is wearing a mask, that they're meant to be like an Antifa stand-in, the kind of person who believes in radical anti-electoral engagement, You are really collapsing a lot of ideas that don't necessarily, correlate on a one-to-one level. Like litigative stuff. And if that's the case, like, where's the line? Sorry, man, unless you literally look like this dude, I guess you're a racist now.
There is no non. Now, before we map the...
Yes, there are non-racist people. This is such a smarmy... This is what I mean by leftist smugness.
No. This is your smugness, Vosh, because you want to say by just saying that you're not racist. Guess what? The fact that you say that you're not racist tells me that you are, right? Because I can say without any hesitation that I have been indoctrinated with racism, with whiteness, and with a white, you know, supremacist mentality by the society that I lived in, right? And that until I deconstruct that whiteness and realize, you know, that it's see it for what it is, and like, right, that I'm going to be vulnerable to that. That's what this is about. Even the person on the like anti-racist end of the spectrum, he said, is vulnerable to being racist. They're just more persuadable. There's more of a possibility of talking to this person, right? I acknowledge and see that I've been indoctrinated with these things, right? So if somebody comes up to me and says, hey, you know, that, like, I know you weren't trying to be hurtful or anything, but actually that was a little racist, I'm not going to be like, who, me? Oh no, there's no racism in me at all. No racism whatsoever, whistle, whistle, right? And try to play off this thing that, like, the only racism that can happen is racism that's conscious. That's the more dangerous racism, especially when you're talking about people on the left, is the racism that's unconscious, is the stuff that we're indoctrinated with, the stuff that we're not willing to own up for. So that means that, Vosh, by the fact that you're implying that you're not racist, that you're implying that, you know, like that like, oh my God, calling everybody racist, that's too much, right? That, yeah, yours is more dangerous, right?
This is such a smarmy thing to say. You can absolutely have people who are not, like, engaged enough with racial politics to be meaningfully on any side. Yes, their participation in the system as a whole still means that their actions will be colored.
Wait, what's happening? Your chats aren't showing up? That's weird. Oh, the GIF sub option? Wait, what's going on? Are there more mysteries to, is grayed out? Oh, that's weird. It might be something to do with, like, phone number, or, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Welcome to the channel, Astra. Yeah, I don't know if it's, like, follower status, or if it's, I don't think it would be phone number, though.
One way or another, no pun intended. But the idea,
I honestly do not know. Like, Twitch is a mystery too. You're followed now.
That's, so, like, sorry, man, you're with us or against us is the worst possible way to win over people. You can
No, that's ancient. That's ancient, like leftism, right? There's a song, you wouldn't know this, Vosh. It's a Union song, and it goes, "Which side are you on?" All right. And look, you know, on one level, it's not black and white, like I just acknowledged, right? I am anti-racist, but I can still be racist. And I've got racist ideas running around in my unconscious, but at least I acknowledge that, at least I realize that, at least I'm willing to admit that, so that when they start to pop out, I might actually catch one and be like, whoopsie, that's kind of racist, right? So yeah, it's not black and white, you know, right? You know, there's a lot going on, but I mean, there is a real question of which side are you on at the end of the day. Oh my God. So, okay, so you have to be following in order to receive a gift sub? That's wild. Okay, I guess I learned something new about Twitch every day. Welcome to not having to deal with ads, Astra the Dragon. Yeah, and thank you, Morgan the Fae. Thank you for the gift sub to Astra the Dragon. Yeah, I didn't even know.
Cannot go over to a person who,
did I lure you out of lurking?
Who's not that politically educated and go, oh, you're not aware of how your behavior
Why is Vosh exactly
contributes to patriarchy and white supremacy? That means you're a racist. You're a racist. You agree with racism. You're on the side of racism. Dude, great, good luck coalition building. Yeah, you're gonna help a lot of minorities with that attitude. Again, this isn't just a matter
of... Look, like Vosh is right about one thing. If your goal is audience aggregation, you're gonna catch a lot more flies with the honey of saying, oh yeah, you're against racism? Well, I guess you're not racist. Nothing to worry about, because as long as your conscious mind agrees that racism is bad, you are not a racist. And anybody that calls you out for anything that's going on with your implicit bias, That's just a woke scold.
Radicalism. The Black Panther Party was willing to do coalitions with and work with people who weren't necessarily sold on black liberation. This is why they were so dangerous. This is why the FBI wanted Fred Hampton killed, because Fred Hampton was smart enough to preach in a way that reached across the aisle and tried to win over people who even had significant ideological disagreements. Fred Hampton would have never said, you're with us or you're against us. You have to be the Black Panther Party or you're racist and it's done. That would be ridiculous.
You're taking racism as an insult, Vosh. I'm taking it as a reality. An inescapable reality. And that's probably putting too strong of a word on it, right? Because it's not inescapable, all right? But getting rid of your racism means deconstructing your whiteness. And I'll admit that I'm not there yet, right? I'll admit that it's a more difficult process than just being like convinced logically that you know, racism is bad, right? Like it.
Ridiculous. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. One last graph: about 1% of people do in excess of 10 political activities a year. Yeah, like the idea of if our definition of anti-racist is limited to a group of people of this character, then like great, we have like very, very few. Look at this.
Wait, what? Okay, I mean, it's too small of an article to know, but like, I mean, there's political, you know, being politically active, you know, could mean voting. It could mean showing up for a caucus. It could mean going to a school board meeting, right? There are more political acts that you can take than that, and I'm guessing that the Atlantic is not accounting for that, right?
1%.
Choreography of how
after Fred Hampton explained how the Confederate flags were symbols of oppression, and the people working with him stopped in solidarity with Black liberation. Did I miss the beginning of that?
how these four types interact. First, a quick note on how most white people...
Were white people allowed in the Black Panthers? The Black Panthers was a black org, but they worked with white people all the time, to the point of, like, direct political collaboration. They, like, the org itself was a black organization, but they were not opposed to working with white people.
That's different, right? Than like being like, oh yeah, you can be a Black Panther too, you know? Are you against racism? Well, good for you. Good for you. Wow, this person has no racism. That's really cool. Join our org, right? They you know, Fred Hampton would have said, you know, start your own org.
And they did so, yeah, the Rainbow Coalition, evenly and like even-handedly. Rainbow Coalition, thank you, Fred Hampton. I love you. Sorry you died. Black-led organizations use the Rainbow, an anti-racist, anti-class, multicultural movement founded in 1969 in Chicago, Illinois. Jimenez, after the Young Lords were...
Sarah, I'm guessing you're talking about like the Young Patriots?
News, 1860
organization.
Radical socialist groups like Lincoln Park Poor People's Coalition joined nationwide students for...
I'm on Mobile. Vosh is wrong about his characterization, trying to keep it brief. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm relaying your viewpoint accurately.
Democratic Society, the Brown Berets, the American Indian Movement, and the Red Guard Party talked about forming the Rainbow Coalition. They eventually collapsed under duress from constant harassment from local and federal law enforcement. Huh! I wonder why the feds were really insistent on breaking up what was probably the origin point of the most powerful, like, multiracial coalition movement to fight against a systemic oppression.
Again, he's just fighting straw men here.
What was it about them that was so dangerous that the feds got involved? There was a White Panther Party to help the Black Panthers? Yeah, founded in 1968. It was started in response to an interview where Huey P. Newton was asked what white people could do to support the Black Panthers. Newton replied they could form a White Panther.
Oh, form a separate, or so it's almost like, yeah, see, do you see what the difference is though? Like, Vosh, you would call that gatekeeping. Why can't you join the Black Panthers as well? You support anti-racism, you're against racism, right? You know, that this is not what was done though.
Party. And they worked in the Rainbow Coalition. It's a silly flag, and I agree. You know, whatever. We're not critiquing the flag.
People think about whiteness. Short answer, whenever possible, they prefer not to.
It reminds me of this image. Yeah, dude, that's true. That's true. White liberals hate to think about whiteness, man. You definitely can't find constant, nonstop efforts to talk about white supremacy in an institutional and academic framework that extends so far up the totem pole that you're getting corporations to bring people in on racial sensitivity training with, like, Ibram X. Kendi or the lady who I don't like. Yeah, man, it's true. Liberals are so bad. They're so terrible. Why not just argue that their analysis is lacking? Why not target liberals for the fact that they're weak when it comes to systemic analysis? Why make up this world where liberals...
Because it's real. It's real. Look, like, it's one thing to say, like, I'm against racism. It's another thing to talk about whiteness, to talk about privilege, right? For a lot of people, that's really uncomfortable. Oh, God, he used the phrase totem pole? I didn't catch that.
Don't talk about whiteness. And yes, it always comes down to this meme. All politics is just this meme.
Short answer, whenever possible, they prefer not to.
Don't you crackle at me, old
Whiteness
video
in America.
footage. Oh, God.
Is it vanilla? No. It's fior di latte. Nothing but milk and sugar. When non-whites are flavors, we are the base. In the same way one does not hear one's own accent.
So, I mean, like, this is describing whiteness, which is a concept that I feel like... I feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding of. When I say whiteness to just a mixed group, most people are going to think that I'm talking about a phenotype. I'm talking about skin color, right? Very few people are going to recognize that what I'm actually talking about is a culture, a social construction on top of a social construction, right? And that this is an unconscious, because it's an unconscious belief that permeates society. So it's like literally the air that we breathe, the water that we drink, it's in everything, right? And it's really hard for people to notice it and to see it as being like separate from literally, like, you know, my identity. Like, because I've been so indoctrinated with it, it fuses with what I think of as my identity, and I'm not able to see myself separate from it, right? And I believe it, despite the fact that I literally am saying right now I don't believe in it. I see the damage that it does, and I want to deconstruct it. But if I told you I have deconstructed it, I'd be lying to you, right?
British people have.
It's complicated, and it's not just in your conscious mind. It's, you know, the real pernicious parts are implicit.
Accents.
That's not a lot of pots.
But we just speak English normal-like.
That's not a lot of pots.
If you have not built your whole identity around being white, you probably don't think about your whiteness very often.
This is true. This is all correct.
And perhaps even feel uncomfortable when one points it out. For it is the white experience to passively, unconsciously, conceive of oneself as a kind of raceless default. This is privilege!
This video is super smug. Yes, this video is incredibly smug and self-satisfied. My biggest critique of Innuendo Studios has always been...
When you're saying that videos are smug and self-satisfied, I've noticed this not just from Vaush, but from the rest of the White Leaf Network. What they're saying is that it makes them uncomfortable. What they're saying is that they don't like their whiteness to be pointed out, right? It's
the fact that these videos are incredibly repellent to people who don't already agree with them. They're insufferable. If you don't come into this already...
Vosh, if you are not tolerating this, that means that you got work to do, okay?
Agreeing with the premises of these videos, and thankfully I do, except I think this is his
Do you?
First video, but apart from that, you know, yeah, like...
I feel like you feel called out for it, and that's why you're reacting to the video like this.
It will repel people on so many levels, and maybe he thinks that's okay, and I really just do not think so.
Indeed, this is part of what makes privilege privilege.
Yeah, you're right, Tropical. He's dangerously close to getting it.
The identity that's treated as a norm, the one you don't have to think about. A movie with an all-white cast is widely perceived as being in no way about race. But that's not true of one with an all-black cast. Identities being treated as defaults makes institutional racism difficult to understand even for well-meaning white people. How can I be racist?
I think I'm insufferable in a completely different way, thank you.
If I don't identify as a racist, how could I be part of a group I never opted into? But let us reflect. Would a group one never opted into not describe a minority? People don't choose to be gay, and while people also don't choose to be straight, being straight is normal. People don't come out as straight.
Yeah, I would argue that, like, unironically, I would argue that I managed to tamp down my insufferability largely by being funny and not too self-serious. These videos are unfunny and deeply self-serious, in addition to being insufferably smug. So I feel like that's kind of a...
How do you call something smug that's like copping to like one's own inadequacy the way that this one? Like, that's so weird to me. Like, what does smugness even mean? Like, smugness means, I think I'm the cat's meow. I'm great. I'm practically perfect. There's no one better than me. That's smugness, okay? And when you say, like, you know, although I'm talking to you about whiteness right now as something that needs to be acknowledged and deconstructed, this is work that I have not completely done myself. Like, I am susceptible to you know, racist propaganda on like on an unconscious level, right? That's kind of the opposite of smug, isn't it? He's so backwards.
It's a combination of a variety of characteristics. Again,
he's in his feels trying to debate bro it out.
I think that this channel is worth looking at. I want to be clear. I think that there are a lot of valuable videos on this channel, but, you know.
Or have complex codes for signaling heterosexuality. Not that they'll admit to, at least. In lieu of other evidence, straightness is presumed. But if people clock you as gay, or even think they've clocked you as gay, then you stand out from the background. It makes you more visible, where the appearance of straightness makes you less so. Makes you the everyman. Of the many identities one may have at any given time on any given axis, there is typically only one default, whose rules operate differently to the rest. The more of these normal identities one possesses, the more accustomed one is to being the default. The idea is foreign that people might group one not by how one thinks of oneself, but by how one is perceived, and by how one impacts others. It gets hard to fathom that any more than whether or not a light-skinned Mexican gets to be white is up to them, whether or not you fit the definition of racist is not up to you. The boundaries are not policed from the inside.
Again, I don't disagree with anything in there. I think that's a fine bit.
So,
but then why did you have that reaction anyway? We know why he had that reaction. And
okay, going again from right to left, this is where we find the titular alt-right. What's novel about the suit and tie ethno-nationalist is how they break from the iconography of...
And the only thing that I don't know is why I keep on forgetting to remind you that the top of the hour ad break is a thing. I'm remembering the middle of the hour ad break, but I'm forgetting about the top of the hour ad break, which you might have just experienced, right? If you just saw an ad, if you just stopped seeing what I was streaming, you too are vulnerable to the top of the hour ad break. You can get out of it with a Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get out of it by paying for a sub for yourself, or you could possibly, maybe, if you're lucky and somebody's feeling generous, get out of it by getting a gift sub. Again, it's going to be more likely to happen if you're active in chat and people that are looking to, you know, people see you without a avatar by your name. But yeah, I keep on forgetting to do that.
Racism. Their goal, like that of many racist people, is to attack and oppress people of color.
Okay, now this part is this is crucial. I'm going to roll it back slightly. So Vosh kind of got thrown by this earlier, right? But here he is presenting. I think this is Richard Spencer as a suit and tie ethno-nationalist, right? And what makes this person distinct from, you know, your just what people think of as a racist is that racism, and you're going to see this later in the video, is taken the problem with racism, the reason that you know, Americans by and large rejected that kind of overt mask off racism is because it's rude. It's uncomfortable, right? It's bad manners. You're being mean, okay? You're attacking somebody for an immutable characteristic about them, and that's not very nice, right? So, you know, American culture by and large has taken a look at that kind of racism and has rejected it. Right? Just like Lee Atwater said back in the early 60s, back in the 50s, you could say N-word, N-word, N-word to get your racist vote out, right? Whereas in the late 60s and 70s, you lose for saying that, but instead of saying that, you say busing, you say welfare, you say all these code words that the racist out there that don't acknowledge that they're racist are going to pick up on and know what you're talking about, even if it's not consciously, right? So that's the difference between like racism with a suit and a tie and a nice haircut and racism that looks like a street thug, racism that looks like a Klan member, racism that you know, shaves its head and you know, has red shoelaces in its Doc Martens, right? That's the difference, and that is why there was a moment of pause in recognizing Richard Spencer as being racist, even though he's pretty, like, from my understanding, he was mask off from the beginning. He dressed in a way that seemed civil, right? So it is all about civility politics. He is a racist who picked up on the fact that the kind of racism that gets called out is the kind of racism that violates manners, that violates civil codes, that seems mean, and that if he can say it in a way that's not like that he can kind of get a pass, that he's not going to get, you know, gate kept in the same way as like a Klan member.
Is how they break from the iconography of racism. Their goal, like that of many racist people, is to attack and oppress people of color, but in such a way that the white establishment lets them get away with it. The average white person's shorthand for a racist is still primarily the Klansman and the neo-Nazi, respectively a rural working-class white nationalism and an urban working-class white nationalism. The alt-right is the gentrification of white nationalism.
This is true to an extent, but it's also outdated. The period of time during which the liberal media was fascinated with this new trend of alt-right ethno-nationalism doesn't mean...
Look, this is the only thing that I'll agree with Vosh on, right? And I told you the reason for that. My assessment is that this is a video that was kicking around in Innuendo Studios editing software, right? And that was written for an earlier time. Right. Yeah. Like, I feel like there is an effort to kind of, you know, put it up to date. But I think the impetus of this video, and in fact, the entire like alt-right play, like it's called the alt-right playbook, right? It's called that for a reason. It has like a place in time, and that place in time is like, you know, 2015 to 2017 or whatever, like the, you know, advent of Donald Trump's campaign and R the Donald and poll on 4chan and all that stuff up until Charlottesville, right, is essentially, you know, where this applies to. But I mean, I'm glad that I feel like this is still important to point out. I feel like there's still something to be learned from this, and I'm glad that Innuendo Studios put this video out rather than just being like, well, didn't get it out on time, I guess I'll, you know, not put this out or keep it for Patreon only or something. I'm glad this came out, right? Did Vosh think that Innuendo Studios was getting a little too close to him? Wait, close to him in terms of
racial supremacy? It just means we believe in a homeland for our... This is all done. It's done. That, like,
calling him out, you mean?
Liberals have no problem.
Yeah, so, like, the history of this is that, like Innuendo Studios, like, might have said something on Twitter once, but it wasn't, like, there hasn't been a lot of engagement. Innuendo Studios is not trying to engage Vosh, but it's pretty clear that Innuendo Studios is not a fan of Vosh. And this is the kind of thing that burns Vosh up, right? There's something kind of Nixonian about Vosh, right? In the way that Nixon never felt accepted by the you know, insider politicians in Washington. You know, people, you know, I don't know if he didn't go to the same like Ivy League colleges as them or what it was, but Vosh has this burr in his saddle about other lefty and breadtube creators. And it's not just like you know, a lot of us don't like him, like, you know, see what he's saying and reject it. And that, you know, it's concerning. It's also even when somebody just like is kind of like lukewarm towards him. And so, you know, that's why this video got made, essentially.
Calling Republicans racist.
And again, sorry, I'm not getting to read more of your chat. I am reading it. I'm just not saying it so we can get through this video faster. But again, if there's something that you want to address, make sure to leave it as a super chat, and I will get to it after the video.
Right now, seriously, like, at all. The Democrats broadly are just calling Republicans fascists. It's not. It's yeah. This is like from 2016. I mean, we're watching an old ass video, to be fair. No, we're not. It's from less than a year.
Yeah, like I said, that's my explanation of it. It is from less than a year ago, but it feels like it was something that maybe got started back then and finished more recently. So
a year ago. Stop. Why people keep saying, well, I know it sounds like it's really old, but it's not. When this video,
let's just put it this way, the alt-right playbook is really old, okay?
Came out, and for years prior, the dynamic here had shifted tremendously. And I don't like promoting the idea that liberals and Democrats are still like charmed by this doublethink alt-right nonsense. You know, like
a lot of this is not claiming that this is still the fact. It's going over the history of this, right? And it's important history to look at, and it's important history to learn from. That's the other thing about Vosh, is he seems to drift with no sort of mooring on history, right? That the only thing that's important is the current moment, and it's really hard to do analysis like that. Nigh impossible.
The dynamic is shifted, but the insistence on complaining about the liberals as though nothing has changed would seem,
yeah, Jules, I think the principles of the video still apply too.
Just to me a motivated agenda.
Their pocket squares and MBAs and $90 haircuts short out the white moderate's brain because they still associate white supremacy with white trash. Racism is worse than evil. It's common. It's why they insist reactionary conservatism is propped up by the white working class in flyover states, despite all evidence to the contrary.
The alt-right can't be as bad as everyone says, because whoever heard of a racist going to Harvard?
Okay. To an extent, the classist argument, the idea that racism is considered to be a common, like, white trash thing, that is a thing.
And that's tied up in what I was talking about earlier about manners and civility.
That has historically been an issue with white liberals' perceptions. The problem, again, is that things have changed. I like the idea of the Republican Party being a bunch of evil suits who want to reinstate white supremacy. Yeah, it's not. Oh, Soaked on Left, you're completely correct, by the way. The idea that, like, the white
SDL, friend of the VOD in Vaush's chat there,
working class was acting out of economic anxiety, and that's why they voted for Trump.
SDL, the invitation's still open if you want to talk about it. You felt like you were misconstrued in my tweet. If you want to talk about it, let me know. But as far as I can tell, you ran.
That was like a leftist argument. YouTube chat is saying this is a re-upload. Is that true? How from what? From I don't think.
I can see why they'd think that. I don't think they're right. I don't think it's a re-upload. I think it really did come out, like Vosh said, about a year ago, 8 months ago, or whatever. And I'll be the first to admit that this feels like it's from another time. But I think it's still important stuff. And I think that a lot of the alt-right playbook, despite the fact that we're not in that era anymore, I think a lot of that still applies. The thing to do is to, like, learn from it and move forward, right? But it does contain a lot of important lessons.
That's true. Wouldn't that be mentioned? That's not true.
Isn't he completely ignoring the right-wing shift to the Overton window?
That's not true.
The alt-right bridges the gap between white nationalism.
Yeah, I agree, Sarah. The origin seems to stem from that era.
And the rest of white culture, using class signifiers to gain access to the political and social capital of the more mainstream collaborators.
I feel like I saw this forever ago, dog.
I mean, look at the Charlottesville, the outfits and the haircuts of the people in Charlottesville, right? Which, these people are still around. They call themselves different things now, right? But the whole idea was to, dress up their racism. And yeah, you do have, so I don't know who it was in chat, but you definitely do have, more mask off racism. If you noticed on Twitter yesterday, there was a hashtag running called Ban the ADL, right? And it was being set up by groypers, but by AF people, by Nick fans, this was the #1 hashtag for a while on Twitter yesterday. Literally, attacking the ADL in an anti-Semitic manner.
That's because the rhetoric in the video is dated and they're using an older example. Can we just move on? It also doesn't, like, this is a higher level of production quality than he was doing, like, 6 years ago.
And getting the moderate to treat them not as someone to be ignored, but someone to bargain with in good faith. The collaborator finds value in this relationship because regardless of one's...
He mentioned it in a community post? Really? He mentioned it in a community post, but he didn't mention it anywhere here in the description of the video. Is that true? Well, let's see. Let's see. By the way, even if this video is old...
Do we need to find this community
post? I think that this rhetoric was wrong then. I think it's outdated now, but I think this characterization of liberal behavior and the equation between it, or the equating between it and like Milo Yiannopoulos or whatever, was wrong then. But, here, community post, promoting FD signifier. No, there's nothing here in a community post that in any way relates to it. There are only 2 community posts. One of them is a promotion of FD signifier, and one of them is from 5 years ago. So who's saying this? Are you guys, like, are you...
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. I mean, I guess maybe it could have been a Twitter post, or maybe it's a community post that got taken down. Maybe it's something that Ian Danskin said on Patreon, right? They could be misremembering where it's from.
You just is this a troll? Found it on Tumblr? What?
On Tumblr,
yeah,
okay.
Right here. September 26, 2022, 10 months ago. The first new alt-right playbook since just after the pandemic began. There, can we move on?
Position on it. Racism works. A police officer may not be personally racist, but when it's the end of the month and they need to hand out a few more tickets to make quota, it's safest to do so in a low-income neighborhood where the average driver...
Yeah, hey, at least you didn't call him a JD signifier this time.
...can't make their life hell by hiring a lawyer. And due to decades of racist redlining, most low-income neighborhoods are disproportionately Black and Latine, so... And a prison warden.
Is Tumblr going to be a thing? Again, I have heard more people moving on to Tumblr after what's been going on with Twitter, but I'm not sure how big that movement is. It was different approaches to optics for fascists, but they were still fascist. The media fell hard for it.
It may not be personally racist, but white people are approved by jury selection more often than people who think the justice system itself is racist, so Black and Latine...
Yeah, he unironically does the Latinx thing. That's how you say Latinx. It's Latine, but I'm...
Is this... God. So there's an appropriate way to use that, and yeah, like, the appropriate use of the term Latine or Latinx is when you're talking about people that are non-binary, right? There are some people that seem to have perceived it as like the updated way to say Latino, but in Spanish that is still the phrase for like a mixed group. But it is like as wrong as that is, Vosh is just as wrong on the other side, assuming that these are just words that were like made up by like woke, Anglos and imposed upon Latin cultures. The especially Latine, you're talking about words that non-binary people use to define themselves. He called us Latin like 10 minutes ago. Oh my God.
Neighborhoods are disproportionately Black and Latine, so... And a prison warden.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's not how it's used.
Not be personally racist, but white people are approved by jury selection more often than people who think the justice system itself is racist, so Black and Latine...
Yeah, he unironically does the Latinx thing. That's how you say Latinx. It's Latine, but I'm not going to say Latine. You could just say Latin or Hispanic, but yes, he actually says that. He unironically says it, yes.
People are the easiest to jail, and private prisons get more funding when they're full, so... And a conservative politician may not be personally racist, but Black and Latine people predominantly vote Democrat, and since they're disproportionately imprisoned, if the politician denies convicts the right to vote, they're more likely to get reelected, so...
I don't know whether the labor unions and their bosses really hate me. That doesn't matter, but I know I'm not in their unions. I don't know if the real estate lobby is anything against black people, but I know the real estate lobbies keep me in the ghetto. I don't know if the Board of Education hates black people, but I know the textbooks I give my children to read and the schools that we have to go to.
Andres, I'm actually going to ban you. Stop with this shit. It's a modern video. It took them a while to make. The video came out. Stop. 2 years ago, it was also outdated. Stop.
That's hilarious.
Now, frequently enough, these people are
That's the biggest argument in his chat is like, when did this video come from?
Identified card-carrying racists. My point is, for this system of incentives and rewards to operate, they don't have to be. Any of them may, but none of them must. Racism exists, and it's efficient. And in a capitalist society where cops are competing for promotions...
So, I mean, like, this is how implicit bias, implicit racism perpetuates institutional racism, right? You've got institutions. Maybe the institutions don't have like racist laws, racist, you know, like things that explicitly say white person allowed to do this, black person not allowed to do this, like cis person allowed to do this, trans person. Well, I mean that, like, right? They don't necessarily have like the explicit like laws on the books, but who makes up the cops? Who makes up the prison guards, right? You're preferentially selecting for, you know, people that have more of that implicit bias. And like I said, anybody that's got the implicit bias, right? You know, including myself to some degree, including, you know, just almost, you know, anybody, like, is gonna be a possible vector for institutional racism. The only cure for that, the only weapon we have against that is awareness of that institutional, of that implicit bias, right? And, you know, you're not going to have that in the police. You're not going to have that amongst prison guards, right?
Private prisons are competing for
Wait, are we done talking about white liberals? Getting bored now. I think, so the reason I'm not talking anymore is because I don't disagree with anything that's being said.
Our solutions is that we implied the problem was racism. Yes, white people are overrepresented in dozens of industries nationwide, but have you considered that it's a fluke? Pitch me a solution.
Yeah, imagine your main critique of a video about racism being annoyed at well-meaning misuse of inclusive language,
for
right?
it being a fluke. The collaborators' white supremacy exists in the negative space. They agree racism exists.
Oh, I didn't know that about Dick Cavett, Astra.
Get arrested less often, and are typically in position to negotiate with whomever's in power. That this society was built for the everyman, and being the everyman confers power upon you. When children of white moderates get older and
Why, Vosh? Because if we don't jump around, I'll just end it.
First brush up against this definition, wherein white supremacy is not small, but all-encompassing, where it can be cruel, but is at least as often indifferent, and where every white person in the country is bound up in it and privileged by it, whether they want to be or not, and will never, ever experience it themselves, where it's not about feelings, but about power. How often do they say, oh, maybe the definition I grew up...
And again, chat, thank you for being patient with me. I'll try to read a chat here and there, but if you need me to read something, if you need me to see something, put it as a super chat, and I'll read it after we're done with this segment. I'm just trying to make sure that this is an easy video to edit, because it will be going up on YouTube, so...
was simplified for 9-year-olds. Or, oh, maybe the definition given to me by white grown-ups was less complete than
or highlight it.
One a black grown-up might have given. That might strike you as odd, given that reactionary conservatives have seen many victories over the last 20 years, and it's not like they did it by winning over us. White supremacists bolster their numbers by finding little disgruntled pockets of America that have not heretofore engaged much in politics, and radicalizing them to the cause, and then pitching themselves to white collaborators as a demographic now large enough to sway a narrow election. If moderates wanted to counter this strategy, they might look at who out there is sympathetic to progressive causes but isn't voting. Maybe because they don't feel liberal candidates represent them. Or maybe because someone just happened to shut down all the polling locations in their neighborhood. And, you know, mathematically, there's probably a lot more disenfranchised people of color who match that description than racist white people who aren't already Republicans. But that strategy would mean doubling down on anti-racist talking points instead of easing off of them. It would mean a willingness to alienate some white people. It's giving up on them.
I don't like the idea that there's a dichotomy between appealing to marginalized people and appealing to conservative-leaning people, because there isn't. And we know there isn't because Bernie Sanders existed. Well, he still exists. His campaigns existed. There are...
Look, I'm going to break your brain here, but some of the people that supported Bernie in the primary. Look, if we're talking about like, you know, the big picture of like racism being implicit bias, like, right, a lot of people who supported Bernie Sanders, you know, were racist. But like beyond that, like, right, there were people that like literally crossed over and voted for Bernie, you know, low information right-wing voters, right, to, you know, because they hated Hillary Clinton so much, and they didn't really know anything about Bernie. So I mean, like, that's not entirely untrue. What Innuendo Studios is talking about, right, is that rather than sort of coddling white people who don't want to acknowledge their implicit bias, the Democratic Party would do better, right? Which is the reaction if you see the Republicans are gaining traction by bringing bringing alt-right people who normally wouldn't vote to the polls, right? You know, and that's a small number, right? And your, you know, response to that is like, we need to make a play for the working class white vote too. That's a Hillary Clinton strategy circa 2008. That was literally what Hillary Clinton and her people were trying to do in the 2008 election against Obama, right? Was to you know, you'd always hear the pundits talking about, well, what about the white working class, right? And that's lost my train of thought.
Ways to appeal to both groups. You can placate.
Yeah, so in terms of like the strategy to combat the fact that they're like, what the right wing is doing is what would have been called throwing red meat to their base, right? And like, you know, the Trump base, like the real hardcore Trump supporters, you know, contains a non-zero amount of mask off racists, right? And so, you know, if you say that like they're not sending their best, they're sending rapists, right? If you say that racist stuff, then you're gonna appeal to them, right? And you know, there might be some temptation for political pundits on the left to say, well, the left should make a play for the working class white vote as well, right? Which, like, we've gone over what, you know, like what kind of a dog whistle that is, either the implication being that like the black people or non-white people are not working class as well, right? So the strategy that Innuendo Studios here is suggesting in lieu of that, right, is to double down on your support for marginalized people, right? And instead of trying to like neutralize, you know, and also look at how they're thinking of this. Like, they're seeing working class white people and they're saying, yeah, you know, they're kind of racist. They're kind of racist. So let's ease up on this like anti-racist, like political, you know, rhetoric, and get more of those people in. Innuendo Studios saying, don't ease up, double down, and you will get... In fact, what if Democrats stood up against like the tactics trying to disenfranchise black people, trying to disenfranchise POC, right? That which are a huge part of the Republicans' game to retain power. It's a huge part of the way that they try to they're trying to stay in power past their you know, past having the actual like political coalition to do it, right? If you just take away people's rights to vote, or if you know, institute voter ID laws, right, and you know that that's going to disenfranchise more POC than it's going to disenfranchise white people, and you know that this group votes more against you, and you know, this group votes for you, right? That's part of their... What if the Democrats actually meaningfully opposed that, stopped that from happening, rather than this like appeasement that you know, you're going to get from these, you know, pundits that are, you know, wringing their hands, clutching their pearls over losing the white working class, supposedly. If you want to win over the white working class, do something that can make it so they can afford to see a doctor. Yeah, so yeah, double down, rather than like try to move to the center, and that's the problem. If you're looking at politics in a goal-based way, rather than a you know, winning the race-based way, winning political races, like the Democratic Party seems to be invested in, then you'd see that you know, doing something about healthcare, you know, doubling down on supposedly like extremist policies like that would actually do the party more good than moving to the center, like by not using anti-racist rhetoric.
Pour water on like narratives that excite and agitate racists or people who don't think they're racist but kind of are, while also reaching a hand out to the working class and
99% of POC are conservative. Gagaya, I never want to be one of those people that, like, you know, that shames people that enjoy a good smoke. But what the fuck are you smoking? Okay? Your plug is getting so rich off of you. What the hell, Gagaya? 99% of POC are conservative. What are you talking about?
To minority groups. In fact,
that's
I think
from
it's
YouTube
pretty
chat.
easy to do so because in many cases, the underlying problems that both of these groups experience are class determinant. They're working class people. Overwhelmingly, most of America is working class. They're working class people who face problems which are a product of systems that we all suffer under, regardless of our race. And the Republican strategy is to try to win people over by displacing the anger they feel about their economic marginalization onto race issues. Why is the economy bad? It's because of China.
Yo, that's gotta be a troll. That's gotta be a troll.
It's because of immigrants.
I mean, I'm not saying you're a troll. Like, all right, I don't see you as a one-dimensional character, but that thing that you said has gotta be a troll. Like, you don't really believe that, do you?
Because of Mexicans. Why do you feel like shit? Why is everything falling apart? Well, it's not because of the...
Have you ever heard of a thing called stereotyping, Gagaya? That's what you're doing right now.
Economy or whatever. It's because of trans people, you know? And the Democrats, which have never fully committed at any level to meaningfully addressing these economic problems, you know, can't really do much more than arguing against the rhetoric of the racist than the underlying logic that
this has got to be some kind of take meister
plant with racism. So I think it's pretty easy to appeal to both groups, right? All you have to do is drive that line, you know? Racism is just a way that they are distracting you from these real issues. Don't fall for it. We need to commit to them sincerely. And that would also be advocacy, of course, for both anti-racism and for class issues. Innuendo Studios wouldn't recognize this because he unironically claimed Bernie was racist. Is that true? Wait, hold on. Is Innuendo Studios even a leftist? Is he?
No, that's what I've been trying to tell you. So your whole thing, look, Vosh, you just gave away the game, buddy. Liberals are not the same as Republicans. You're accusing Innuendo Studios of conflating liberals with Republicans when, as far as I know, Innuendo Studios is, I mean, like, you know, a intersectional liberal, but a liberal nonetheless, right? And like, also, you know, I think what's going to get brought up is like an old election, right? Does anybody know what Vosh's chat, I guess, is talking about as far as calling Bernie racist? I feel like that's a characterization of something that Innuendo Studios said, but I know that that maybe in the past was Innuendo Studios like a Warren supporter or something. I mean, again, like, it's been almost 8 years since 2016. Racism is just a distraction, so don't pay attention to it. That's the argument. I don't know. We'll see.
A lib? Am I watching a liberal lib talk at other libs to be the smug?
Right. So in other words, your title here doesn't make sense, Vosh. Your title does not make sense. And again, we saw where it doesn't make sense by looking at the fact that there are actually 4 avatars, not 3 avatars, right? He's not collapsing liberals with Republicans like you're saying that he is.
Just lib? Libs do the best libbing. I'm trying to find, he called himself a pinko. Yeah, well, libs love to do that. I'm trying to find a source for that. Sorry, I can't find anything. Maybe it's not true. We gotta finish up, man.
Yeah, sorry, Daymel. I don't speak that is Latin, right? Latin.
It's admitting that a significant percentage of American whiteness is not on the side of racial equity. It means there's a definition of racism where it isn't fringe, but common and pervasive.
I think the point here is that liberals don't do much to appeal to disenfranchised people of color as much as cons do to appeal to racist lol. I agree with that.
Yo.
I just, alongside all the
You're losing your chat, Vosh.
really weird, like, here are the blocks of racist and anti-racist shit that was earlier in the video, I really, really, really hate, and I'm wary.
Wait, does that mean the middle way is the best or something? Or no, I got it wrong.
Of mischaracterizations of liberals, because there are so many leftists who are, like, desperate to distinguish themselves from liberals by painting all liberals as, like neocon adjacent Clintonites who have absolutely no progressive inclinations and are basically just an enemy when it comes to meaningful change. And
okay, listen. I wish that the party had moved on from Hillary Clinton. A lot of the party has, okay? I mean, Bernie was really close to beating Clinton. He was really close to beating Biden, right? But every time that I say something on Twitter that's like, stop blaming Bernie, the only one responsible for Hillary Clinton's loss in 2016 to Donald Trump, which, yes, she did get the majority of the popular vote, but she still managed to lose the electoral, right? Is Hillary Clinton herself. Every single time I post this on Twitter, I get so much like backlash from Clintonites, from people being like, shitting on Bernie, right? Unfortunately, a large component of the Democratic Party is Hillbots, K-Hivers, Elizabeth Warren supporters, right?
There are leftists who believe that.
Wait, is she muted? Am I muted? Anybody else not hearing me? Looks like my mic is on. Wait, let me go look and see if my testing. Yeah, like I think I'm audible.
All over Twitter.
Somebody tell Jules to try reloading.
Go to Twitter right now and find. I guarantee you, right now there is an active post with more than 10,000 likes, which is saying, "What's the point in voting for Joe Biden when Tennessee passes anti-trans laws under Joe Biden?" Just lefties who are probably 15, who are probably suicidally ideative, who have no understanding of how politics works, who are trying to transfer their low IQ onto the rest of the country, who are like whose whole personality is not being a liberal, like their parents.
It sounds like you're talking about Jimmy Dore fans.
There's a lot of this. No one pointed anything Sanders has actually done for black people during his time as office, nor for any specifically race.
No one pointed to anything Sanders has done for black people. Oh, yo. Okay, so like this is a reply, right? I don't know if he's gonna scroll up and see what Ian Danskin was replying to, right? No one pointed to anything Sanders had actually done for black people during his time of office, nor any specifically race-oriented policies that he's proposed, which is one of the complaints in the surveys. He's talking about the reason that Bernie, lost primary states with a a large component of black voters. I don't read anything in there that Bernie is racist. God. Like I'm sorry, if you're gonna read that and say, oh yeah, he says Bernie is racist. That's not what that's saying. That's not what that's saying. What he's saying is that there was failures in the campaign, right? In the outreach, which should be uncontroversial. Yeah. And maybe, if those failures had been dealt with, right? Maybe, we'd be looking at a very different political landscape today. This is not, these are the reasons from black voters. They have nothing to do. Yeah. It's literally, that's what he's referring to, surveys, right? The perception of Bernie. So here's the deal, okay? Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were known to black voters. Particularly in the South, right? They come from Arkansas, and there was a time in which, the mainstream pundits thought that Bill Clinton, he was beholden, that was the word that they would use, to the black vote, right? And his Sister Souljah moment, right, where he attacks a rapper, was to show that he's not. He can, he literally like attacked a rapper to show that he's not too invested in like black people, right? And Hillary Clinton's super predator thing. So there are things that you can look at and see that like, yeah, they the Clintons weren't great for black people, but there is a component of that vote, especially like older black voters in the South, that compared to other politicians, the Clintons kind of seem good. They're a known quantity. They're going to be more likely to be on your side. Bernie's not. They don't know Bernie, right? And because of that, there needed to be some kind of outreach to talk about Bernie's just to let these people know where Bernie came down, right? And I don't think that, Hillary Clinton referred to black children as super predators. That's true. Yeah. So, anyway.
Race-oriented policy is proposed, which one of the claims in the surveys? Isn't just being an economic populist itself and not being racist about it far better?
Vosh, are you saying shouldn't black people just get that Bernie's on their side? Like, no, not if you don't do outreach. Not if you don't talk about that stuff. That's literally literally what Innuendo Studios is saying here. I've been wondering for a long time whether the lefty discourse is unhealthy or if I'm hyperfixated on a handful of negative experiences, but this feels like partial confirmation. The statement that Warren is better on race than Sanders should not meet with 75% hostility. Again, like, are you going to scroll up?
Then any Democrat on race issues? The statement that Warren is better on race than Sanders should not be met with 75% hostility? Okay, it's just soy shit. I don't know. Globe emoji.
And where addressing it requires thinking about their place in it. It means...
See, if you're gonna be like, okay, so like it's weird how quickly he'll shift his criticism, and yet it doesn't reflect it in the title, right? You get this feeling from the title that Innuendo Studios, Ian Danskin is a unhinged lefty that hates liberals to the point where he's conflating them with Republicans. And yet, then he sees these tweets and it just doesn't matter. Like, you know what it is, Vosh? I can summarize your argument for this whole thing. And we spent a long time on this, right? We spent a really long time. So much that I'm going to have to like rush through some of the other stuff. But chat, I will take a moment to talk to you, right? After we get done with this, I will talk to you especially, and I'll address any super chats that are in YouTube or anything else that people want to talk about, right? But this is...
Asking why they feel more affinity for white people who oppose...
Independently ranked the top candidate on racial justice by 2 orgs, the Root and the Center for Urban Racial Equality. Vosh, is it just me, or do you find yourself agreeing with liberals way more often than leftists? Yeah, if only leftists weren't retards, then I wouldn't have to do that so often. I'm not joking, yeah. Liberals, okay, what have American leftists built right now? What are they currently...
This is Innuendo Studios bad. That's all it is. Like, I don't know if it's because he's a unhinged leftist that won't work with the liberals, or maybe he's a liberal Elizabeth Warren supporter. Again, February 29th, 2020.
Build, maintain, organize, collectivize around nothing. They have nothing. They've built nothing. There are little advocacy groups. There are people with a hope for better worlds. There are people who want to make change. But right now, they don't run anything. The world is either liberal or fascist. Those are the two ideologies that exist.
Back to it. He's too much of a liberal. He's a Warren supporter. But he's also an unhinged lefty that won't work with liberals. Which one is it, Vosh?
Institutional sense in the world right now.
He's literally just pivoting back and forth. And the only common thread I can draw between these two are like Innuendo Studios bad.
Soaked on left, you do not want to cite the DSA as an example for leftists being responsible caretakers of a system. That's, in fact, completely my point. Thank you. Liberals have run this country for a long time. In their varying forms. And as a product of being the ideology that is ruled, there are some fairly nuanced and fairly well-developed systems that exist and that have been defended and iterated upon that self-justify. The problem with leftists is that they don't have an example to point to.
That's super weird, Jules. I'm sorry you're dealing with that.
Right? What are you going to point to? China? The Soviet Union? No, no. If you want to make an argument for anything leftist, you're kind of throwing darts at a wall. Not necessarily a bad dart or a bad wall, but you're having to work from first principles a little bit. This is why a lot of lefties struggle with electoralism, because electoralism is the bridge that exists right now that gets us from A to B, and bridge building is tough.
Yeah, it sounds like he's arguing with Sock Done Left. Everybody remember Sock Done Left? He's poo-pooing vertical power structures because his brain has been effing rotted by electoralism.
Imagining the other side of the river is easy. In fact, you can see it from here. It's in your head. The problem is, like, lefties are so desperate to define themselves, to iterate and to build, to make a change, that they come up with a lot of really bad ideas. And I consider myself to be a fairly effective gatekeeper for the...
You said it, right? I thought gatekeeping was bad, but no, he unironically is. Like, that's literally gatekeeping marginalized people out of their own movements.
The worst of them. I do not think leftism can survive in this world if it is defended predominantly by its loudest advocates right now. Because its loudest advocates in America are psychotic idiot children. So yeah, I do find myself agreeing with liberals.
Like, what do you mean by loudest? Like, 'cause some people would say that, you know, people that have inordinate reach, given the given the lack of analysis in their takes are loud.
A lot of stuff. Not, mind you, because I don't have better ideas than them. I do, and I've argued for them. But because the other ideas that are being thrown their way are so bad that I can't risk the left being pulled down with them. I want you guys to have a better understanding of liberals so you can better critique them. I don't want you to be complacent like the liberal. I want you to know what you're up against. Because otherwise you run the risk of being one of those internet lefties who will unironically make arguments like, how are Democrats better than Republicans on trans issues when Florida is passing anti-trans bills? That is a real take that I have seen tens of thousands of people like and hundreds of thousands of people see and have burned into their minds. You need to understand the system better than that if you want to meaningfully change it. That's what made Marx a good political advocate, by the way.
A lot of people's frustration with the Biden administration comes down to his unwillingness to use like executive orders and things like that to stave off right-wing state policies, right? Show me where the Democrats are yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, essentially the Democrats just don't want to fight on this issue, right?
Marx was not the first person to point out that wealthy people controlling everything was bull.
And a lot of it is a game of perception too. Like, do trans people feel like there's anybody, you know, fighting for them? Or does it feel like we're just getting, you know, meaningless words from the Biden administration?
Bullshit.
Like, I would never use that like as a justification to say that, like, you know, we should purposefully, you know, take, you know, acts or not, you know, like do things that make Trump more likely to get elected, right? Or DeSantis or whoever, but
you know, he was better at
not an accelerationist
understanding and critiquing the system than any of his contemporaries. That's what defines him. Not the fact that he was the first to arrive at those fundamental prescriptive conclusions, because he wasn't. Not even close. Not even remotely. So yeah, that's my request. If you're going to be a lefty and you have change, that you have ideas on how you want to bring about differences, you'd better make sure they're good ideas, because otherwise you're really just wasting our time and making all of us dumber.
Them than people of color they claim to agree with.
You would know all about that, wouldn't you?
Why the votes of the former have to be earned, but the latter are expected. And since all that seems intolerable...
Okay, so this is like, you know, this explains, like, his takes on Bernie, right? Like, the expectation that without any meaningful outreach, that the Bernie campaign is gonna have, like, you know, black people voting for him, right? It's not an issue of, like, saying that... Hillary is better, especially given her racist track record. It's an issue of the priorities of the Bernie campaign. Yeah, this was like a mistake made by the campaign.
Fixate on the kinds of gestures that feel like moving in the right direction, but run very little risk of arriving anywhere. How about instead of defunding the police, we give them more money than any administration in years, but also Juneteenth is a national holiday now. Something for everyone. The left has the numbers to leave behind white centrists who slow down anti-racist efforts. And it doesn't. Because
I could do on a ramble about how police budgets are not determined at a federal level and that you're massively oversimplifying the issue by suggesting that there's any relationship between Juneteenth being a national holiday. I could argue that he's like skipping past the fact that Biden has called for a set of policing standards to affect the entire nation, but because policing policy is dictated like at a local level, it's actually really difficult to do that sort of stuff, and that also it's really, really, really difficult to again, it's a matter of having the right idea to criticize the problem, but it's complicated. It's complicated. But we all just want simple narratives.
White moderates don't want to. They and the white collaborators are supposed to be in this together. And they are.
No, they're not. This isn't real anymore. Holy shit. Liberal Democrats are not promoting bipartisanship as like a first principle with Republicans. Things are pretty oppositional right now. I think they could be more oppositional. I think that Biden should go on stage and call them all pedophiles. Yes, I agree with that. However, the idea that it's the idea that it's like,
what?
It's not the 90s anymore. It's not the 90s. I agree that there's still an insistence on bipartisanship on some level, but the idea that there's some kind of overt express goal, Congress doesn't even pass anything anymore except for the occasional economic bill in the budget.
He's tripped up in his own argument here.
Just not in the way they think. The irony is that the right feels no affinity for white moderates whatsoever. They hate, and I mean hate, white moderates. Smug pricks always talking about unity whenever they win an election. Reach across the aisle? That's what you say when you've lost and you want the other guys to make concessions they don't have to make. You don't do it when you're in power. Are they trying to humiliate us, or did we really lose to a bunch of clowns who—
This is completely true, by the way. Conservatives are absolutely contemptuous of the fact that that liberals are like a political opponent to them while being these buffoons who don't even play the power game the way conservatives try to.
Don't even know how to win right, debasing themselves in front of minorities just to get their votes when they clearly aren't going to do anything real for them. Christ, at least the white supremacists are honest. The right will threaten POC sometimes just to call the white moderates bluff. Racism must be understood as more than a set of individual beliefs and feelings.
This is true. That is true. What he's saying here is true.
Yeah, you're dealing with a dynamic. The key dynamic of this video essay is the dynamic between the right-wing collaborator to the reactionary provocateur and the moderate or liberal the center left establishment political type that wants to move forward, wants to fight racism, but is only going to do it with the agreement of the establishment conservative figure who they don't realize are actually enabling the Richard Spencers of the world.
But as a tool for achieving political ends. First and foremost, because claiming otherwise is both factually and morally wrong, but also—
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi said we need a strong Republican Party. Look, it's hard to tell, what's a gesture and what's serious from Democrats, considering that I'll agree with Vosh that nothing really gets passed, right? In fact, Obama even tried to do a quote unquote reform of Social Security and absolutely did not get it, even though this was a Republican priority, because they didn't want to give him a W, right? And this would have been, a bad thing for the country. So ironically enough, it was the intransigence of the Republicans that saved us from the, compromise of Social Security that Obama wanted to happen.
Without this understanding, white culture can't recognize the stakes.
Everybody listen to the white guy. He's going to explain how minorities fight for their liberation, yeah.
Fascism exists in a state of permanent conflict. Things like declaring an indefinite state of martial law, suspending elections, or executing members of government are justified on the grounds that the people are in danger and need to be protected and mobilized. Now, this isn't unique to fascism. Between the Cold War, the war on drugs, and the war on terror, the US has been in some form of ongoing conflict for the last 3 generations. But you'll note the Cold War didn't end on a battlefield. It ended when the Soviet Union collapsed in on itself. Communism, terrorism, and drug dealing are patterns of behavior, and they wax and wane, often for reasons outside our control. Geopolitics may someday shift such that terrorism becomes less prevalent or that lowers the demand for drugs. Communism can be fought with diplomacy and economic sanctions because communists can choose not to be communist anymore. And fascists have no use for soft power.
So, I mean, like, you can see where he's coming from. Like, at least at the point of, this video essay, Ian Danskin is not a smug leftist criticizing and saying we can never work with liberals. Ian Danskin is, that's places him firmly on to the right of post-capitalists of any stripe.
They were never communist.
Power. To justify a military dictatorship, they need an opponent that won't just go away on its own one day. It always comes back to identity politics, because black people can't stop being black. Theirs is a number that will not be reduced without the hard power of violence and displacement. Fascism begins by stealing targets from the left. They focus on elites, corrupt businessmen, weak-willed politicians, subtly shifting focus
this is true.
away from leftist critique of systems to types of people. But sooner or later, they settle on something unchangeable: race, gender, ethnicity, religious background. The bigotry is localized to the region's existing prejudices. In Nazi Germany, it was Jews, Jehovah's Witnesses, Roma, Slavs, black people, queer people, and people with disabilities. In fascist Italy, it was Slovenes, until Mussolini invaded Libya and Ethiopia, and so demonized their citizens as well. In the US, the Klan and the American Nazi Party targeted African Americans, Jews, Catholics, queer people, and immigrants. Spain under Franco tried to determine the exact racial makeup of the Spanish people so they could cast out those with the wrong mixture of bloods. This is why the far right has gone all in on transphobia, by the way. Like, it's joined Islamophobia on the outer rim of acceptable bigotries. On some level, they know.
I actually think that Islamophobia, in a weird way, is kind of done. Okay, I shouldn't say done, but it's no longer taken a first spot in the right's, like, target for fear-mongering, in part because we've gotten further and further from 9/11, so that, the fear-mongering, doesn't... Yes, I'm talking about America, not Europe. But over in America, I've mostly seen praise from Muslims. Like, Andrew Tate is doing the fake Muslim thing, Aiden Ross as well. The, Dubai shit, Saudi Arabia financing a lot of conservative shit over here. I think that, we're doing... There's a lot of this, Catholics, Orthodox, Christians, and Islamic nation-states linking arms in the global war against degeneracy. You know what I mean? Remember when Lauren Chen was like, let's talk about dank Taliban memes when the Taliban reconquered Afghanistan? I just see a weird amount of praise of Islam from conservatives these days. It's not like they meaningfully disagree on much.
Oh,
They are trying to cater to any sort of social conservatism within any, within any, immigrant group, in order to kind of make inroads into voter blocks that generally vote against them.
Folks aren't just cis people in disguise. That desistance is rare and conversion therapy doesn't work, because if trans people could just stop being trans, they never would have picked them for an enemy. This is where it starts. This is why you should have no patience for anyone saying wokeness is dividing the left. We should be focusing on class. They're not attacking us on class. They're trying to sell themselves as better on class than we are. Where do you think that fairy tale about blue-collar whites comes from? They want you to believe that they, and not the socialists, are the path forward for the downtrodden. There's a reason fascism started popping up all over Europe.
See, this is why he isn't a tanky. Tankies wouldn't make statements like this. Because tankies are usually all too willing to fall for narratives like that. Like I said, I really do like the videos on this guy's channel, even if he's a bit of a soy lord. It's just this one video rubbed the wrong way, which is why I went over it. I recommend you guys look at it. They're rhetoric-focused videos.
Right after the Russian Revolution, Mussolini got his start beating up socialists in the Po Valley on the grounds that he was defending not wealthy elites, but struggling rural farmers who didn't like the socialist takeover of their industry during the Biennio Rosso. The fascist goal is to harness and redirect class resentment towards a scapegoat. They come at us on identity. It always comes down to the shape of the human skull. When a provocateur shows up on a college campus to talk about ideas, it's not a debate. There's no special sequence of words that will defeat them.
This is true.
This is a show of dominance. They are presenting themselves as white compatriots to be reasoned with, rather than agents of white supremacy.
Yeah, it's important to remember that when we're talking about reactionary politics, right, where that inevitably takes us is generally in a direction that's not only... It's not only hyper, it just doesn't start with hyper capitalism and racism and transphobia and everything else, right? It leads to pre-Enlightenment stuff. You can see this in Nick Fuentes's movement, right?
To be opposed. In that framing, the stakes are attention, the weapons are words, and people of color are not players but tokens on a white person's game board.
No, they are both players and tokens. The idea...
Once again, Vaush proves that Taylor Tanky has zero meaning to him.
That they're the subject being discussed. First of all, Milo Yiannopoulos and the people that this abstract representation are meant to target also attack white people. It's not just... Like, the idea that it's, like, exclusively a discussion of minority groups and not a broader attack on left principles, values, and behavior that includes advocacy for minorities is ridiculous. So, no, minorities are not just the ball that's being played with. They are participants, and they are also victims of the game, for sure. But yeah, they absolutely are part of this.
And they are checking whether you will submit to that structure. They don't care about ideas. They care about power.
I mean, no, there's something that he's missing there. That like, you know, fascism, if left to its own devices, ends up being an ever-shrinking circle, right? Like, you know, the whole first they come for the communists, then they come from, like, right? It's a shrinking circle, right? You put a group outside of the realm of you know, humanity, right? And then you subject them to violence and extermination, right? And now you're left with the smaller circle, and now there's new outsiders, and you do the same thing to them, and it just keeps on iterating over and over and over again, right? It's you know, these groups are absolutely the targets.
Power. And power is what beats them. They tell you 400 people showing up to protest is just free news coverage. But when 4,000 show up, they cancel. That's power.
That's huge. That's true, right? And that's the nuance that's being missed, right? That, like, if you've got people kind of half-heartedly opposing you know, like a right-wing figure like Fuentes or like Richard Spencer or like Milo Yiannopoulos. I keep on fucking it up. God damn it, I'm so bad about this. I'm so bad at remembering to do the... There's so... Like, no, I'm focused on the video. But like the ContraPoints made this point too, right? ContraPoints made this point that there's a difference between like some activation, some protest, you know, some direct action, and like overwhelming numbers in terms of what shuts down a Richard Spencer, a Nick Fuentes, a Milo Yiannopoulos, and what empowers them. Yeah, if you give them, you know, a protest that they can break up, where they can, you know, smash people at, then yeah, the optics, you know, and you'll still get Andy No coming around showing like the, you know, like the anti-fascists looking like the aggressors, right? But you know, they'll absolutely like thrive in that. But yeah, this is
not necessarily true. First of all, getting 4,000 people together, like, what? So what do you do if you try to mount an opposition or a counter protest, and then you only have a couple hundred people? Do you cancel? Because now that makes you look really weak. Like, this is the problem. The idea of like, yeah, well, we can demonstrate power, and all we have to do is be far more powerful than them every time. Yes, but what if
all we have to do is show solidarity?
If you don't, not to mention having to cancel because mobs of thousands of far left student protesters showed up, is basically just giving you the narrative that you want. Milo Yiannopoulos wanted that narrative. I had to not show up due to threats of violence. The police wouldn't let me. They said it was too dangerous for me. Look at how intolerant these college campuses are. I'm sorry. I think this makes things more dangerous for the minorities who are present at that college. Because then I think that Milo Yiannopoulos, now that he has a ton of media attention on him...
Again, a reductive take in reaction to a nuanced take. To looking at this as being a little bit more complicated than the first iteration response, which is, you know, mobilization and shutting it down, and the second iteration, which was to give it no oxygen, give it no engagement, right?
Because he just got like forced out of Berkeley, can go and say, you know, yeah, and it's all this and that group, and what about this and what about that, and then go on social media and post pre-transition trans photos or post...
Has Vosh ever organized a protest? That's hilarious.
Immigrant info or whatever else. Vosh, is this how you felt back then, or have you evolved on this? I felt differently back then. I would have agreed with Innuendo Studios 5 years ago, and I've changed my mind because you know what? I was here for all of it, and it never worked. We never got what we wanted. Every single time there was any kind of antifa versus conservative battle on college campuses, it would always work out better for them because they knew how to consolidate their media apparatus and hyperfixate on promoting the person who was...
Or is it because we were fighting a two-front battle and getting hit with friendly fire from behind, right? The people that stepped out onto the lines were getting attacked from our own side by assholes like this.
Going to speak at the event. You'd have Andy No show up.
Yeah, who is this we? Good point.
Like edited videos to promote the lie that it was actually the far left that was being violent there. A bunch of people.
Look, Andy No's gonna Andy No, okay? I swear to God, like anybody that thinks that we're gonna deprive Andy No of his clips is just so misguided, right? That literally cannot happen. He will make this stuff out of thin air. If somebody gets attacked, right, not trying to provoke, not trying to protest, not trying to do anything, and they fight back, Andy No's gonna clip that. Look at these anti-fascist. Look at these antifas. You know, like, right. You know, and then they got beat up, so they got their just desserts, right? I don't know. Like, there's literally no way to, other than just like letting people know who the fuck Andy No is, and yeah, deplatforming the fuck out of him. There's no real.
We'll get hurt anyway. We'd have victim narratives that would carry on for years. And how much media attention.
Look at James O'Keefe, right? If you want to talk about something like there's a similarity, there's a parallel between O'Keefe, right? James O'Keefe, the provocateur, known for his exploits with Project Veritas, etc., and Andrew No, the guy that takes you know, the basically clips people like basically like clip chips you know, like violent exchanges in Portland to make it look like the leftists are provoking things, or that
was like meaningfully directed in a positive way towards the left.
And, you know, look at these vicious leftists headbutting the Proud Boys' feet, right? Yeah, exactly.
I would argue very little, because the people that the right are trying to win over are affected by the narrative of violent students at Berkeley ousting Milo Yiannopoulos. But the people the left are trying to win over, a huge, broad plurality of moderate and liberal voters, are not inspired by images of radical student protesters knocking over trash cans or menacing people from a black bloc at Berkeley. It's not an effective angle for us because we've been effectively wedged out of it. Play the victimization line as effectively as they can when we're showing up to protest their speech, even if it's disingenuous, because obviously the speech is incendiary and meant to instigate violence from their perspective. No, I genuinely believe. Yeah, like SDL says, Vosh, anecdotally, after the Battle of Berkeley, for around 2 years, I constantly heard about Antifa violence and bike locks, even as white nationalists did dozens of shooting a year. I just don't think it worked, okay? Conservative media will consolidate to defend Milo Yiannopoulos. Leftist and liberal media will not consolidate.
You can see who SDL hangs out with, right? You can imagine the kind of you know, liberals that SDL is hanging out with to hear about, the bike locks. What about the
to defend random bike lock Antifa guy? It just doesn't work in our favor. I really do think that the best
I remember after Charlottesville how Antifa showed on later statue topping toppings for that to not happen again. I remember New Zealand rally to stop Posey Parker. Yeah, what about that? Yeah, Vosh is like, he's omitting a lot, right? He's really cherry picking as far as like what works and what doesn't work. And Innuendo Studios has given us a kind of nuanced construct to grapple with, rather than trying to oversimplify this and make it like a one size fits all solution.
I really do think that the best way to deal with stuff like that is to just ignore it. I know that sounds insane, but keep in mind that, like, they're provocateurs. That is the one place they want us to focus. Like, I'm not saying ignore white supremacy.
He cares more about effing optics than vulnerable people's lives. Yeah, true.
Whole job was to get our attention. This is the one place where we know for an absolute fact that they benefit from attention because they're saying they do. So here specifically, we shouldn't grant it. But, you know, I can't control groups.
Nice, Shakespeare. Our existence makes the fascists hate us. Our very existence is why they hate us. We will fight for our liberation, whether the Nazis like it or not.
Of student protesters. What about tearing down their flyers and spreading counterinfo? Sure. Yeah, fine. Yeah, sure. whatever. Then we should do the same. We should build a media apparatus that disarms the narrative.
I mean, if you're gonna, okay, I gotta say it, because we're talking about real shit here, okay? And I generally don't talk about real shit, because guess what? I'm not an organizer. I'm a streamer, right? What I'm doing is fundamentally different, and I have a lot of respect for people that do the actual work of organization. But if you are, I know this much, okay? If you're gonna tear down a flyer that you see like on a telephone pole or something, know that sometimes they put razors behind their flyers, right? And they're, with the intention of you cutting yourself when you're tearing it down. So just be like, I mean, tear it off with something. Don't use your fingers, right? That's if we're gonna talk about real shit, at least give them the right information, Vosh.
No, yeah, good luck with that. Go, yeah. You and what billions of dollars? Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah. Like that's up there with like, well, what if we just did communism? Then it wouldn't be an issue. I agree. Are you effectively saying the idea of a constructive college debate for the left with these white nationalists is impossible? Well, wait. First of all, Milo wasn't doing debates. He was just speaking from a podium. Second of all, no, there's nothing you could say to a person like Milo in a college debate.
I mean, Milo did debates, right? Milo almost debated Destiny. I think Destiny ended up, was it Destiny? I think it was Destiny. He ended up, who was it? Jangle Science Lad, I think, ended up debating him. Am I right about that?
Setting that would in any way benefit your cause. He is.
Do we know that, Vosh? How? Because they say it. Is everything they say right? How do we know what's right and what's wrong? Are you an effing moron?
A troll. He's a troll who believes the worst versions of what he says, but he's still a troll. Also, don't dignify
Yeah,
him
he's on the record as being against direct action.
with the engagement.
Was it Peter Coffin? Maybe it was Peter Coffin.
Willing to have a conversation with something like...
For some reason, I was thinking it was Jangles, but I don't want to like blame Jangles if it wasn't.
I don't know, Nick Fuentes. If he called into stream, I called him a gay retard, and then like we yelled at each other for 15 minutes before I kicked him. That's a fine. That's a level of respect and engagement that I think is proportioned to his IQ and his worth as a human. But I wouldn't like sit.
What's wrong with Nick Fuentes? He's a gay arsler? Really, Vosh? Like, this is the guy that unironically, tactically, used the N-word, right? To shut down the kill stream. How did that work out for you? They were laughing at you. What are you, like, God.
Down in
he seriously has learned nothing. He has learned nothing.
Cozy seat at Harvard to talk with him and like allow him to intellectualize his anti-intellectual positions. The guy's literally said he doesn't believe in evidence if it disagrees with him because that means the Jews made it. What argument is there to be had? All you can do is make fun of him. But you can't make fun of somebody like Milo when you're at a college debate because that setting implies a degree of civility and
college, not a debate. He means like a speaking engagement.
Mutual respect, which is just not present here. Teal Josh, I'm fine.
Yeah, he absolutely bragged about the N-word thing in the comments, true.
With the counter-protest at Charlottesville. That wasn't a provocateur showing up at a college campus. Do you think Destiny is wrong to debate Fuentes the way he does? No, I think that Destiny going on Cozy TV and talking to Fuentes 50,000 times and like doing stuff together has been great for the overall advancement of progressivism and proletarian democracy. Anyway, I'm not
okay. Lest you think that I said before that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Thank goodness it falls some distance from the tree, right? Vosh is bad, but yeah, somehow Destiny manages to be worse. Yeah, like Destiny is absolutely culpable for the resurgence of Nick Fuentes. That guy was effectively deplatformed actually several times, right? And each time it seems like Destiny is intent on bringing him back and taking massive L's to him in debates. Yeah. Destiny somehow managed to lose a debate to Nick Fuentes
against counter-protesting. I'm just saying for specific...
Which, like, there's maybe don't debate Nick Fuentes or
for people like Milo Yiannopoulos. Like, the whole game is can he bait you into engaging, and like he did over and over. The only reason Milo...
That's not the whole game. That's so reductivist. You're missing the point. Again, title of the video, title of the stream, missing the point.
His career took a downward turn is because he isolated himself.
I can't say I've done much, but I did tear down anti-vax shit posters. Keys work well. Yeah, you don't use your hands. Just that's the whole thing about like if you don't like I usually don't talk about tearing posters down because I'm a streamer, right? I'm not giving you like like I'm not giving you orders or anything like that or trying to organize you for something IRL, right? But yeah, if you're gonna do that, like protect yourself. In general, protecting yourself at all times is something I strongly agree with, right?
from other right-wing allies.
And I mean, that, you know, anti-fascist activism is a great example of doing just that.
And admitted to being a pedophile. Spencer stopped touring campuses because of Antifa. Yeah, but like...
Yeah, but what, Vosh? But what? That's completely counter to your whole argument. But what? What is your but?
Richard Spencer stopped being relevant before this happened, is the problem. Richard Spencer was a flash in the pan. He got like a CNN thing, and then after that, it was a rapid downward turn. This is why right now, if you go on Richard Spencer's like Twitter page...
So what? You're saying do it to somebody who's mask off? Milo was mask off too. We went over this.
Whatever. He has got like no engagement, and he's supporting Joe Biden. He doesn't... This isn't like representative, and he wasn't that kind of provocateur. He tried to be one, but he wasn't good at it. Too emotionally unstable. Also, have you considered the possibility that when he says...
And Milo's not... What are you talking about?
Antifa is what made his rallies not fun anymore, that he might be lying? That it might just be the
right.
fact...
It's five-dimensional, five-head take from Vosh. Yes. He's lying. And he's like, oh, I sure hope that nobody does any anti-fascist activism anymore. I sure hope that nobody, you know, right? Nobody shuts me down in the midst of a diatribe on Pepe the Frog. Let me tell you about Pepe the Frog. You know this little frog right here? He's great. Here, let me tell you about my buddy Pepe. Like
that, not enough people were showing up.
Sorry, that's one of the. I will never stop laughing at that incident.
People didn't care about what he had to say, and rather than admitting to the public, I don't want to do this anymore because nobody gives a shit about me, he instead said, "Oh yeah, the Antifa groups are making this less fun." Like, you think
you got auto-modded?
Professional liar might be lying? Again, I'm fine with counter-protesting. It's just like the one time you shouldn't, man. But I've already made my complaints about Antifa. I guess people shouldn't protest. Wait, the one time you shouldn't. So wait. Distinguish these, right? Tell me what it is about Richard Spencer that says that him effing around and finding out is a good thing, whereas as like Milo should just be ignored. Tell me the difference, please. When they speak, that really depends. Why? Stop ascribing. Don't listen. If you're going to step to,
we didn't get the auto mod prompts. Yeah, sometimes it gives. Sometimes it tells them. Sometimes me and the mods see what you're saying, and we can like allow that if we notice if I'm not too busy, right? And sometimes it just like bypasses that and it yeets your comment entirely. I apologize.
Better make sure you understand what I believe, okay? Sometimes I think counter-protesting TERFs is good. A lot of people who promote the TERF ideology are not open trolls in the sense that, like Milo, they will just flippantly lie and threaten people the way that he did. A lot of them actually do believe.
Wait, is the difference that Richard Spencer is more honest than Milo? What's
they're saying, and will attempt to be an earnest advocate for it. When people are engaging in earnest advocacy, earnest counter-protest is almost always effective. Like
So that's how he says that the Posey Parker thing is okay, the Richard Spencer thing is okay, but like Milo Yiannopoulos, you gotta pretend he doesn't exist while he doxes your classmates.
Formally so. Because in that case, you're not playing into a system that has been designed exclusively to benefit from the provocateur. There are sometimes provocateurs, like Posey Parker. Posey Parker's little bit in, say, New Zealand, in Australia.
Milo was really badly... was owned really badly in a debate with Jangle's Science Lad.
Her in a lot of trouble. But here's the thing, folks. What led to Posey Parker getting a lot of negative reception?
Wait, is that what got auto-modded? That's so weird.
Was it the counter-protest or was it her supporters? The thing that got her ousted. Oh no, it was Australia. The thing that got her in a lot of trouble was because Nazis showed up and Sieg Heiled right outside.
Okay, yeah, but that protest in Australia, he may not know this, but he's talking about the Australian protest, right? That protest happened. That protest went off, right? The protest that the event that did not go off, the event that was shut down, and the event that turned, what felt like a really dispiriting thing for trans people, all over Australia and New Zealand into a win for trans people was Posey Parker getting shut down in New Zealand.
In a lot of trouble there because it was really evident that she was politically aligned with Nazis.
Yeah, exactly, Jules. Yeah, the New Zealand allowed her to speak. What didn't allow her to speak was New Zealanders, okay? Get the difference?
Because people protested against her. It wasn't because people showed up and yelled at her. It was because she was just in a big open road with Nazis. That was
Australia.
Well, it didn't do her in.
That did happen. I mean, I think she might have gotten tomatoed there. But yeah, that event actually did happen.
Still a very prominent advocate for killing trans people, and she's still a hateful monster. But it was definitely a huge setback, and it led to a lot of both infighting with it. Go watch Sean's video on Posey Parker and her relationship to Nazis. It talks about it very, very well. Yeah, see, what's more destructive to your movement as a person, quote unquote, advocating for women's rights? 100 trans
people in great enough numbers exactly can be effective to shut down these fascists.
women showing up.
Yeah, and like, don't act like, look, orgs that do direct action, they are not just like knee-jerk responding. They're not just like, Milo bad, let's counter like protest, right? That's not. They're looking at this with a lot more strategy than I think Vosh is even aware of, because yeah, like, he doesn't do this stuff.
To protest, or 10 of these
like, he's not in favor of this stuff.
Showing up to support you. You know the answer. Power is complicated, and navigating the media relationship is even more complicated. You know, understanding how to best promote your ideology, how to get people on your side, it's tough, you know? And the problem is that the kinds of people that we're trying to support, or not support, we're trying to get the support of, liberals, moderates, the common man, right? They get scared off by stuff conservatives don't. Conservatives will support Milo Yiannopoulos after Milo Yiannopoulos threatens to dox trans people or whatever. But liberals will not support leftists who get in trouble for bike lock hitting somebody at a protest, like a fascist or whatever.
Again, it's a question of solidarity, right? Yeah, there's a lot of friendly fire, like, from, you know, our own side when it comes to direct action. And even when that direct action is, you know, defensive, right? There's a lot of people that would rather have, like, queer people and POC and other marginalized people continue to be the football, continue to be the cost of doing business. There's, you know, I mean, that's what this whole video was about.
It's a different game.
I feel like he skipped over one really crucial part of it, but
and it's not fair.
If you want to check it out, right? It's on my YouTube page. Make sure to watch it after the stream.
But we have to know how to play it, because if we don't know how to play the game, we lose, and if we lose, we all die. So listen up, okay? You do not want to fall into the...
Liberals will also fight for fascist right to speak on stage, yeah, and against, you know, people trying to do direct actions to shut them down.
The trap of believing you're playing the same game. I've said this many times, but if you really want to look good versus the far right, don't show up in a black bloc. Don't show up as Antifa.
You're gonna do it again.
If you show up as Antifa, you look just as...
You gotta do it in red, white, and blue pajamas, right? Don't do black bloc. Is he gonna do it? Like, I hope he was kidding about the red, white, and blue bloc thing, but...
Scary to the average voter as the far right people. You even look scarier. At least a lot of them are showing their faces. You're in all black, like some kind of tactical camo warrior. What are you doing? Show up with a crowd full of people who look normal.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Yeah, get fucking doxxed by the entirety of the alt-right. You know, have these motherfuckers show up to your house, threaten your family, call your boss, right?
And show up with 10 times as many people. That's how you win. Show up.
Vosh calls himself a libertarian socialist. So yeah, somewhere along those lines, pink and blue.
As a bunch of
also, welcome to the chat.
Grillers. You want to show up like you came here for a barbecue.
We gotta optimize our optics for the dad grillers. Yeah.
There is not a single conservative protest on earth that could survive 1,000 dads showing up in this T-shirt. I'm not joking. Vosh, you don't understand. These Nazis are the Kiwi farm types.
Yo, that literally looks like some Boogaloo Boys shit, right?
Profile activists. Why do you patronize me? You think I don't know? You think I haven't dealt with it? I'm aware. They are not going to... First of all...
Oh my god, that shirt is priceless, though.
The idea that showing up in Antifa or Black Bloc protects you from being doxxed is not true. For second, okay, you are far less likely to get doxxed if you're just a crowd of 1,000 normal-looking people who are all chanting from one side, okay? The people who get doxxed by Kiwi farms...
Literally, Vosh, I had people, like... When I worked security for a pride protest, there were people that were coming there trying to dox people that showed up to pride. Yes, they will try to dox you. No, they don't have to, like, systematically dox everyone, but, like, you know, they were looking at lists. Like, when people were signing up for mailing lists and stuff like that, we had assholes with cameras coming by and trying to, you know, photograph the mailing list, right, to get people's, you know, personal information, right? No, it's a huge problem, right? And not just at a protest.
People who identify and distinguish themselves to the point that they can motivate a bunch of internet virgins to like target them. If it's literally just a bunch of, like, just a crowd of people that are all just counter-protesting, it's way harder to focus on, oh, do we target and dox the...
See, this is such a privileged point of view. Also, you know, who they go for in terms of targeting for doxing and stuff, marginalized people. You know, this maybe not a problem for you, Vosh, but it's a problem for a lot of my chat, okay? It's a problem for me.
43-year-old dad wearing this t-shirt, you know? Or do we target and dox the one in the teal t-shirt, you know? Like, it's
Vosh, do you want me to, like, go boy mode for the protest? Would that help? If I went boy mode and wore the rub my meat before I stick it in t-shirt? That's horrible.
Different. Let's just end the video.
And an absolute number.
Just be normal, right? Just be normal.
Most events, they can't rustle up 4,000 supporters, but we can, provided cishet non-disabled white dude lefties like myself.
Provided there's some solidarity, right?
Haven't told all the right
forces like Vosh in the social media environment of the online left are a bulwark against that solidarity. This is where the friendly fire is coming from.
Right's biggest targets that their struggles don't matter.
Wait, hold on. Too many words, SDL, I can't read.
We can, provided cishet non-disabled white dude lefties like myself haven't told all the right's biggest targets that their struggles don't matter. And
yeah, dude, that's definitely something that was happening in Berkeley in 2016. It was a bunch of white cis men telling minority groups their struggles don't... That's definitely what they were doing at these protests to Milo Yiannopoulos.
I still remember the time I met a black person in person at a counter protest, and I was like fangirling because I'm like, you're so cool, I wish I could join you. I had a similar experience. Like I said, I worked security at Pride, and you know, I thought I was ready to handle whatever threat came down the line. Looking at Proud Boys and 3%ers in clips online turns out to be very different than seeing them in real life and realizing they have like 150 pounds on me, right? So I showed up at security thinking that, like, hey, if something really does go down, like, I know how to fight. I can take care of business. Oh my God, was I wrong? Oh my God, was I wrong? I mean, we were there. We were like the eyes and the ears of the operation in terms of like monitoring what's going on. But the actual business end of keeping Pride safe was anti-fascists that showed up. Some of them in masks, some of them not in masks, some of them armed. And that's what it took to shut down Proud Boys that tried to get into the event, right? We could not have done it. The people like me that showed up to, you know, work security, we were not prepared for what we got hit with. Luckily, somebody was, right? I probably would have gotten my ass kicked that day if it hadn't been for very serious people showing up, knowing what they would be facing and confronting it, literally meeting those motherfuckers at the entrance and saying, you will not pass. And they were armed, right? Thank God, you know, for the, like, I'm sure Vosh would hate it, right? Showing up armed, dressed like a gay ninja, you know, that's terrible optics. I can't believe, why would you want to do that, right? It literally saved me from getting like, I would have gotten beat up so bad.
They were all doing like, yeah, man, I'm going to show up in black bloc and protest a fascist. But also, let me tell you, come on. Again, just like making shit up.
It's worth mentioning, cops f with protesters less when some of them are white. It's also worth mentioning
that's true.
Racism affects 58% of the working poor, so there can be no class solidarity that doesn't address it.
True.
I mean, I'm kind of riffing off of something that he said earlier in terms of how, like, Vosh has like a hatred for people that do direct action in you know, black bloc, you know, hiding their identities. He just, like, you know, he's gone off on Antifa before.
Isn't who needs to win. This is who needs to win.
Again, this is just a degree of political analysis that is complete.
But oh my God, like, Pride would have been a bloodbath if it hadn't been for, you know, anti-fascist black bloc heroes, really, that showed up and took care of the business that the security detail was just unable to, you know, deal with.
Completely detached from reality. The idea that real racial politics means not working win what for who, for what goal? Does this guy know that like 90% of black Americans who vote for Democrats? Are they all white moderates as well because they support those white moderates politically? Like, if you let black people win, like you let them be the dominant voice, they'll just go and vote for Joe Biden again. That's what they're currently voting for. It's just, whatever.
And if you're white, you need to be over here.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I was like in my feels for a minute there, but yeah, more racism.
I've collected as many resources as I can find by POC on what they need and want from white allies and put them in the down there part.
Don't read them.
There's a plurality of opinions on this, so I recommend reading more than one. And it may not always be a 4,000 strong protest.
Don't read them. It'll make it harder for me to maintain my cult. Like, right? That's part of a cult, is informational control.
Every direct action is unique and must be strategized in concert with the people most affected.
There it is. There it is. That's the real take, and it's nuanced, and it's not simple, and it challenges us, right? It poses more questions than answers. But it's a lot better than what you're going to get from Ian sitting in his fucking chat, like completely demobilized, completely dispirited, thinking that direct action is like the worst optics ever. And if we could just ignore the fascists threatening to dox people and threatening to, do violence, to marginalize people, that everything will be great.
But what I can tell you is when business gets done, white folks need to split the check. A movement cannot be anti-fascist if it isn't anti-racist.
Okay. It's just so funny because I'm remembering all those crowds of student protesters in Black Bloc who were like actively fighting the alt-right at Berkeley, and a lot of them were white. Like most of them were white. The idea that it's all like queer black people out there fighting against the fascists and like white people are all going like, he meant as like folks with an X, yeah. Again, unironically, I know that this guy hates me and that there were problems with the video and blah, blah, but I've watched every video in this channel, even though a lot of them don't show that I've played them because I watched a lot of them like a while ago, and they are genuinely very, very good. Like these bits right here are just like...
Just don't read his resources, I guess. God, okay. Well, thank you, chat. Jeez, okay. Thank you for putting up with that. I'm sorry I wasn't able to read chat as much during the thing, but yeah, just in general, if I'm in the middle of a segment ever and you really need to get something across, put it in a super chat, put it in a highlighted message, and I'll make sure to. And I do see your chats, right? Even if I don't read them on stream, it's just when I'm reacting to certain stuff, I know I'm going to make a segment out of, like I know I'm going to do a video. I'm trying to be kinder to my editor because oftentimes my editor is myself. And that I don't want to make it difficult for me to, edit down the video. So I'm trying to keep it concise. I don't know. What are we at? Are we at 3 hours? 4 hours and 33 minutes?
Rhetorical snippet.
What is wrong with me? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, well, nobody can accuse me of not reacting hard enough, right? Why does he have TYT takes? Wait, Vosh? I don't think he considers himself an anarchist at this point because anarchism is bad optics, yeah. Well, I mean, he calls himself a libertarian socialist, market socialist, things like... We are also at 104 out of 110 subs. That's right. That's right. You could make this stream go even longer if we hit that goal, which would be amazing, and it would also ensure that the Sunday stream isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Because I like doing that stream. I like coming to you 4 days a week. But again, I do have to gauge it to the amount of support that I get. No bad feelings. Just something that I got to do. Also, it tells me like when I got to concentrate more on putting out videos and stuff like that grow the community versus when I can spend time on live streams.
That talk about very specific like political dynamics.
Oh my God, we need a hype train. We need something. I'm sorry. I'm just like I apologize, chat, for getting into my feels. Then I hadn't thought about that in a long time. That situation that I was in at that Pride, and the way that that we being the people that work security for that Pride were protected by some people who were a lot more experienced, a lot more organized, and a lot better to... Oh my God, Zara, thank you. Oh my God. I'm an NB. You just got a gift sub from Zara Xerox. MSE Stream. You just got a gift sub from Xerox. D Corey 77. You got a gift sub. Sparkly Dystopia. You got a gift sub. Lord Fortus, thank you for the sub. Oh my God, that's the hype train, right? That's definitely that you just buried the hype train. That's amazing. Yeah, sorry, Chad. I don't mean to be all sniffly and cry. We're on level 3 already. Oh my god. What are people feeling like? Did I miss somebody that got a gift sub? I feel like, yeah. Xerix also gave a gift sub to Olakala and Von Grabstein. I'm probably bad at pronouncing names. Also, Devo Dabs, thank you for the 15 bits. Morgan the Fae, thank you for the 100 bits. Trips and falls on my tushy. Bits fall out of my pocket. Oops. Oh, I see. That's what happened. Thank you again, Devo Dabs, and thank you, Gazebo Joni, for the 5 bits. And oh my god, Pink and Blue Shark, welcome to the chat. Thanks for the follow. Okay, yeah, no, I'm better now. I'm better now. God, I probably need something. Let me see if I can find a video. God, it's so hard because we gotta find something, and it turns out that the weasel thing actually got copyright claimed. I hate to... The only thing that I know that we've got, like, free and clear is... Wine Hoarder just got a sub as well. Who can I thank for that? Special Kind of Normal, thank you for the community gift sub. You got Wine Hoarder out of the ad break. Looks like a lot of people are gonna be missing the ad break, which I am entirely. DJ Hype SJW. It's called what? Plastic Makes Me Feel Good, maybe? Yeah, Plastic Makes Me Feel Good. This one we own. Because I made it myself. But hi, thank you for the hype train, everybody. Oh no, it's super fast. Should I just dance to it super fast? No, it sounds wrong. And thank you for making that hype train happen. I needed this. Oh my god. Pink and Blue Shark, thank you for the sub. Oh my god, it's super late in Norway and in the UK. Okay, so what else do we have to do? Thank you for the hype train. Level 3, 59% complete. It's 9 gift subs, 135 bits. Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with your terminology. Ferdinand Nicolay. Yeah, we got the Jesse Singal thing to look into. Set us up for the debate that's going to happen next week. Actually, maybe even a couple of debates, right? Maybe even a debate with Emma and a debate featuring Sam. It kind of sounds like what's getting set up here. So, I'm sorry, this is just such a good groove. Wait, am I missing something? Oh no. Wait, can somebody tell me, does Slimer really blow Dan Aykroyd in that movie? Is that in Ghostbusters? Does that happen? Can somebody tell me if that's real? Is that actually in... I know I've seen parts of Ghostbusters. I'm not sure if I've ever seen the whole thing, like, all the way through. Okay, so, thanks to, It's Me, Natalie Marie, we've got the exact moment when Majority Report talked about the Jesse Singal thing again. BJ, yes, but not by Slimer. Oh, thank goodness. That would have been really disturbing. I mean, unless, I'm sure, look, I'm not trying to shame Slimer, okay? That's the last, what do you want to do? Ghostbusters. But thank you for the nice compliment, Ferdinand Nicolay. Thank you. Slimer, I barely know her. Oh no. It feels like Slimer could be some kind of like slang for, you know, some kind of indecent act. But yeah, so this is Sam and Emma on the Majority Report from 3 days ago, talking more about the Jesse Singal thing. And then we're going to look at Twitter, and I will show you exactly when that's going to happen. But just to give you a synopsis of what's going on here, all right? This started when a caller called into the Majority Report, wanted to talk about Jesse Singal as an example of people that you know, kind of sort of feign liberalism, but attack trans people, and just being sick of getting that attacked from the supposed left. Now, obviously, Jesse Singal isn't on the left, but he does try to make himself look like, look, I'm not transphobic, I'm not, you know, a bigot, but like blah, 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 women's sports, blah, 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 detransitioners, blah, 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 you know, like puberty blockers, right? That's Jesse Singal's vibe. And a lot of people are sick of it. A caller called in to express being sick of it and accidentally misattributed something about, you know, not being able to transition or not being like, you know, because of OCD, right? As being seen as like a reason that somebody shouldn't be like given, you know, having actual clinically diagnosed obsessive compulsive disorder as, you know, being a reason to put the brakes on, you know, somebody being able to transition, right? That actually wasn't Jesse Singal. It was Barry Weiss. It was on Barry Weiss's Substack. Jesse Singal very famously has a Substack. It's kind of easy to see how a caller would maybe mix up something that Barry Weiss said with something that Jesse Singal said, because they're both on the same, you know, they're on the same wavelength, right? But that was not quite correct, and Sam corrected the record on stream, you know, made a big point of that, and then he starts going after Emma. Then he starts going after Emma and complaining to Sam about Emma. And the Majority Report, like, they're no quarter for this guy, right? Emma knows who he is. She's not being deferential to him, and that burns him up. So anyway, that's just setting up what we're going to see today.
Now we know.
I'm not trying to slut shame Slimer, okay? Yeah, exactly. Or Alf, right?
An extended...
Do I want you to sing?
Talk about...
If you want to sing, you should sing.
The inaccuracy of an IM that we received on Friday. Because...
Oh, turn this up.
Jesse Singal was very upset at how the I ammer.
I hope you were pretending not to know how to pronounce his name just to peeve him, because the one thing about Sam is that, like, look, he's a great. I think he's a really good debater. I've seen him perform epically in debates. It's clear that he likes doing it. He's not afraid of anyone, right? He famously challenged Steven Crowder to a debate that Steven Crowder didn't even want to. Tim Pool and some other right-wing figures have got him informally banned from a lot of podcasts because of how much he just like tears people up. I mean, Tim Pool is a great example of somebody he tore up on in a debate, right? But the one thing that I worry about with Sam is when he comes up against like a Jackson Hinkle, or the most recent example being Adam and Sitch, and doesn't really know what he's dealing with, you know, he can get sort of taken advantage of. And yeah, like this is the game that these right-wingers play. Hopefully he knows enough about Jesse Singal. Hopefully because like if you're debating Jesse Singal, you're going to get into like the minutia of, you know, debates involving like, you know, trans people, right? And there's a lot of cis people, well-meaning, you know, allies, great people that just don't know the details. And Jesse Singal, much like Destiny, will often use like familiarity with details that would be otherwise unremarkable as a way to win debates by showing that like he really understands. You don't even know the study that I was talking about. Yeah, because it was not peer reviewed and like, right. But if you don't know that, then you can't call it out, right? So that's the only concern I have with Sam going into this debate. Emma I have less concern with. Emma I feel like is ready to take on Jesse Singal, although she's going to be on his home turf. So
conflated Jesse Singal's support and promotion of Jamie Reed's now really discredited affidavit. He the IMer, I don't know their gender. The IMer conflated Singal's promotion of one part of the affidavit for the promotion of a different part of the affidavit, and we corrected that. Yeah. And also, one of the things I noticed, and I feel like maybe I wasn't clear over this enough because Jesse does seem to still have some issues. But
I don't know if we're going to be able to solve all of them.
Well, we're not going to be able to solve all of them, but I want to make something clear. I did not retract or correct Emma's statement that Jesse was a garbage person.
And a transphobe.
Well, that was Matt's.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, I think it was me. Matt
I think we both said it.
We might, yeah.
They both said it, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's fairly well.
He accused Bender. Jesse Singal, like, heard, I think, Matt, that's Matt Lech in the background, right? He heard Matt's voice, or maybe they even said Matt, and he was thinking it was Bender. So he starts going off on Bender, and Bender's like, what are you talking about? It was Matt Lech that was you know, speaking in the background. Shakespeare, should we have you on sometime to talk about what's going on in Niger?
Established. And I did not retract and correct that. And I want to make it clear that I don't retract or correct other people's opinions. Mm-hmm. But I do want to make it clear, I share that opinion.
So in other words, Emma has her own opinion. Sam's not gonna, like, you know, Sam's not that kind of boss, right? Where he's like, you know, shaking his finger at Emma over her opinions. If he disagrees, he'll say that he disagrees. In this case, he agrees. And, you know, it's not to support Emma. It's not, you know, to agree with Emma. It's independently of Emma. You know, they both, you know, think that Jesse Singal is a garbage person, and they're absolutely right.
So, like, you know, I'm not
drop your cat.
I'm not backing you up on that.
Mm-hmm.
I share that opinion independently from your opinion. So I'm not providing backup here.
Both parts, the transphobe and garbage person part, you would say?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, well, no need to thank me.
No, it's not. I just want to make this clear.
It has nothing to do with me. Yes.
This is not a question, because I saw some people saying like,
yeah.
I saw some people. I saw funny.
Yeah, I've been following kind of what's going on in Niger, but I haven't really kept up with it enough to be able to make like heads or tails.
Exchange where somebody was criticizing Jesse for trying to get Emma fired.
Uh-huh.
And then he deleted the tweet that had sort of implied that in some way because he's against cancel culture.
Yes.
And I just want to say that, like, and I just want to say, I just want to make it clear because I feel like somehow I probably dropped the ball on that clarification. I am not backing Emma or Matt up on their charges that Jesse is a transphobe or is a garbage person.
It's just your self-expression.
This is an independent idea that I have had. And it just so happens it's consistent with your opinions. But I am sure if we went through enough adjectives, we would find disagreement. But that's okay too.
Yeah. Marketplace of ideas.
I like to hear both sides.
Yeah.
Garbage person, trash person.
Sam Cedar going on the record supporting both sidesism. Got him.
You know, got him. We come to common ground here.
Yeah, yeah.
So I just want to say that.
That's how. Yeah, but thank you for not firing me.
Thank you for not.
For that statement. That's much appreciated.
This is no joke. Jesse Singal has literally gotten people fired, right, for disagreeing with him, for calling him out. Like Jesse Singal, like that. That's the thing about this guy. He's a cry bully. That is the overarching, like the. His defining feature, essentially, is that he is constantly attacking trans people. But whenever anybody, steps up to him, he's like, "Why are you grabbing me? Why are you grabbing me?" Right? And he's going to their bosses and he's threatening, legal action. He's like, he's writing abusive emails to them. Like, right? He's got a track record of this, right? And for that reason, he hasn't really been called out, right? For that, people are afraid to speak up to this guy, and I think it's time that ends, right? I think he's hurt trans people for long enough. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't even realize that he sent an email in about that, but I guess it really upset him. So.
Yeah.
But again, anybody is welcome to call into the show.
Literally
646-257-3920. We'll take some calls later. And if one of them is Jesse, great.
Yes.
Great.
Spoiler, it wasn't.
We take calls. Now, again, if Jesse calls in, which I like, he better be accurate because I don't want to have to then provide a retraction or correction because someone else has sent me an email said, complaining about what a caller calls in with.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, that would be tough. Yeah, we would have to, it's a chain reaction. Yeah. We would have to correct Jesse's statements and then again and again and again and back and forth. That's what we should just dedicate this program to.
We're going to change it to corrections.
Mm-hmm.
Majority corrections.
Retractions, corrections.
Folks, it's your support that makes the show possible. You can become a member at jointhemajority.report.com. And when you do, you not only get the free half free of commercials, but you also get the fun half. And
right, and like I probably is incumbent upon me to mention, because I haven't done it at all. I apologize to anybody that's been served ads so far because you didn't know how to get out of them. The way to get out of them is with a Twitch Prime. If you've got Amazon Prime, you've basically got a free sub. That sub, if given to my channel, gets you out of the ads in here, right? You can also get out of them with a by paying for a sub for yourself. Apparently, it's $8 Canadian on mobile. I didn't realize it was different in different locations. That's probably true, though. It's different in different localities. But you can buy yourself a Twitch sub, or if you're lucky, right, you could get gifted a sub, and we've seen that happen a few times today by somebody generous enough to want to get you out of that ad break. It's going to be more likely to happen, though, if you're more active in chat. So another incentive to be active in chat. And for YouTube, all you got to worry about is hit that like button. All you put proof in Discord? Oh, wait, what's the proof?
You also get to IM the show via the app. The app's free to everybody, but it has special features.
It's 90 pesos in Mexico? That seems very reasonable.
Once you log in as a member.
The Maple tax, right?
That has a lot of value there. And as always, in the podcast and YouTube descriptions, you will find links to our sponsors of the day that give you a break on these products. These are all products.
Okay, so that is it for what they said. So they did talk about Jesse Singal again. Again, they were like, if he wants to call in, he can call in. He didn't call in this day. He, I'll show you. I'll show you what ended up happening. Okay, there's that. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is Jesse Singal posting. In this clip, Emma Vigeland reads a listener's email claiming I amplified Jamie Reid's... Okay, so it's Jamie Reid's assertion that a patient shouldn't transition because of OCD. Okay, so there's the whole, you know, context, right? Caller calls in, says, like, I'm sick of, you know, people like Jesse Singal that pretend to be, you know, progressive or liberal and then go and attack trans people, and gives it as an example the amplification of Jamie Reid's assertion, I know how to pronounce things, that a patient shouldn't transition because of their OCD. So, right, this is something that, you know, would happen where the, you know, medical, you know, practitioner says, like, oh, you know, maybe you're not really trans, you have OCD, maybe it's that, let's work on your OCD, and then just essentially roadblocks them from, you know, getting the care that they need, right? But yeah, so Jamie Reid was the one that made the assertion. The caller thought that Jesse had amplified that. It turns out it wasn't Jesse, it was another transphobic Substack, the transphobic Substack of one Barry Weiss, which, you know, if you know Barry Weiss and you know Jesse Singal, you can kind of see why somebody might mix one up with the other. They're pretty much on the same wavelength as far as their transphobia goes, right? Vigeland called me a transphobe. Called you a transphobe? Oh no, what an insult. What a horrible thing. I can't believe it. You better sue her. You better call her boss. Call me a garbage human being. I mean, yo, she's not wrong. This never ever happened anywhere in my work. No, wait, what? Oh, this didn't happen. So he's denying amplifying Jamie Reid. Okay. So the second tweet is Emma Vigeland finishes the clip by making a spitting sound. She just does the thing, you know? Like, I do that too. Do I do that? I feel like I do that. I do that, right? I do the thing where I'm like, as though she's too disgusted that she can't wait. She's so disgusted she can't stand it. Off mic, you're really taking to heart, aren't you? Off mic, you hear Matt Bender. It's not Matt Bender. It was actually Matt Lush claim that I'm a transphobe and that my lies were cited by Republicans. This is true. This is true. Jesse Singal claims that the things that he's said aren't, you know, transphobic, but they're literally being cited by Republicans in their attempt to, you know, pass transphobic legislation, as well as you know, by GLAAD, you know, as you know, as a red flag about Jesse, right? So that's where this kind of came from. Okay, so this is the exchange between Matt and Jesse here. Oh wait, am I not turned back to the Twitter version of this? I have like one, there it is. This makes things easier to read on Twitter when I press that magic button. Okay, so yeah, so when Matt Bender gets, yeah, he is picture retweeting the same thing, and where it says Matt Bender claims, Matt Lush jumps in saying, it was me, it was me, it was me, Austin, it was me. No, just kidding. He's like, see, Matt Bender would appreciate that reference. Anyway, so yeah, it was actually Matt Lush that said it. So he's responding to Jesse here. I pointed out to you a year and a half ago that this article cites me in support of the idea that there isn't a consensus that transition alleviates gender dysphoria, when my argue doesn't say this. Okay, it basically says the opposite. No, so why were you cited by, like, if you're literally cited by, like, Republicans trying to pass transphobic legislation, you must not have done a good job of writing that, right? And to GLAAD, you know, they took it the same way. Matt took it the same way. That's how most people are gonna read what you put. I don't know what game you're trying to play here of, like, you know, I'm not I'm not saying that there isn't consistent consensus that transition alleviates gender dysphoria. But yeah, that's the Matt and Jesse thing. What is this? Okay, so whether or not you this is Matt's response. Whether or not you recognize the sort of thing you regularly propagated as lies or not, in my broader contention is that your entire, or not. My broader contention is that your entire output on this topic, I don't know, that you write, like, I don't know that you write about anything else. True. Looks like lying by emphasis. Okay, yeah, so here I think that Matt's talking about that the thing that Jesse cited is sort of buried in the article, right? Whereas what's front and center in the article are the testimonials of detransitioners. Amplified. Okay, so this is from the GLAAD article, I think. Oh my god, you probably can't see that too well. Let me just... There, now you can see it. Okay. Amplify. So this is like a list of things that Jesse Singal did. One of them is amplified, unproven theory of social contagion. Some anecdotal evidence suggests that social forces can play a role in a young person's gender questioning. I've been seeing this more frequently. Psychologist Laura Edwards Leeper wrote in an email, widely cited study on this alleged influence was reissued with a correction reading in part, rapid onset gender dysphoria or ROGD is not a formal mental health diagnosis at this time, right? I think it's been like, refuted actually pretty recently. This report did not collect data from the adolescents and young adults or clinicians, and therefore does not valid. Oh yeah, so this was the report that was literally from transphobic parents. Like that's where they collected the data from. They got, transphobic parents that were upset about their kids being trans. If this is what I think it is, right? So there's that. And there's another ad break, and I keep on messing up with this. Okay, so now here is what you're all searching for, right? Emma, so Jesse tweeted out something basically implying that Emma was going to run from a debate and or like challenging her to come on Banned and Reported, which is Jesse's podcast, right? BARP, Banned and Reported podcast, or BARP. That's a great thing to name your podcast. That's so appealing. I'm so glad you named it BARP. Coming on BARP to talk, right? Wednesday or later next week. Next episode is already planned, so we'd record something between 9/6 and 9/8. Can you do the afternoon or evening of the 6th? So that's got to be Wednesday, right? That's next Wednesday. That's going to be the Emma and Jesse debate. Let me see if I can find. I gotta find you the Sorry, I'm looking through the Discord to find you the receipts showing when the Sam versus Jesse. Okay, so can you see that? Tuesday it is. Didn't see the tweets, right? So that's the day. Yeah, he was gonna call in on Monday. He didn't realize it was Labor Day, and he's got his little followers here. I can't remember where he says Monday, but he initially offered Monday. Had no idea how crazy the majority report is. Emma is just completely off the rails on this issue. No compromise allowed whatsoever. No compromise. Yeah, she's an uncompromising ally of trans people. That's true. That's true. I'll still call in since I committed, but I regret engaging. Okay. Where is this? I can't find the... Anyway, initially he offered Monday. He was told that actually Monday's Labor Day, so they won't be on. So he's going to call in to Tuesday on the majority report. And the debate with Emma or whatever, Emma's going to go, I guess, on BARP. And now, I don't know when it'll come out, right? Because this is a podcast that we're talking about. He said that he had anywhere from Wednesday to, I think, like Friday, right? And she said Wednesday is the best for me, if that's the 6th. And so I'm guessing it's the kind of deal where she'll have that conversation on Wednesday, but I'm not sure when that BARP. Yeah, I know, right? This is gonna... I wouldn't want to go on Jesse Singal's podcast. Yeah, more like barf, exactly. So yeah, that's where we're at as far as that podcast. And of course, I will cover whatever goes down next week between Sam and Jesse and between Emma and Jesse. We'll take a look at it and we'll analyze it. And hopefully I can get around to it, right? I have been doing some research. I have been writing some scripts. This is another thing that I'd like to write a video essay about, because I feel like people don't know what Jesse Singal's history is. Every time somebody has to deal with him, they're like dealing with him alone. And there's enough people that have been hurt by this guy that it feels like it's time to actually shut his grift down. Okay. So, and he's been literally harassing people off of Twitter, calling people's employers, threatening legal action and worse. Right. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. So. Oh, hey, if you want to give this some love here, I forgot to promote my tweet. All right, there it is. If you want to hit it with some likes, if you want to hit it with some retweets. Retweets? Yes, retweets. They're treats twice. I would be much obliged. And there's the lovely thumbnail for anybody who didn't get to see it earlier, right? That's that. It's a little bit recursive. It's bordering. It's veering towards the recursive, but we love the infinite regress here on No Comment Chick. Yeah, No Comment Chick reacting to Vosh, reacting to Innuendo Studios talking about Milo. So several layers deep. And yeah, if you don't have to deal with the horrible hell site called Twitter, more power to you. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. Thank you so much, people, for retweeting and liking this. It helps me a lot because, like, the thing is, when I leave a link, right? See, there's a link right there. That's how Twitter works, right? They want you to stay on their site. So you leave something with a link and it just basically disappears in the algorithm. Like, nobody can see it, right? The only way that it appears is if enough people like it, where Twitter is like, all right, this post is, kind of doing some numbers here. And then people will actually see it. But other than that, I don't get any sort of reach on Twitter, being not a blue check myself. So yeah, like I said, there's a lot to get through today. I feel like I promised you, like, I promised to talk to chat, and instead I just danced. How are you doing, chat? I'm always so hurried to get through content because I take so long doing every single react that I feel like I never have time to just like talk to chat and stuff. And I know there was a lot of people chatting today while I was doing that segment that I didn't get to your comments on stream. So only Twitter account I have left. Oh yeah, nice. I mean, I don't know. Probably doesn't hurt me to get a retweet from whichever account. Still suffering from, oh, your typist cramp after a Vaush. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot. You're not the only one. You're not the only one. Like, yeah, and again, I'm really sorry for not being able to get to more. That's what we're just going to have to do in the future, right? Is that whenever I'm doing a segment that's going to go out as a YouTube video, and I sometimes know what segments those are ahead of time, right? That the best way to reach me if you've got something that you really want to get answered, or you really want me to deal with on chat, is to hit it with a super chat on YouTube or highlight it on Twitch. Yo, is there any way for me to get a hold of like everything that's highlighted? Because like that's how I've seen it. Like that's how Jesse Gender does it. That's how Leftist Mafia does it. Like, right? They don't like, you know, they're not like sitting there like, you know, talking to chat, right? But they do get to the super chats and stuff like that, like, you know, after the like main show. And I feel like I need to gravitate towards something more like that, because I'm struggling with these two things of wanting to engage with chat, but at the same time wanting to make sure that we're not like losing the audience that's in it to see the segment. So it's difficult, and I have ADHD. So thank you for putting up with me through that. I didn't mean to leave you unread, and I didn't in fact leave you unread. I just didn't reply to much of anything anybody said. Your mom bummed you out? Oh. Smashing Vaush has to be the #1 priority. True. For half the second, I saw the thumbnail out of the corner of my eye and thought you were Kaffles. She has glasses now, right? I guess I could see that. Yeah. Did you hear that countries and particular highways would make it illegal to go through them to drive? Oh, counties you're talking about. Yeah. Sorry, I misread that. Counties and particular highways would make it illegal to go through them to drive someone out of their state for an abortion? No, I did not see that. Your mom is a MRA? Oh my god. My mom is Big Red. My mom fights MRAs. No, Big Red didn't actually fight anyone. That's the weirdest thing, right? Big Red, do you know what I'm talking about? The woman with glasses and red hair that always gets shown in any kind of like SJW owned compilation, or, you know, it'll show, you know, her with like making a face and say triggered, right? That's Big Red. Her real name is Chanty Binks. And she's not actually my mom, but I wish she was. Right? Because, like, my relationship with my real mom isn't great, and I feel like Chanty Binks would be the awesomest mom in the world. My mom is a weird liberal who doesn't let me wear women's clothes. What? Ooh. Big Red's biggest crime was being right over and over. Yeah, and actually owning the MRAs. Like, Big Red showed up to debate, and she was a happy warrior. Like, she wasn't getting mad at people. She was just, like, slapping down their arguments with a smile, right? And they absolutely try to turn her into this like icon of the triggered left, like, right? You'll see her face on not just right-wing thumbnails, but like, you know, anti-SJWs like Vosh. I feel like Xander Hall's used her a few times like this, right? What is she up to now anyway? I don't know. Still being awesome, I think. No comparison between you and Kaffles. You're too cool. Thank you. Yeah, I just had my hair in a certain way. I guess that day that. Last I heard from her, it was that cool documentary I saw her in. So is there a documentary about her? Too bad we can't watch that on stream. No offense taken, Morgan. No offense taken. I mean, superficially, right? Yeah, like I don't talk about this a lot, but Kaffles and I kind of like came from like the same group of streamers, I guess is a way to put it. Like, right, a lot of these people, you know, Demon Mama included, were people that when I was starting as a streamer, like, you know, they were too, right? And we, you know, we were friends, Demon Mama and I, up until a certain point, and that point really was when she got attacked by Destiny's community and had to turn to Vosh for protection, right? That was when I was just like, all right, well, like, nothing much I can do at that point. And really started to talk about like woke scolds more and more, and you know, adopt kind of a Voshian. And same thing with Keffels. Keffels was cool, I think, at some point. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just didn't know her all that well, but I knew her decently, and we were gonna do content together. We always planned to, you know, do like, you know, kind of shitposty debates, arguing about cat boys versus cat girls and stuff like that. And I thought she was cool, but yeah, same thing happened with her. The same thing, like, right? Yeah, Destiny's community, she ended up, you know, kind of cozying up with Vosh, and in fact, because of the harassment that went on to her stream, like, right, you know, she got the same kind of alt harassment that I used to get in my stream. Like, I mean, they would say kind of the same stuff to Keffels that they would say to me. It seemed like it was like the same person, right? But then, you know, White Nervosa like went on and like accused me of being involved with that, which kind of makes me suspicious about the entire White Leaf network. And as a result, Keffels signed on to White Leaf, right? That was the, I mean, I don't know. She might have signed on anyway. She was always, you know, pretty close to Vosh. But the thing that sealed the deal, I think, was, you know, wanting to get away from the kind of alt harassment that I experienced, that Polly experienced, that almost every trans streamer, right, got hit by these alt attacks. And then for White Nervosa, you know, to be part of this, you know, psyop of like turning the, you know, guilt around on the victim of the attacks, it's pretty gross. And it always made me wonder about, you know, like, how much does White Leaf know? Right? I don't know. This, I'm speculating. This is tinfoil hat territory. I don't have any special knowledge about this, right? But it is weird how, you know, this kind of harassment always ends up driving trans streamers into Vosh's arms, right? I've always found that a little bit suspicious. Anyway, enough drama for today. No, that's enough drama for Keffels to chew on, right? I hope you're Is this good, Keffels? No, she still wants to debate me, apparently, right? I told her that I need an apology to Zara first, right? She lied about Zara, she lied about Polly. There's a few issues where I would appreciate her setting the record straight, and then I'd be happy to come on and be used and abused by her on her stream. So, you know, I'll be your woke scold, tanky. Whatever happened to Riley Grace Rochong? Anyway, I think yeah. What happened to Riley Grace Rochong? Oh my god, let me see if I can go back. So Riley Grace Rochong had a debate with Demon Mama, talking about gender self-ID. Riley Grace Rochong was not necessarily against gender self-ID, but wanted to somehow maintain like a dual definition of gender identity, with self-ID being part of it, and the other part of it being, you know, I don't know, like how you appear to cis society. This didn't go well, and Demon Mama was just trying to like kind of pull that apart and be like, wait, are you like, what are you actually saying, right? And as time went on, it was revealed that, you know, Riley Grace Rochong is as self-hating as a lot of the pick-me, you know, trans creators out there, right? And you know, there was a debate with Doe, and in which Riley accused Doe of abusing children by being shoeless and sockless in a public place with a partner who was in defeat, right? That was too far for, you know, even her supporters in DGG, even Destiny, said, Riley, you're on your own at this point. I'm not going to defend this take, right? Because, you know, it was basically a pedo jacketing of Doe, and it had been a victim, actually, of you know, CSA, you know, and so it's just a really gross thing that happened. So like after that, Doe was just kind of like, you know, not Doe. Riley was somebody that nobody wanted to have anything to do with, right? And Riley tried to come back a few times, tried to debate Demon Mama. Demon Mama absolutely like fooled, like made a fool of Riley, pretending that she was going to bring her on for a debate, and then not letting her come on. And then the last I heard of Riley, there's some kind of organization, some kind of political organization that Riley and Dylan Burns were a part of, and the president of this board or whatever resigned, saying that this organization had a real problem with unacknowledged, you know, racism and just a bunch of white bullshit, basically. And, you know, that they were talking about the other people on the board, Riley and Dylan included. And as far as I know, that board kind of got shut down. I don't know. Does anybody heard of what happened with that whole thing after that? I just know that Riley and Dylan were involved, and that there was a lot of, you know, allegations of that organization like sort of talking a good game about fighting racism, but in actuality being, you know, pretty white centered. So I don't know much more than that, right? If no one knows, it's your king. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a ridiculous, like, you know, attack on Doe, and, you know, nobody appreciated that. Can anyone trust a long-term IRL friend of Calvin Guerra? I did not know that. Look, I know some people that were buddy with Calvin Guerra back in the day, and thankfully have you know, let their you know, have stood with Calvin Guerra's victims against him when they found out you know, what he was about and stuff. But yeah, RGR is a whole ass rabbit hole. Like, it's one of these figures, like there's certain figures, right, that just like Haas, like infrared Haas, that Peter Coffin, right, RGR, that just like the rabbit hole just keeps going and every time you think that, okay, this is the depth, it can't get any worse than this. It's like it somehow manages to get worse than that. So I don't know. I kind of hope that Riley doesn't show up again, because every time she shows up, it seems like it gets worse. It seems like she does something that, like, just like, I didn't know that you could be worse than that, but there you go. I don't know who any of these people are, but after watching the Baked Alaska documentary, do a redemption for Calvin. Yeah, Zan and yeah, this is before the debate with Doe. I think it's before the debate with Demon Mama even, right? That RGR and Xanderhall brought on Calvin to try to, you know, well, I mean, like in their minds, they were playing hero. They were like, you know, Calvin, you really shouldn't attack, you shouldn't call other trans people transgenders. And Calvin's like, I know, I was bad. And he was back on his bullshit, right? He might have taken some videos down, but they went back up afterwards, and not all the videos were taken down. And I mean, this was my first wake-up call to like how bad Zan was, because like I didn't actually think of Zan as being as bad as Vosh back in the day. He kind of didn't start that way, but there was stuff that I didn't know, and you know, like I was friendly to Zan, I was friendly to Riley before I knew better. And thanks to Mixed Vivian for actually, she was the one that opened my eyes as far as Xanderhall went in terms of, you know, his mistreatment of trans people, including I would say platforming Calvin Guerra. Yeah, I think that was a huge, and you know, Riley was involved with that too. You know, I think I realized, you know, that she was somebody I wasn't, you know, gonna agree with, and in fact that's when she turned her sights on me, right? This is going back a ways, right? But I had a debate with a guy named Irrelevant, right, who basically tried to compare being trans to blackface. Yeah, that was his take in a debate, right? And you know, well, if you support gender self-ID, then I guess you've got to support blackface, was essentially his argument, right? Really gross stuff. Riley Grace Rochong, when she saw that this video was coming out, because the way that this video was thumbnailed, right? The way that the thumbnail looked, it was like Irrelevant asking me, like, is blackface okay? And me looking like I might say yes, right? So the implication was that no comment chick is like supporting blackface in this debate at some point, right? And Riley just was so excited, and she live tweeted herself watching this, right? And you know, it was clickbait, so there was never a moment where I was like, "Oh yes, blackface, very very good," right? That never happened. That was just, you know, what was supposed to make you watch the debate was, you know, a trans woman supports blackface, I guess. When it was really just him trying to make an argument, comparing like blackface to gender self-ID. Yeah, Riley was so excited that she was going to get me. She was going to expose, you know, like, by the end of this video, we're going to see no comment chick say something really, really bad. It didn't happen. And that tweet came down, but she hated my guts. And I think it all started when I supported Demon Mama over her on the debate on gender self-ID, right? So yeah, there was a lot of cross-pollination between, like, you know, Riley Grace Rochong, Dylan Burns, and Are Relevant. All these people supported Riley Grace Rochong until she just went too far in that debate with Doe, right? That was really the moment where everybody was like, whoa, you know, not, you know, but up until then, they were all buddy-buddy with RGR. So I feel like I was one of the first ones to, you know, in that sphere to sort of figure out that this is not somebody that you want to be supporting. Because if you were on the Destiny side of things, right, you supported RGR. That was the, you know, that was why Demon Mama went to Vosh to find sort of protection against the harassment that she was getting from Destiny's community. Famously close to transmed shit. Exactly. And that debate was like my first realization that she was basically making an argument at the time that was like, well, yeah, gender self-ID, but also trans medicalism. Like, why can't we have both? And it's like, okay, she nailed her thesis to the door. Oh, I forgot about that. Yo, what is it about her? She's like just a font of lore, right? There's just so much lore that springs forth from the name Riley Grace Rochong, and I definitely don't miss her, but I no. This is what happens when you nail feces to the door? Martin Luther cosplaying. RGR did that thing with her Discord where you have to agree. Oh, that's what you're talking about, the thesis. Yeah, you have to agree with her on like 95 theses and sign off or immediately debate her. Yeah, that she did. Ow! It almost reminds me of the way that Keffels tries to get, you know, debates. But I mean, I don't know. Riley's just on her own thing. Yeah, there's really nobody that you could. Nobody compares to Riley, and you know, not in a good way. But anyway, what else do we have for today? What else do I need to? Temple. Okay. That's on here.
Let's shift a little bit into the more political space, because you mentioned feminism.
Yeah.
So I definitely want to talk about that in the bigger picture, where we're at with that. But I want to start with this tweet from Pearl Davis.
Okay.
It's got 12.1 million views, 1,734 reposts.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, Morgan Le Fay. Look, Vadim was a friend of mine, and essentially is dealing with a lot, like, right, like has been dealing with a lot, and because of that, Vadim like doesn't always, you know, keep up on like the goings on of, you know, Twitch politics, right? And you know, has kind of, you know, done some content with Dylan Burns, and I didn't know about Riley Grace Rochong. That's a pretty bad take, but it's kind of understandable given that Vadim is not able to really engage with the online sphere on a level and to a degree that would keep him like up on the current goings on. But yeah, like I don't know. I hope I wish for the best for Vadim.
34,000 likes, has been quoted 3,000
creationist cat fans in chat.
638 times, and it is a picture of her wearing a shirt.
Women shouldn't vote. There we go, Pearl. There we go. Temple feminism understander
saying women shouldn't vote.
Oh yeah, that's right. She is. I forgot about her song.
Should women vote?
There's so much shit. Yeah, Pearl is another rabbit hole.
I think their vote should carry half as much weight as men's. If I'm going to be honest,
you're in the middle.
I'm in the middle. I think women should have the ability to vote, and it depending on what position they hold. If they're in the military and they're some type of government service, then I think absolutely their vote should count all the way.
Wait, what? What?
But if it's just a female and she doesn't have any type of civil service or anything else like that, then I think it should be. And this goes for the men too,
right?
Certain guys shouldn't vote either. If you're working at McDonald's, etc., should your vote count all the way?
Well,
no.
So then it's not a question of, in your mind, women. It's a question of should people not engaged in civic duty vote?
Yes, but to be
is he advocating for Starship Troopers democracy? Is that what I'm getting? This is Fit, aka Myron Gaines, one half of Fresh and Fit. They were recently demonetized on YouTube. My guess is they might get their monetization back though, and they weren't demonetized for any of the misogyny they did. It was only when they started doing racism, right? When they went back and forth with Abba and Preach, and I don't remember which member of Abba and Preach it was, but one of them, they compared him to a monkey. And they had Nick Fuentes on a bunch of times. It was a shit show, right? And that's what seems to have gotten them demonetized. Although I can't say for sure what YouTube bases its decisions on, but yeah, there's some chance that they'll get back in the partner program.
Honest with it, let's keep it 1,000. That's gonna immediately put a majority of women as only half voters,
right?
Because that's the career fields that's the career fields and life decisions that women make in general.
Well, so. Yeah, do you want to respond to this?
Wait, so what? Wait, is this justified by the same way that they justify the pay gap? Right? The right-wingers will tell you that the pay gap is not really a pay gap. It's that women sometimes choose to have, children, and so therefore, if they're gonna, have to take any kind of maternity leave at some point, they're not as valuable as employees, so therefore they deserve the, 0.7 of a dollar, whatever it is.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here, but I think part of the problem is that the view, I guess our views of women are so much different, because when I think of a woman, I think of a woman who runs a household and raises children and does the most beautiful.
Oh, I see, a real woman, yeah.
Thing that you can possibly do. So I see so much inherent value, and I think,
which we agree is important.
Okay, but I kind of feel like what we're doing here is we've trained as men, women, we've incentivized certain behavior, and now we want to discount them.
Yeah, women choose to be lesser, therefore deserve, they get less money, right? Where, no, like, unironically, I don't remember if it's Fresh or Fit, but one of them wrote a book called Women Deserve Less, right? Along those lines.
Because they're giving the men what they're asking for, which is OnlyFans, Instagram, ass shots.
These people are so hung up on OnlyFans, right? We watched in the previous clip that we watched of Tim Pool talking with Fresh and Fit, talking about the women with the high body count and the high value men that come by in their Bugatti to rizz up these women, and then say, but what's your body count? And if the woman's like, how could you dare ask me that? Then the guy says, I don't want a hoe in my Bugatti. And speeds off. And this is Tim Pool's dream, that women could somehow be socially engineered out of hypergamy, right? Which is, their name for promiscuity, right? That it really burns them up that women sleep around, and they got to figure out some solution for this. And Tim's is wild, right? Because it's pretty blatant that he doesn't see himself as a high value male. As if you watch these shows, you'd know what is considered a high value male and what's not. It's very much that incel mentality. If you've got the wrong skull structure, if you're not attractive to women, then you're just doomed. And Tim Pool's like, well, what if the high value guys refuse to sleep with the woman with the high body count? And even Fresh and Fit like shut him down on that's never gonna happen. But I mean, I guess Tim can dream. Anyway, back to this.
And then we're saying now suddenly that they're somehow less valuable.
Takes two to tango. Well, right. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing,
they were submissive to Fresh and Fit. Yeah, because they're not alpha males. Like
women do. It's like men.
They're filling demand.
Even between Fresh and Fit, you can tell there's a hierarchy, right? In terms of who's the alpha male and who's the beta. It's pretty clear that Myron Gaines, even though I think Fresh books the show. I think Fresh does a lot of the legwork in terms of making that their YouTube channel work, right? But you can sort of tell the way that Myron treats him is like, he's like, I was fighting terrorists, and I can't remember what his job was, but it was some less dignified job, and it always feels like he's taking a shit on his co-host, right? But these dudes are all about this kind of like internal male hierarchy, and as much as they preach dominance and alphaness and all this stuff, there very much is a pecking order when it comes to.
And is all they're doing.
Well, we allowed them to do this, so you are correct in that sense, because as men we're leaders. But I will say this: if
they don't like it, they should eliminate the demand, not the supply. I tell guys to stop paying for OnlyFans. If that's what they really want. Yeah, I mean they'll find something to be mad at women about.
We're talking about votes here. Women are more
that's Fresh.
Easily swayed to one direction or another, because once again, they follow leadership to depending on who they see as important. So ultimately speaking, if I'm gonna go for votes, I sway the women, I'm going to win.
But what you're saying is that we as men are ineffective leaders, and therefore, because we cannot lead properly, that now the women should have a half a vote or no vote or whatever. Like, to me, I'm always like looking first internally. What did I do? How did I fail here? Or what was the point of failure that happened here in leadership? And everything I'm hearing is like men have failed in many.
Well, yeah, by letting women vote. So
there we go.
How they fail. I mean, let's give it 1,000.
So first, I'll address what you said. I believe the science is clear that women are more agreeable, men are more.
Do they call themselves Fresh and Fit? I don't know how. I really look. I've only watched that one little bit of the show that we watched on stream. Seeing their fall from YouTube partnership, right? So I don't really know what they really refer to themselves as. I just know that as far as like the idea of Fresh and Fit is that Myron is fit, and that the other, I don't know his name. I guess that's why I'm calling him Fresh, because I just don't know his real name. Did these assholes find another platform? They are on Rumble, Baduism. They are apparently going to Rumble, but they, I don't like. Part of what FD Signifier's video talking about these two was the fact that they lost partner for now, but FD seemed to think that they're gonna get it back, and guy knows a lot about YouTube, so I'll take his
more disagreeable
analysis.
So it's harder to convince a guy. He'll challenge you. He'll headbutt you. A woman is going to try and make things smooth over. Yeah. There's a lot of positives to being agreeable and a lot of negatives to being disagreeable, and vice versa. It's pros and cons. Men and women are different and complementary.
Yes. Now, there's an agenda, though. Of course, we can go deeper here, get more serious. But to be real here, men were at the helm of this because, once again, we put certain policies in place. We allow things to happen, and as a result, the family is destroyed. Now, when it comes to women, obviously they're human beings as well. Equally, we're all human beings.
I'm glad you could say that.
But to be fair, when it comes to voting and political views, they can be swayed in any direction, which means by default they should vote.
But so
they can be swayed in any direction. Men famously never vote against their own interests. Never. Oh my God.
Look, man, let's keep it a million. Women are communitarian in general. They tend to vote Democrat. They tend to vote for, hey, let's give everybody $1 versus giving the best person $1. They don't base their their values a lot of times are not aligned with meritocracy. They want everyone to benefit, which is cool, I guess, if you like communism. But if you're a capitalistic guy, you want the best to succeed. And unfortunately, a lot of the time,
if you like capitalism, ban women's right to vote.
Women don't believe in meritocracy.
Look,
they believe in...
I probably shouldn't take this like I don't want to seem like I'm not taking this seriously. As wild and as impossible as taking away women's right to vote seems, there's a lot of things that seemed wild and impossible back in 2015, 2016, okay? So, yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm not taking this seriously. Like, right? They do seem ridiculous. They are clowns, but you know, this is they're not the only ones who are out there thinking this, right?
Communitarianism.
Yeah, women tend to be communists.
In general, not all, but most.
We'll go back to some of the common points brought up from suffrage.
Yeah.
So this is typically, I feel like it's typically not talked about that there were a lot of women who opposed women's suffrage because initially it was tied to civic duty.
Yes.
Men who were voting had to be on the fire brigade. You had to, you could be drafted. You could go and die. And so with that, the idea is like, if we can force you to
literally Starship Troopers
to go fight and die, you get a say in a vote as to who decides.
Absolutely.
Women can't be forced to go off and fight and die, so they should not have a say in these matters.
That's a big part of the reason why I say they should get 50% is because women don't have to join the selective service. I can't tell you how many times we've done the podcast.
That's an argument for not.
Wait, they should get 50. Does he mean 50% of their vote should count for half as much? Is that what he's saying, or is he saying 50% of the wage?
Not voting at all.
Yeah. Do you even know? That's what I'm saying. That's why a lot of them should be limited. I ask women all the time, do you even know what the selective service is? Most of them don't even know it.
So what ends up happening is, and I have only a cursory knowledge of this, correct me if I'm wrong for those that are listening, feel free. I don't think I'm completely right on this. What I read was that a compromise was made. Women were not going to get suffrage because they were like, we don't want to go to war and we don't want a fire brigade. We want the men to do those things. Please leave us alone.
Yep.
And so that caused a point of contention where it wasn't going to move forward until finally the men who were running the show in Congress and stuff and relented and said, okay, women can vote and no civic duty. And everyone said, okay, we agree to that.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me. So where we're at now is we're in a completely different world. I do think women should be allowed to vote. However, I don't think anyone should be allowed to vote without
enlightened centrist viewpoint. Thank you, Tim Pool.
Civic duty. It makes no sense to me that someone can move into New York City without having any ties to the community, vote to destroy the place, and then leave. That's a problem. People, typically Democrats talk about how evil it was.
Kind of feels like you just want less people to vote.
Is that only landowners?
And he's not really thinking about New York City and people moving into New York City, right? He's thinking about people moving into Texas, right? Right now, Texas is the spread between Democrat and Republican used to be pretty wide in Texas, right? Over the last few elections, it's gotten closer and closer and closer. And under Biden, it was very close. Texas was actually very competitive. At some point, that state is going to flip, right? And if one of the reasons, like there's a lot of reasons for that, right? Demographic reasons. There's also, the effect of people from higher cost states moving into lower cost states. Texas is one of those, right? And so I think what Tim is really thinking about is more along the lines of Texas, right? If you move into Texas, right, you shouldn't be able to vote because anything to keep Texas from flipping. If Texas flips, right, and like if we have time, sometime I'll show you this video. It's kind of amazing talking about voting trends in Texas, right, and how flippable Texas actually is, right? If Texas flips, there is almost nothing that can save Republicans, right? If Texas flips and stays flipped, that's game over for them. So yeah, anything to reduce the Democratic vote in Texas. Typical right-wing think, damn, if you don't like civic duty, do something about it instead of trying to inflict equal pain on another group. Make sure to leave after you vote and destroy your city. Yeah.
Are allowed to vote back then. But they're ignoring.
Oh yeah, and make sure to hit that like button if you haven't already.
The context of history in that there were no ID cards. Voting was, do you live here or no? You don't live here? Okay, well, dude, you're
that's
not.
a good take, Doc. The real reason that Texas is going to flip is that Republicans are able to run hog wild, and wild hogs ruin everything. True. This happened in Michigan. Let's think about the state of Michigan, right? So right now, Michigan is moving from being a purple state, a battleground state, to being a pretty reliable blue state, although it wasn't always that way. And in fact, Trump, I believe in 2016, won Michigan outright, right? So the thing that made Republican politics, like hog wild politics, unpopular in Michigan was when radicals took over the state and actually did things like moved in a city manager into Detroit. Detroit was having issues, and they were like, well, clearly these people can't be allowed to elect their own mayor. Let's move a city manager. They made all these weird laws where they could, come in and take over in Flint, take over in Detroit, really take over in cities with a lot of POC living in them. And, this and so many things about how the Republicans ran that state has basically left a bad taste in the mouth of Michiganders. And yes, they are called Michiganders.
Voting on how we're going to defend, facilitate, expand. That actually makes a ton of sense.
It does.
If you don't live in my house, you can't vote on whether or not we're going to install a hot tub or, a cold plunge. Mm-hmm. If we're roommates, we get to vote on what's for dinner. If you're my neighbor, why are you voting? Why did you invite your friend over to vote on what I get to have for dinner? And now he's leaving tomorrow and you're making me eat garbage food.
Well, this is why it's so important to have authority.
I can't treat that seriously.
With responsibility. The problem is that we're giving people authority with zero responsibility, which goes back to the female voting situation, right? A lot of these women that vote.
Female voting situation.
A lot of times they don't necessarily know how the government works, how the economy works, etc. And they're over here making very serious decisions.
Men famously always educated on the matters that they're voting on. Always.
Decisions and putting people like Sleepy Joe in office who don't necessarily deserve to be there.
And when you look at the map,
Sleepy Joe doesn't deserve to be in office, therefore let's take women's rights to vote away.
The voting maps, it's a fact. Women, if they do the map, if only women voted, whole country except for one state is blue. If only men voted, whole country is red.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Except for one state. I am not saying that means women should not have their vote. I'm saying nobody.
Because remember, he's the enlightened centrist here.
Nobody should just be granted the right to vote in any capacity without some responsibility tied to it.
There's got to be checks and balances. I agree. So you got to have some responsibility.
IQ test. You pass it, you can vote.
Well, because that's subjective. You're asking someone else.
So in other words, you got to really glaze up the hierarchy, right? Before you get to vote.
But people have talked about things like this. Yeah. Tests of merit. Vivek Ramaswamy.
He's almost going to let Speedmoid slip out. Yeah.
Said a constitution or civics test. If you're under the age of 20.
Yeah. Vivek Ramaswamy wants to take Zoomers' right to vote away, right?
25 and you want to vote, you got to pass the test. I'm like, that's nonsense because there's 26-year-olds who are dumb as a box of rocks.
Yeah.
There's 50-year-olds. There's men who are voting. Look, there are a large portion of conservative Republican-leaning women removing their vote. Why? They're 50-50 men. Men are voting Democrat too. I don't see a political argument for or against voting. I see a civic argument, genderless, right? I talked to Vivek Ramaswamy about this, and I thought a really good, simple idea that we brushed upon was the moment you sign up for the Selective Service, you're also granted a voter registration ID card. Mm-hmm. Registering to vote is the Selective
YouTube,
Service.
You're kind of killing it on the likes.
This solves
today,
the problem,
right? You're kind of killing. If there's anybody in here that hasn't dropped a like already,
for everybody, you don't have to go to war. You're not being drafted. The likelihood of that is extremely low. You're simply saying, I am willing to be in the event anything does happen. I know there are problems with that because I think the draft is really, really bad because you look at how the United States government has changed. It's one thing to say, hey, we're being invaded, to arms men. It's another thing to be like, we're sending you to Vietnam.
Yeah.
In the Gulf of Tonkin incident, all that I'll avoid. But, nonsense, false flags, fake reasons for getting into war. But think about what happens if you say, everyone's allowed to vote, but you got to sign up for the Selective Service, men and women both. You are going to have 95% of low-value individuals, men and women, being like, nah, I'm cool. I don't want to be involved in that at all.
That's a good way to go about it. I mean, I think
it's not perfect. I'm just saying it was an idea we brushed up.
No, that's a good solution. I mean, because my thing is
low-value individuals. Look, this is PUA language, and the talking point is high-value men, first and foremost, right? High value men, high value women. This is how they sell PUA stuff, right? This is how they take an audience of incels aggravate their insecurities and then sell them some kind of solution to become a high value male. Maybe you could hypnotize yourself to become a sigma or an alpha, or like something like there's some kind of course that you need. You got to buy an ebook. You got to sign up for the Discord. It's just like another way of making money off of them. But they're sort of taking this language and like, yeah, maybe low value people shouldn't get to vote. Now, I mean, now they have like high value women as well. Different construct there than high value men.
My thing is, if you're going to have authority,
thank you for giving me a like, Morgan.
You need to have responsibility too, and we've done a fantastic job in the modern day age of giving women a bunch.
He like watched Starship Troopers last night, yeah.
Of authority without necessarily giving them responsibility, and that's my issue.
Well, you haven't chimed in so far.
Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea of what it would look like for women not to vote.
Ooh, good point, Michael.
Obviously, I think women should be able to vote, but
I'm not arguing that either.
I know.
Right?
I just don't.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just pushing the Overton window towards it and acting like it's not all that wild of an idea.
It's a hard, because like there is some merit to some of the things that are being said, but like I don't think there is a solution.
Yeah, he watched Starship Troopers and unironically agreed. True.
I would consider myself more high value, and I personally would not.
Wait, but it's not about what you self-identify as. It's a biological reality, my friend. No, I'm sorry. I gotta use transphobic rhetoric against these assholes, right? But like, I swear to God, like, right? Like, aren't these the same people that hate gender self-ID? I don't think you should be able to identify yourself as a high value male. Wouldn't that be like who is it up to decide? Wouldn't it be like women that decide? Because when they say high value male, generally they're saying a guy who gets sex, right? Generally that's what is meant by it, right? So by your own definition, it's us who decide if you're a high value male or not, right?
Want to sign up for this current government to then draft me.
You already signed up for selective service.
Well, just as being a man,
18 years old, you have to.
Yeah.
So it would just be adding women then.
So it's not even about women. It's about the moment you sign up for selective service, you are registering to vote and receiving a voter ID card. That's it. Man or woman, doesn't matter. If you're a dude and you say, I'm not signing up for that, well, then you can't vote.
What about immigrants?
If you're a citizen.
Okay.
Not like nonsense. So my view for immigrants is if you sign up for U.S. service, you should be given expedited access to becoming a citizen.
Yo, this is sounding a lot more like Starship Troopers the more he talks about it.
Like you're willing to fight for us.
Agreed.
Follow our rules. You have someone in command telling you what to do. And so a lot of people say like, I don't want to get drafted. I signed up for that. Listen, the only people voting are going to be the people who could be drafted. Right now, you've got people who can't be drafted voting on behalf of us who can.
Yeah.
That's that.
Tim, I agree with you 100%. We just need an extraterrestrial race of arachnid-like creatures to fire some sort of energy weapon at our major cities, taking out large portions of the population in order to mobilize this fight against the bugs. I think that's what we need. And the only people that get citizenship are the ones who offer themselves in service to stamp out the arachnid menace. Yes, I agree. 100%, Tom.
It's nonsense.
I agree.
God, okay. Anyway. Are you ready, chat? Do we need to take a moment? Or can we move right along to somebody that I probably don't cover nearly enough? There's one TikTok of me reacting to Brett Cooper. One TikTok. And I think it's pretty funny.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett.
I'm Brett Cooper. Okay. Look, I guess I mean, it's probably better. Do I look like? Now I feel like I look like everyone. I'm giving myself same face syndrome, right? I don't know. Yeah. Look, I have glasses. Brett Cooper doesn't. Okay, I don't look like her. Is it this one? I think it's this one.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. And I really should wipe this smile off my face because we're talking about something.
Well, yeah, especially if you've got like a bunch of beef juice on that smile, like then definitely, wipe that off your face, right?
Today that
Otherwise, you won't do the ad read right.
Particularly like.
Am I spoiling it?
Discussing. We're talking about COVID.
I can't do this anymore, man.
Stop it! You're gonna get me copyright claimed. That's too long of a clip. What is she doing? Neil Patrick Harris was funny in Starship
It was not
Troopers.
a good time for our country, but what I'm talking about today makes me feel like we are back in 2021.
No, God!
What I have experienced around me over the last couple of weeks makes me feel like we are back in 2021, and that is not.
So it's like if it's under 4 seconds, we're cool. We're cool, right? But also it's not cool because this is such. Okay, does anybody agree with me here? And I've done this, right? I have interspersed little tiny clips from Jaws like into my videos right before, but I generally don't do it. I definitely don't overuse this. Brett Cooper's editors, on the other hand, this is their whole shtick. This is their whole shtick. And let's remind ourselves again, she looks like a streamer. The reason for that is that this is the Daily Wire's way of trying to reach a younger audience. And by younger, I think we mean 35, right? I think we mean... Like, I don't think they're getting the demographic that they're going for here. Yeah, it's a SM 57B mic that she's got. She's got headphones on. It looks like her bedroom. It's actually a set. It's actually a set. And you're gonna see when you with the cuts that they do in this and the camera changes and everything. You're gonna see like how fake of an operation this really is.
Not a good thing. We're going to discuss that today. Before we do, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode.
Look.
Now, like I said, I don't enjoy talking about COVID, but
all the stuff that she said except for me instead.
There's a reason that we have to talk about COVID today, so buckle up. Do not put on your masks. Do not do that. Now, let me preface this conversation by saying that I hope that everything circulating on the internet right now does not happen. I hope that it is all a fluke. I hope that it is just some fear porn. And if that turns out to be the case, if none of this is true, I will be the first one to celebrate. But if all of this comes into effect, I want to make sure that I'm on record talking about it so that you guys are aware, so that hopefully we can stand up to that, because obviously...
This is a great way to be a prognosticator. This is a great way to be an internet prophet, right? Is that you always predict stuff, and then when what you predicted happens, you take credit for it. When it doesn't happen, you forget that it happened. It's just like...
Awareness is incredibly important. I also think it's very funny that I'm talking about this now, because I would have thought that they would have saved the COVID comeback for an election year, but I guess they are starting a bit early. I guess they're getting a head start because of how things are going. But anyway, what we are
Look, I don't really want to talk about conspiracy stuff like bringing back COVID for an election or bringing back COVID with like a certain, time frame that's like politically advantageous or whatever the hell she's on about. But look, if there is another outbreak of, increase in cases or a new pandemic, right? That is bad enough that it requires lockdown, social distancing, and mandatory masking, and inoculations, for companies requiring inoculations, right? If that happens, it's not going to be good for Biden, right? It's not something that, it's not something people are going to be like, oh yes, lockdown again. Thank goodness, right? No, nobody wants that.
Talking about today is the fact that there are rumors that mask mandates and COVID lockdowns will be coming back
confirmation bias made flesh. Nice.
By the end of this year. Starting in a few weeks, actually. We all heard this first from Alex Jones, and he said that he had a TSA whistleblower who told him that TSA was planning on re-implementing a mask mandate for airport employees and for travelers by the fall.
Okay, look, as far as I understand, there are increasing rates, right? And we don't measure the rates of infection or whatever anymore, formally, what was going on during the height of the pandemic, right? We don't measure that stuff, but it does get measured indirectly through sort of a study of particulate in sewage, right? There's a way to kind of estimate how much infection is going on, right? And it's pretty accurate from what I've heard. It does seem to be going up. and there is like a new strain that might be like taking hold soon, right? So there might be the need for these kind of precautions, right? And definitely like mandatory masks for travelers. Yeah, if there's any kind of like increase in rates, like, right, that like they're getting mad about stuff like masking for travelers and masking for medical workers, right? Oh yeah, if there's increased levels, like you'd think that would be like that that would already be going on, but like, yeah, definitely if there's elevated rates, you're gonna need that.
It heard that full lockdowns would be coming back by December. Now, a lot of
full lockdowns, Joe Biden does not have the stomach for that, right? That wouldn't be good for Democrats, probably mainly for like political considerations, right? And to some degree with the consideration of how people actually handle measures like that, right? They're not gonna do that. Even if they should do that, they're not gonna do that.
people blew this off and, said, oh, it's Alex Jones, it's some conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I would totally I wear a mask on the bus. God.
Take it with a grain of salt. This is not happening. We've moved
I
on.
wear a mask on the train.
From this. It's 2023, for Pete's sake. We're not doing this again. But guys, everything we have seen since that Alex Jones video is just supporting his claim. Now, this is the most recent tweet I saw.
Alex Jones was right about everything. Those were all crisis actors.
From a college in Atlanta who has reinstated masks for both employees and students, saying that it is a precautionary measure. Here's the tweet. The mask mandate is a precautionary move for the next 14 days. We've been there before. 2 weeks, guys. Remember that? 14 days. The headline reads, Atlanta College reinstated...
Look, I mean, like, here's the deal. Like, the people that are in charge do not want a lockdown. They definitely don't want any sort of, stimulus, right? Or payment to people, or, extensions of student loans and unemployment. And they don't want, a shelter at home mandate or mask, right? They want the appearance that everything has gotten back to normal, because that only then can they make money, right? The powers that be, you're always talking about the elites and stuff, but if you really want to talk about it, who are the real elites, who are the real people with inordinate power? It's capitalists, right? Capitalists want the economy to continue as normal. Capitalists do not want quote unquote handouts. So yeah, I don't know. And even schools, right? Even schools don't want to go, back to, Zoom classes and stuff like that.
States mask mandates for students, employees on campus. Now, here's another article about that same school. Atlanta College brings back COVID mask mandates as government doctors in Seattle call for face coverings to be compulsory for healthcare workers amid rise.
Yo! Seattle, what the fuck? What's wrong with Seattle? They're asking medical workers to wear masks now? Oh my God, that's too far. Seattle, that's,
The new COVID variant, BA.2.
Soviet of Seattle.
.86. Ooh, so scary.
Yo, that's what they're trying. That's what they do. They could just name it COVID part. Wait, wouldn't that be scarier if we called it COVID part 1, COVID part 2? If we named them sequels to horror movies, wouldn't that be scarier if it was COVID 6, the COVIDing, or it's I don't know. But yeah, oh, you're trying to scare me with that. Oh, you're gonna call it B648. Oh, I'm so scared. Ooh, yeah, you kind of should be scared, right? The thing about COVID is that going into this, right, the risks were thought to be that people with complications, people who are older, people who are already compromised, were at increased risk of really serious side effects. And that these serious side effects would have the effect of overwhelming our medical system, right? Meaning that, nobody else can get seen, and we're barely triaging people that are coming in with COVID. This would be a horrible situation, right? That was what was thought of as the danger, right? it turns out that even if you don't get any of those serious complications where you have to get intubated, right? Even if you don't really have a bad case of COVID at all, it can do damage to a huge variety of organ systems, right? And this damage lasts longer than the virus. So yeah, you should be worried. You should be scared, right? And when there's a new strain, what that means, a new variant, that means that it's found like new vectors of transmission. It's found, it's mutated a lot of times to, make itself more, I shouldn't say like because like then I'm attributing like a conscious, we're talking about a virus here, right? But that, essentially every time the virus mutates, there's a chance that something gets worse. There's a chance that its transmission gets increased, et cetera, right? Yeah, no, it is scary. It's unironically scary. And there's like, you should be scared. And the fact that you're not is like you dancing on a cliff, okay?
This is so terrible and frightening. Now, at the same time, Hollywood is coming back swinging, and specific production companies are also taking these measures.
Hollywood is coming back swinging? What?
Our health and
COVID too. COVID harder.
For our own good.
COVID harder with a vengeance.
But of course, Lionsgate is the big one that's doing that. Hollywood.
Wait, for our own good? No, they're doing it for. They're a company. They make money. They're not doing it for our good or pretending to do it for our good. They might be pretending to do it for the good of their employees, but really, realistically speaking, they're assessing that there's a danger in not doing it, right? There's a financial hazard in not doing it that outweighs the financial hazard in doing it, right?
Back mask mandates. Lionsgate Studios, which makes Saw and Hunger Games franchises, asks office staff to don face coverings and test again.
Yo, I love that they say that make Saw and Hunger Games franchises as if they're saying, we're going to bring those back, right? When you least suspect, there's going to be another Hunger Games sequel, because that's what it needed. I didn't know where it was going after that, and we need like Hunger Games. We need a reboot, right? And Saw, I haven't seen, there's not enough Saw movies, right? They haven't made countless sequels already. Yeah, no, we definitely need some more Saw. Anyway.
As COVID hospital,
I'm a little bit, if you can't tell, I'm a little bit sick of remakes, but whatever.
Rates rise for the
not trying to yuck anybody's yum.
5th week.
Oh no. Here we go again.
You guys know what this means. 14 days.
What's that from? Anybody know?
14, we're just precautionary.
Just 14 days.
Again. We have been there before. We know what that means. 2 weeks to slow the spread. We've done that. We don't want to do it again. And of course, they're going to tell us that it's good for us.
I really don't appreciate her. Like, I mean, there was real trauma around, not just the pandemic itself, but the lockdown, right? That it wasn't an easy thing. And it did, catch a lot of people by surprise. A lot of people wanted to think that it was only going to be for 2 weeks, or that, you know what I mean? That it would be clear, or that, there'd be some simple solution, right? You're like, it feels like she's just actively re-traumatizing people.
It's not good for you. What is actually good for you is a good rancher steak.
In business, time lost from people getting sick cost them a lot of money. So in other words, that's their assessment. Oh, no, here's the part. I almost look, we got to do this right. And also, I forgot another ad break that happened. Look, if you've been getting the ad breaks, if you don't want to get the ad breaks anymore, you could use a Twitch Prime to get out of them. You can buy yourself a sub. I think it's $5 US on desktop, $6 on mobile, and maybe more if you're Canadian. I don't know, I don't know. So somebody from Canada tell me how that works, but you can do that. You could also possibly get gifted a sub if you're lucky enough, right? And you're going to be more likely to have that luck if you're active in chat. So there we go. I keep forgetting to...
For you, what is actually good for you is a good rancher steak. That is what you should be eating. That is what you should be focusing on. And I'm not just talking about your health. Good for you is a good rancher steak. That is what you should be eating. That is what you should tell us that it's good for us. It's not good for you. What is actually good for bread? We've done that. We don't want to do it again. And of course, they're going to tell us that it's good for us. It's not good for you. What is actually good for you is a good rancher steak. That is what you should be eating. That is what you should be focusing on. And I'm not just talking about your health. Financially, Good Ranchers is the healthy option. Now, this summer is hot as all get out, but one thing that I am not sweating.
There it is. Your moment of zen. You're telling us that that's good for us? That is not good for us. What's good for us is a nice Good Rancher steak, which, right? And like the other thing about this is like, okay, so if you're as big as Brett Cooper or anybody on the Daily Wire, right? There's a lot of analytics on you, right? Which is to say that companies that want to sponsor you, they're not just like, oh, you're a popular streamer, let me throw some money your way and get you to advertise me. No, they are saying your audience will buy my product and I know it, right? So what does it tell you that one of these companies that said your audience will buy my product is Good Ranchers American Meat Delivered? Do you think the Zoomers that Brett Cooper, you know, pretends to be, you know, courting here? Do you think those are, you know, so in other words, what we have is a demographic fail. Brett Cooper was supposed to be a voice that could get accepted into a younger demographic than the rest of the Daily Wire, right? You look at a Matt Walsh show, you look at a Michael Knowles show, these people are not appealing to a younger demographic. Brett was supposed to be different. That's why she has her studio like this. That's why her studio looks like an apartment or a bedroom or something like that, right? It's supposed to make trick people into thinking that she's just doing this from her bedroom and she's like a little Twitch streamer or something like that. It's supposed to make her relatable, right? Obviously, that hasn't worked for the demographic that they're seeking out, because it turns out her audience is people who buy steaks, not just eat steaks, right? But get the steaks delivered to them.
Is my meat price. Thanks to Good Ranchers, my price is locked in for the next 2 years. Now you might be thinking, a price lock guarantee on meat? Yes, it is amazing, it is healthy, and you need it.
You get a price lock guarantee. That's what could be better.
Ranchers is the only meat company.
That's the thing I hate about meat. When I go to the grocery store, you know, I pick it up and I put it in my grocery basket and it's marked like $3.99. I'm like, cool, you know, and I get it to the checkout and they're like, I'm sorry, the price of this steak, the lot price has increased since you picked it up. It's now going to be $5.39. And I'm like, yeah. I'm so glad I can lock in that.
Locking in your price with their industry.
You gotta lock it in.
First price lock guarantee since 2021.
The industry first. Nobody else offers this. No one else offers this.
They have been helping people combat the inflation of the meat aisle as well as the mystery of it too, because it turns
the mystery of the meat aisle
out.
Sometimes you go there and you get rabbit. Sometimes you go there and you get falcon. Sometimes you go there and you get bear meat. We want to know. Oh my God, Paul Skull, thank you for the 100 biddies. Locking in your price. Locking in your price.
Over 85% of grass-fed beef is imported in from overseas. So not only is store-bought meat expensive, but it is often low foreign quality as well. When you
low foreign quality. Oh my God. I'm not gonna touch that one.
Subscribe to Good Ranchers, you get a guaranteed price and a trusted 100%.
Okay, so here's what's making me think that, like, right? I mean, some of what like any kind of show subsists on is viral moments, like stuff that's gonna get clipped, stuff that's going to get spread, right? And this obviously got a lot of people's attention. And I'm not convinced that she didn't set this up with Good Ranchers somehow. Like, okay, I'm going to pivot straight from COVID to buy some steaks, right? And people are going to be so shocked by my audacity that it's going to go viral. So, you know, I'm going to charge you a little premium, Good Ranchers, to do this viral moment for you, if you're all right with that.
Source for your favorite cuts. You can save on your beef, chicken, and pork by locking in your price today.
I don't think this would work for my sponsors, though.
Steakhouse quality cut is individually wrapped and flash frozen to make mealtime easy.
I'm trying to imagine selling that to like Babel language service or somebody. You know, trying to be like, okay, so here's the thing. I'm going to say something ridiculous right before I do your ad read, right? Something that's going to alienate like a lot of people, and it's going to make it go viral. And then everybody's going to associate your name, your brand with that weird take that I did.
Visit goodranchers.com and use my code Cooper for $30 off any box. Again, that's promo code Cooper at goodranchers.com. And I've said this before, but not only are you getting an incredible product,
You're all right with that?
you are also supporting an amazing team, an amazing company who stands up to all of this crap.
Yo, look at this. Look at this. The girl's got multiple cameras.
We're talking about today because everybody in this episode,
this audience, this product stands up to wokeness. Yeah. What did Vosh say? Oh my God.
They're tyrants, to put it lightly. Now, the Daily Mail in these articles also quoted a doctor who said that there is no evidence that the variant is deadlier than older versions of the virus. But
whoa, she just pivoted right back. So we're right back into, wow. But you know what? The box of meat sounds silly. Well, this is not all. I've heard there's another ad read in this.
COVID fatalities in the U.S. have already started to creep up, though they remain at near historic lows.
So, like, there's no evidence that it's whatever, more deadlier, right? There's no evidence that it's deadlier. But it also, like, if you read that another way, it's like, well, there's no evidence. Look, there was no evidence of, like, the effects of long-term COVID, or of, like, long COVID, right? And those turned out to be real. So I don't know. That doesn't really make me feel any better.
At near historic lows. Historic lows, but you know what? We're going to lock down again. Hospitalizations and fatalities are now rising in the U.S., although...
if you missed the beginning of the stream, if you missed the Vosh segment, it was epic, and it lasted like 4.5 hours. I still can't keep myself as concise as I really need to be. But it is available for you on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube anytime. If you're, be easier for you to see it if you are following me, if you are subscribed to me on YouTube. So make sure to go over and give the stream a like and hit that subscribe button.
Coming up from historic lows and are still well below this time last year. They're going to spin these statistics every way they can. If you guys look at statistics, if you look at surveys, like, numbers can be manipulated. And like other times in the past, these variants all start
numbers are being, like, manipulated. I feel like I'm going to see some of this if I watch enough of your video here, Brad.
Somewhere. For this mutant strain, the second person found positive with this strain is a Virginia resident who traveled to Japan and is ironically asymptomatic. All of this is happening because there is somebody out there who got sick but has no symptoms. It's laughable. Like, are we seriously doing this again?
It's not laughable. It's not laughable, right? You can be infected without having symptoms. You don't have symptoms, but somebody who catches it from you might, right? Not like, people respond differently. Some people's symptoms are really mild, at least the ones that they recognize right away, right? And then other people, have to get intubated, right? It's, I love how, did she really not get how the virus is spread?
Again, here's the headline. BA.286 COVID variant is spreading in the U.S. Virginia resident who traveled to Japan becomes second U.S. patient to be infected with mutant strain. As experts say, case is just the tip of the iceberg.
Iceberg, right ahead!
Oh, God. Fear porn, everybody. But guys, here's the kicker. Apparently, researchers are...
Yeah, she's definitely used it. Well, some kind of lighting. I don't know if it's bisexual. Bisexual has to have 2 different colors, right?
Very, very
concerned. And usually bisexual lighting, you got, like, the colors, like, on your face.
About this variant because it differs from the variant targeted by the current vaccines. Yes, exactly. Who would have thought? Who would have thought there is something new that we need to be vaccinated against? And of course, the TikToks are starting. This is not...
Does she not get that a flu shot, which is a vaccine for the flu, is different every year because the strains mutate and change? Like, this isn't new stuff. This isn't like, oh, those damn Fauci people, they're making it up that the thing mutated and this one you need another, like, like, I don't know, like, there's something sus about that. Oh, really? Do you really need another vaccine? Yeah, like the vaccine and the booster to the booster that I've taken before, that's not enough. Yeah. When it mutates, generally you need another vaccine. That's why the flu shot is not the same year to year, right? The flu shot that you get one year is going to be different than the flu shot the next year, because the variants, the strains of the flu that are active in the environment are going to be different, and they try to kind of anticipate that. They try to they try to anticipate the change in the flu. This is true of COVID as well.
Only trending on Twitter. It is all over.
Yeah, it's sunset light bulb
for TikTok.
From Alien Express.
Fear porn, and there's lots of it. There are so many people that have started masking again. This one cracked me up.
Okay, how?
Oh, that's right. Sarah's reminding me these people are against the flu shot as well.
How can I get to COVID-aware TikTok? I'm on COVID-aware Twitter, but I want to get to COVID-aware TikTok. It never went away, but cases are spiking back up again.
Okay, so what she was saying right there, if you are not familiar with TikTok, TikTok has different, what do I want to say, communities within it, right? And they're not like formal. It's not like you put a tag on your thing and say like, I want to be, in this community or that community. But the kind of stuff that you post on the kind of stuff that you talk about will put you in the algorithm for different communities, right? And the people who engage with your post have a big, have a lot to do with that, because TikTok is operating on an algorithm. And if people engage with your post, TikTok sends more of people like that your way, right? So when she's saying, I want to be part of COVID-aware TikTok, it sounds kind of weird, but that's literally what she's saying. She's saying COVID-aware people engage with my post, tell me other content creators to follow, etc., etc. Like, I want to be part of this particular part of TikTok. So, I mean, it's a real thing.
From historic lows.
Same way as I'm part of Trans Talk.
From historic lows, ma'am. Maybe that's why you're not on COVID-aware TikTok, because most people have not been COVID-aware, because we have been living our lives as free individuals, not
clusters. Thank you, Zara. That's what they're called, clusters.
By the mainstream media and daddy government telling us that we need to be afraid of leaving our homes. We left.
I don't want to be afraid of leaving my home, okay? I'm going to order some more steaks. So, like, I don't know.
That in March of 2020. Ma'am, sorry, this really gets me heated. This is why I don't like talking about it, because I get so stupidly angry.
So realistically angry, too. I'm sure that's the... You're really feeling an emotion, aren't you, Brett? We went right to H3.
Hello.
Oh my
Welcome
God.
back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper, and I really should wipe this.
Guess what I didn't wear my whole childhood?
Thankfully, though, there are still people online who are bringing, and I'm not having it.
The very least you can do right now is wear a mask.
Literally having flashbacks to 2020 between BLM and mask mandates. This is all happening again, and I'm not having it.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. But I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Thankfully, though, there are still people online who are bringing levity to this situation and making fun of a lot of these people on TikTok, which I think is fine, because I think we all need to have a reality check. Clarkson Lawson has had some amazing TikToks about this, and he's just so funny.
The only thing that you're making optional is whether or not disabled people and immunocompromised people get to live. That is the option that you're making.
My mother's immunocompromised. Guess what I didn't wear my whole childhood? A mask.
And you are consistently
Owned. You put your mother in danger. That's really cool.
choosing your own comfort over marginalized people's lives.
You are choosing to trust the government that
He's going to be like, hey, Mom, I don't want to finish this popsicle. Do you want the rest of this? I don't know.
lies to you on a daily basis, exploits you, takes your money. You're choosing to trust them over evidence that we have history.
What a weird thing to cite as like, yo, this is the you watch this own, like, right? Watch out for immunocompromised people. My mom's immunocompromised and I never wore a mask growing up. Owned.
Historically low cases that we can move on, that maybe our immune systems are strong enough to handle this.
It's science.
That is the lie that you're believing. That is what you...
Like, look, some people get, no, that's not how it works, okay? There are people who get COVID and, initially, right? And then, like, they get it again and it's worse, right? It doesn't necessarily be like, oh, no, my immune system's really good because I've been infected multiple times. No, that's generally not a good thing. And like I'm saying, every time you get infected, you're risking not just, the complications that happen to you with that round of being sick, but also maybe long-term organ damage.
You are choosing to do.
And you know what that is? That's white supremacy in action.
Wait. White supremacy? What? Is white supremacy just an umbrella term for anything you don't like?
Yes.
Because it's starting to seem like that. Now, based off of your use of the term white supremacy, I'm going to take a wild guess here and say it's not actually about the science behind masking, and it's more about seeing people who ideologically align with what you believe in.
Literally, yes. There was a TikTok maybe 6 months ago, and a guy was talking about what Q means in terms of the LGBTQ community, and he said queer.
Are you sure he didn't mean the other kind of Q, as in like -48? The secret undercover agent in high level Q security clearance that's letting the patriots know about the plans of the deep state. Are you sure we're not talking about that Q? The Q with the shaman?
It's not really a sexuality, it's an ideology. If you didn't wear a mask during COVID, you couldn't be queer because you had to be an activist. It's just so stupid.
Again, I don't even know what she's reacting to. Dragon Princess, thank you for the resubscribe, 10 months. Yeah, thank you for your commentary, humor, smile, and cat ears.
Unfortunately, in 2020,
yeah, COVID literally damages one's ability to resist future infections in general. It f's up your antibody creating retranscribers. Yeah, this is so irresponsible. And look, there was a time when maybe you could even say that YouTube was overly cautious. Like, right? I remember covering James O'Keefe's lies about the vaccine and actually getting what looked like it was going to be a community strike to my own channel for misinformation. Obviously, I was debunking misinformation, and thanks to Jesse Gender and Katie Montgomery and some other people who signal boosted me, I was able to force YouTube to rescind that strike, right? But you could argue that I don't know what I mean is like that they were punishing people even when they weren't spreading misinformation. But I feel like social media in general has pivoted so hard away from that look at this. I mean, this is dangerous misinformation. This is harmful to public health. But does YouTube have the stomach to actually take this video down? I don't know. It would be nice if she could not make up stuff about what queer means. I know she
anybody who's
I don't even know what she's talking. There's probably some tweet that she's mischaracterizing or
wearing a mask is usually doing it for virtue signaling purposes. And it seems like
that's right. It's just a big virtue signal. There's no actual. Oh my God!
You just missed.
It's not like it gets rid of particulates or anything like that. It doesn't.
Being able to look at someone and not get to know them, but know exactly what they believe in.
Here's another super funny one from my Patriot mom. This one's much shorter, but gets the point
My
across.
Patriot mom. Oh my God! I heard there's another ad read in here though.
The family doctor, I'm seeing a ton of COVID cases right now, and since part of my
nobody gives a shit. Okay. Off.
We have all moved on with our lives.
Wait, what? Was that the Patriot mom?
You do not care. You do not care about your fear porn.
Which one was the Patriot mom?
Or your manipulation of statistics. We have all moved on. And
is Brett Cooper?
No. So hopefully that gives you guys some background and some context, because if you have been on Twitter and you have seen "do not comply" trending for the last 3 days, this is why. Now, on my side of the internet, people are not having it. Obviously, I'm on right-wing Twitter. Everybody in my life has, common sense and a rational head. It is saying this is utterly stupid. We don't want to do this.
They have the common sense to stock up on horse paste and stuff.
And people are laughing at the prospect. They're
fish
rolling
tank cleaner
their eyes because most of us did not comply before, so why would we comply again when this is obviously just bogus? But on the other side,
it's actually literally not true. That's literally false.
The internet. That is not the immediate reaction at all. They are terrified. They are ready to roll over, and I am seeing it happen in real life. Guys, I have been on 10 different airplanes in the last 3 weeks, and I have not
I saw people with imagine that people hear that infection and transmission rates seem to be going up, and they wear masks on airplanes. Oh my God.
seen this many masks since 2021. Like, I literally feel like I am back in 2021, early 2022, with how many people are not just wearing cloth masks, N95s on airplanes.
I mean, N95s don't actually cost that much more than cloth masks, right?
Like, what is happening? Why are we doing, like, how ridiculous?
I mean, what's happening is infection rates are going up, and people are now aware that the N95 is more effective than a cloth mask. So since they know about it this time and they can, look, I mean, do I have one around here? I feel like I probably do. Somewhere. Yeah. It's an N95. It's one of these ones that's like vertical instead of the ones that are some of them are horizontal and they look like a duckbill. You look like you have a duckbill, right? This one you just look like you have some kind of fin growing out of your face, but yeah, it's an N95. This strap goes down around, you know, your ears. This strap goes up on your head, and it seals off pretty well, right? It's you know, it's better protection than a cloth mask. I don't see what the big deal is about that.
Do you have to be to bring this back after everything that we know?
There seems to be no sign of
Oh
intelligence.
yeah, good point, Zara. N95s were illegal to purchase at the time. They wanted to make sure they had enough for medical workers.
In life anywhere.
After everything came out literally 4 months ago saying, you know what, masks really weren't that effective. Those studies did not go away. Those articles have not been wiped from the internet yet. I'll drop some of them in here. But we know that now. And then all medical science aside, we saw the impact that masking had on our society, the division that it caused, the social and mental health problems that it had on people, especially children. The fact that
I feel like it was like I heard enough that masking was not sufficient, right? It wasn't masking, it was masking plus social distancing plus, you know, taking the vaccine when it came out, right? That's otherwise they would have been like, oh no, you don't need to vaccinate if you got the, you know, right? They would have just, you know, that wouldn't have been a big deal if the mask in and of itself was totally effective. I don't think it was ever sold as totally effective. It was sold as one of the few measures you can take to reduce your risk.
more children were committing suicide in 2020 than in any other year. And you're rushing to bring that back so that you can feel good about yourself, so that you can show everybody that you are so progressive and that you care, you care about the greater good. That's not caring about the greater good. We face the health consequences of following orders and staying inside and ordering Postmates and not working out and closing all the gyms, rather than staying fit and getting in the sun and boosting our immune systems naturally. Lockdowns ruined our economy. It destroyed hundreds and hundreds.
Look, I mean, I'm somebody who probably needs to figure out better ways, that I can work out without going to the gym, because it still feels scary when I go there. Like I feel like I'm being breathed on. I feel like I'm being like sweatily breathed on, and like nobody in there is wearing a mask. It still feels scary, but I mean that doesn't mean that I couldn't find like a way to do like a workout routine, either in the house or like on the trails around or whatever. Like I mean.
Of American
I need to be more physically active. I was like super fit before everything happened, and I kind of let things go just because it was so hard. But like, I don't think that's an excuse, right?
Businesses and
she's like acting like it's this either or thing. You can go to the gym and then you're going to be super fit. Hey, a lot of people don't. A lot of people go to the gym and they half-ass it and they eat whatever, like I don't know. It becomes like an excuse to like indulge in things that like I don't know, like it's not either or, right? You can go to the gym and not be fit. You cannot go to the gym and be fit.
Find the pockets of our government and huge corporations that are basically in bed with daddy government. We cannot do that again. I'm not just saying this because
in bed with daddy government,
because I hate wearing a mask.
You're saying this because here's the thing. You had a Republican like cutting checks to people to stay at home, right? The right wing does not want that to become in any way normal, right? Like, that's kind of close to a UBI. And as much as a UBI, like, sometimes, like, you'll have libertarians who support UBI strangely, but, you know, in terms of anything that is like neoliberalism means that the only people getting a check from the government should be capitalists, right? This is threatening, right? And some of their voters, especially since it was Trump that, you know, was, you know, putting the program into place, some of their voters really liked that. Like, right? Some of their voters, like, that was like, I mean, there were, you know, really positive effects. Like, what was the cut, like, in child poverty rates when those checks went out? Like, it was huge.
And I think it's stupid, and I think that all of this is ridiculous, and I don't want the government.
Also, welcome back, people that I am sorry that you got caught in the ad break again. And I forgot, once again, I keep on forgetting it. It doesn't give me that 5-minute warning. I need my 5-minute warning to know that the middle of the hour ad break is upon us, but it happened to you without me letting you know that you can get out of that with an Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of that for $5 by buying yourself a sub, or you can maybe get out of that with a gift sub if you are lucky enough to get one, and if you are active in chat and somebody notices you. So
telling me what to do. Our country, socially, financially, we can't do that again. That would be
I mean, look, there is you don't have to say that, right? Nobody from Biden to the, you know, capitalists that you know, run our economy, nobody wants that, right? None of the powers that be are looking to go through that again, right? They kind of gave up halfway when it came to dealing with that.
Incredibly stupid. That is the end of America as we are hopefully still knowing it. Like, I think America has changed a lot, but I feel like that would really, really be the end. This cannot happen again. I hope you enjoyed this episode.
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, we played stupid games, we won stupid prizes, and I feel less intelligent for it. Thank you, Brett Cooper. Thank you for making that a reality for me. I'm so appreciative. All right, we're already past. Oh no, I almost forgot. I almost forgot to cover the Tucker thing. I'm trying to remember, what is Crowder? I feel like Crowder's talking about masks too. Tucker. Okay, now this is wild.
Everyone works either directly, you know, everybody I knew, the world I lived in Northwest DC, like, everyone works either directly for the government or is a parasite on government effectively, including people I love and know really well. And the media is too, by the way. I mean, the media is reporting on government, but it's also dependent on government. You know, in 2008, it became really clear that Barack Obama had been having sex with men and smoking crack. And the guy came forward, Larry Sinclair, and said, I'll sign an affidavit. And he did. I'll take a lie detector. And he did. I smoked crack with Barack Obama and had sex with him. Well, that was obviously true. That was
obviously true. What?
Reported it, not because they were squeamish about sex or drugs, but because the Obama campaign said anyone who reports on this gets no access to the Obama campaign. And so they didn't report on it. So that happens.
That's not how it works, right? There were media organizations which, because of their, like, you know, far right nature, did not get access to the Obama campaign, right? Didn't get, and they still reported, and like, right, it's not like somebody would report it, right? It's like, the thing is, it's just like a dude that's like signed an affidavit saying that he had a physical relationship with Obama, and right there's just not, it's like, okay, that's great, there, you know. One
small example, but that happens all the time with lots of different issues.
Now,
And
do you believe that transpired, or do you
So
believe
this is Adam Carolla.
the guy is legitimate, or both?
Even Adam Carolla is a little bit skeptical.
Oh, the Larry Sinclair story? Oh, that definitely happened. Oh, for sure. I mean,
wait, that's wild. Do you see what's in his like, the thing that's visible here is like a plaque that says Roosevelt dead, right? Talking about when Roosevelt died sort of towards the end of World War II.
Talked to Larry Sinclair about it, and oh, definitely.
Adam Carolla, the racist comedian? I think so. God, I mean,
it happened. I mean, Larry Sinclair's been in and out of prison during one period. I mean, 40 years ago, he was in and out of prison. He's got a criminal record by definition. He's, poor.
He's got a criminal record by definition.
He's got a disordered life. He's missing a tooth. Like, he's not, an Atlantic fellow. He's not going to the Aspen Ideas Festival. I think he has a record of deception. Obviously, he does. But this story, if you listen to it in detail, is clearly true.
It's clearly true. Wait, if you listen to it in detail, it's clearly true, right? It's a guy that he seems to despise, right? Everything about this dude, and really just kind of, dunking on him and stuff, looking down on him. But if you listen to his story, it's clearly true. You clearly want it to be true.
I mean, I'm going to do an interview with him and you can hear it. And again, it's not going to change the world that Barack Obama likes dudes. I think this was well known. Barack Obama said so himself in a letter to his girlfriend.
Okay, no, yeah. Obama did say this, but like, it was this weird, like, highly speculative, like, he also talked about like having an androgynous mind, right? It was, I think he was like a college student at the time or something like that, right? And he's talking to his girlfriend at the time, who I think was bisexual, about like, gender and sexuality. And it's really unclear, like, how serious he was about any of it, but he never implied like, having like physical relationships with men, right? It was all, in theoretically, right? It was all, the mental, he was like mental exploration. Like, I don't know. It sounds like something that, you talk about like on like a mushroom trip or something.
And by the way, that's kind of Barack Obama's business. I'm not attacking him for liking dudes. I'm just saying the amount of lying in the media about it.
So now check this out. I'm not attacking him for liking dudes.
Was unbelievable.
But the media should carry this story. This is an important election story. So I don't think it's bad that he had sex with dudes, but I feel like it's very important for the media to tell us that he had sex with dudes. Yeah.
People knew this was true, and it was quite obviously true at the time. And people who covered the campaign didn't say anything about it because they didn't want to lose access to the campaign. And that happens all the time up and down government. So it's almost like if you have a housekeeper, you think, oh, she works for me. But if you have a housekeeper long enough, you realize, well, you actually work for her.
Yeah, we have to believe people when they, what people self-ID as. And he's never spoken about being
her. And you get caught up in her dramas. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Yo,
there's
weird.
A weird.
That's weird. Now I'm wondering what's going on with, Tucker's housekeeper. Like, let's roll that back for a second.
Well, you actually work for her, and you get caught up in her dramas. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
There's a weird dynamic campaign, and that happens all the time up and down government. So it's almost like if you have a housekeeper, you think, oh, she works for me. But if you have a housekeeper long enough, you realize, well, you actually work for her, and you get caught up in her dramas. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
there's a weird dynamic where you switch places with people.
And by the way, fire her abruptly and she'll write a tell-all book about Tucker at home.
That's exactly right. And, you know, we don't even have a full-time housekeeper. So, like, that's not going to be an issue.
It's not an issue for me, per se. I'm not speaking on a play. Oh, my God. He sounds so sus. Also, the fact that he's kind of sweaty doesn't help either.
But the point is, you think you're holding government accountable, but actually they're controlling you. That's really the dynamic in Washington. But, you know, you're living in the soup and it's hard to see it at work. And this is a long way of saying the conclusions I've reached are middle-aged conclusions. And that's a lot of it.
Right.
It's just that I've gotten older and you can't.
I got older, I got more mature, and I realized that Barack Obama totally has sex with dudes.
See certain things when you're younger. And it's like young people.
I couldn't see it before, but now I'm, you know, scales have been removed from my eyes, and I know it's true now. I'm a person that I would normally never believe anything that he says because he's saying Obama is gay, and somehow that titillates me in some way. I don't care to go into detail about. I'm going to go with that as the actual truth.
You'd think they'd be the most open-minded of all. They're the least open-minded. Because they're afraid of the future. So they want to believe whatever storyline they've been fed is true. Like, the only problem with America is white supremacy.
Is this guy okay? Like, I'm not trying to be, like, you know, mean or anything, but, like, did his air conditioner go out?
Supremacy and, like, our tax system is fair and Kennedy was assassinated by a lone gunman or whatever. They don't want to face like the terrifying
I mean, it's also that his camera angle is terrible.
Known and
His
complex
lighting is terrible, but
complexities of the actual world we live in, the reality.
The actual complexities where there's crisis actors running around everywhere, and anything that you don't like about your parasocial daddy is actually not true. It's the matrix making you think that it's true.
Life, which is like, we have no freaking idea.
Wow.
What's going on, actually. They don't want to admit that.
Oh my God. I gotta look, like, this whole interview has like like that this whole freaking
of the actual world we live in, the reality of life, which is like, we have no freaking idea.
Wow.
What's going on, actually. They don't want to admit that.
Seriously. Seriously, Tucker. Okay, vows to never be employed by someone again. After his firing with Fox News, he says his employer was run by fearful women. Oh, here's another one from that.
He won
Adam
anyway.
Carolla.
They impeached him twice on ridiculous pretenses.
I did nothing wrong and they impeached me.
Fabricated.
They indicted me.
A lot about what happened on January 6th in order to impeach him again. It didn't work. He came back. Then they indicted him. It didn't work. He became more popular. Then they indicted him 3 more times. And every single time his popularity rose. So if you begin with criticism, then you go to protest, then you go to impeachment, now you go to indictment, and none of them work, what's next? I mean, graph it out, man. We're speeding toward...
Like, in the way that he's saying they, like you're talking about 4 separate, like, prosecutors and judges, right? In terms of the indictments, right? It's not like a they. It's not like there's this headquarters in Joe Biden's basement or something, and he's like, send in, Fanny. We're sending in Fanny. Send in, like, all these different, like, prosecutors, right? These These are separate prosecute. Anyway, I shouldn't even be answering this like seriously.
Well, former President Donald Trump, several leaders, they don't bode well for the court appearance
that protect the United States.
No,
also facing
I need to hear
indictment in the records probe.
Sorry, I'm looking for the they indicted me. I need the they indicted me thing. I can't find it. You know what I say when I can't find like a certain sound asset? That's right. That's what I say.
Assassination, obviously, and no one will say that. But I don't know how you can reach that conclusion. You know what I mean? Like they have decided, permanent Washington. Both parties have decided that there's something about Trump that's so threatening to them they just can't have him. You know, they protested him. They called him names. He won anyway. They impeached him twice on ridiculous pretenses. They fabricated a lot about what happened on January 6th in order to impeach him again. It didn't work. He came back. Then they indicted him. It didn't work. He became more popular. Then they indicted him 3 more times. And every single time his popularity rose. So if you begin with criticism, then you go to protest, then you go to impeachment, now you go to indictment, and none of them work, what's next? I mean, graph it out, man. We're speeding toward assassination, obviously.
Obviously.
And no one will say that, but I
mean, Trump said that on your interview with him last week, but whatever.
I don't know how you can reach that conclusion. You know what I mean? Like, they have decided, permanent Washington, both parties have decided that there's something...
Anyway, I think we watched that multiple times. Russian TV predicts that Tucker Carlson will be unalived. Oh, there's Haxon. Tucker Carlson told his show's lighting team, "I want Nazi opening the Ark." This is like Indiana Jones, right? Their faces get like they open the Ark and their faces get melted. Here's the Orban thing.
You worried about being crushed by the United States?
It's dangerous, may I say. I'm not the favorite politicians of the liberals, unfortunately, but nobody is perfect, you know. There are certain things which are more important than me, than my ego. Family, nation, God. Liberal originally meant freedom, but now in Europe, liberal means that you are enemy of the freedom. We are ally to the United States, and we are worse treated than the Russians.
So literal dictator here, using pretty familiar right-wing talking points, right? Liberal used to mean accepting, but now it doesn't mean accepting anymore. Like, they won't accept my Nazi ass.
If you respect democracy, don't you let countries govern themselves? If you take a step back, the point of NATO is to provoke war with
fascist.
Russia.
This is a bad strategy. We have to stop it. We cannot beat them. They will not kill their leader. They will never give it up. They will invest more. It's a joke. It's a very dangerous moment now.
That's obvious to you.
Not just for me, everybody on the street. The Third World War knocking on our door.
You were just in an election. Did you consider at any point just indicting your challenger? Wouldn't that have been easier?
To do what's going on now in your country, to use the justice system against the political opponents. In Hungary, I think it...
Look, I don't know enough about Hungarian politics to say, but I have a feeling... I have a feeling that what he just said was really ironic. Wait, Shaxby, I'm searching. Oh, okay, it's this thing.
It's impossible to imagine. That was done by the communists.
As the war in Ukraine completely reshuffles the world order and threatens to destroy human civilization, it's striking just how little information Americans are receiving about what happens there. The nation of Hungary shares a border with Ukraine. Its leader, Viktor Orban, the nation's longest-serving prime minister, has been dealing with the Russians all of his life. He grew up under Russian occupation.
Okay, Zara found it. Zara found it.
And they indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted me.
Never gonna get old.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Here, let me move it to where you can.
I did everything right and they indicted me. 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 I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay, that's enough. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what we really need though? What we really need is this. What we really need is this. Everybody give Chromatic Mage my love, okay? We're gonna raid out now. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. It means the world. That's too loud, isn't it? You can't even hear me. It like loses its meaning after a while. Yeah, but no, I love that. You'll be hearing that in a video coming up soon. I'll make sure to make use of all these sound assets and more. But yeah, we're gonna raid into Chromatic Mage. Much love to everybody. I will see you again on Sunday. We're gonna have a stream on Sunday. And make sure to watch my video on Sam Cedar versus Adam and Sitch if you haven't already, as well as the Innuendo Studios Cost of Doing Business. Goodbye. And goodbye to you too, YouTube. Make sure to, yeah, it's on my channel. If you scroll back far enough, you'll see me doing my reaction to the video that Vosh watched. So if you want to see, like, I feel like there's a lot in that video. I got a lot out of it. And it's one of my, people's, my most watched videos. So obviously a lot of people enjoyed it as well. It's been really cool spending time with you again, and I will see you